Semiconductor Group, 4.5% already for NVIDIA. Widely green start. There's really not much outside of a few small caps to the downside so far this morning on this news. Scotty B getting the deal done, as we were saying on Friday. They are going to reconvene. There's apparently going to be a call coming up in the short term here between, or potentially anyway, Xi and Trump as well to continue this conversation. But here we go, up and away.
Oh, are the good times back? I hope so.
Let's see. Let's get through Monday, I think, first. But yeah, this is a pretty good start for sure.
Yeah, this is really interesting here, Brendo. So we knew that they were going to meet on Saturday and Sunday. We knew that from last week. Scott Bessent, as well as another administrative official, I think by the last name of Greer. And they were meeting their Chinese counterparts in Geneva, Switzerland. And here's what they've decided. So we're going to get a 90-day pause right now on the very exorbitant 145% tariffs. China will do the same with the 125. The fentanyl tariffs and some other tariffs remain on, so the effective rate right now on Chinese imports comes down from 145 down to 30. This all begins on Wednesday, Brendo, so technically not in effect. And then obviously this just gets the ball rolling for, as you said, that next meeting where we get an actual framework.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking a little bit before we came on this morning. Maybe this was more in the neighborhood of, you know, what they were expecting, what they were wanting right from the start. So positive, nevertheless, right across the board for basically global markets. I mean, Europe up huge. The Asian indexes all up huge to start the week as well. It's worth noting we do have more Fed speak coming through this morning. Fed's Kugler coming at 10:30. We do have a couple of bond auctions later. The big one, though, tomorrow, CPI coming up tomorrow at 8:30. This time we'll bring that to you live. We'll see how inflation is doing. Oh, yeah, there's still that to worry about as well. Tomorrow at 8:30, guys. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday, everybody.
I'm not too worried about inflation. Yeah.
Inflation.
What about missing this bottom?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, look, deal sort of kind of done. I mean, you can't really say deal done, but look, at the end of the day, the bigger kind of ridiculous embargo-style tariffs are going to be off there, and pretty much everything's rallying. Like, don't ignore, like, the shippers have gone huge. Travel names are up, just to name things that maybe didn't get talked about. Oil with a big rally. So it's looking, I mean, it's looking all good. Unless you're a pharma company. That's the one thing. Because, well, no, pharma, there's an executive order to try to bring down drug prices. Well, the pharma stocks are going to be down today.
I see that, yeah.
Or like volatility is going to be down, or like gold is going to be down. But everything else is A-OK. So I think obviously looking pretty good. The gaps up are insane on some of these stocks. So it's not like you're going to have obvious levels on most things to look at. There's a few out there, but we'll definitely siphon through all of the opportunities. Crypto names up more than Bitcoin is worth noting. Like if you look at any crypto adjacent names, they have like double-digit, well, not double-digit, they're doubling up some of the moves that you see in Bitcoin, which still hasn't really made that strong push yet to that all-time high. I think we can get there. Maybe not by the end of the week or anything, but I think a slow climb to test that all-time high can make sense. Yeah. I think it's going to be slow for Bitcoin. That's just the gut feel, like a slow climb.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think Bitcoin will climb to that 109. Right down here, 104. Well, I mean, look at Amazon up 8. We were always asked like which names would we like to buy on, which I didn't buy any of it, on any kind of dips. Amazon was one of them. What's up, everybody? Hopefully you had a great Mother's Day. Here's Meta as well. Like, wow, it's still going. I was trying to call this up and seeing if we were going to get any pullbacks. That's still Amazon charts. Yeah, there. Come on, Meta, man. There it is. Look at this, man. Nice little move down. We actually got a little bit of a dip by into 626. Now 630 for Meta, and then wow, the crypto bulls. I mean, I was just going to call this up. I actually got out of some Ethereum at 2,500 flat. So right now we'll hold forward on that one. But look at these weekly gains. 41% Ethereum. Thank you to Ripple for 17%. Solana 21%. Look at Dogecoin down here, 42%. Cardano 26% on the week. So it's just been amazing. I mean, even Bitcoin for 10%. I mean, look, most of the money I think in the crypto space, especially with a lot of viewers here, probably is in IBIT and or Bitcoin. But Yeah, $59 and still going higher. I think it's nice. We touched a little bit on Apple. I think that's going to be a nice play today as well. Up 6.5%. Like I can't remember the last time Apple was up this much. Still, we still have a ways to go, as we had mentioned before. Like up here to 260 is where the high is. We're up here at 210 right now. So lots of room to go for all these names. But wow, was a good one. What, did you do anything special yesterday, or did you guys go anywhere?
So we had obviously Mother's Day's. It's a big day. You always try to do whatever they want. Unfortunately, my mother was under the weather, so
okay, all right.
we usually have plans. We'll do like a brunch, and then we'll meet with my parents and go out. But my dad wasn't feeling that well either, so she's like, "Oh, I just want to stay home, and I don't want you guys sick." So we went over to make sure we visited. My wife, the big thing she wanted to do was get the garden going.
Oh, good.
So it was a gorgeous day yesterday too. So we were out back doing some gardening, and then Aaron got bored of it and wanted to play this impromptu game of baseball in the back, which we don't have that big of a yard. So the second she hit a home run,
it was game over.
Yeah, and then the neighbors, I don't want to hop their fence, but
yeah.
They weren't home. I guess they were out for brunch. But anything special for you guys?
No, we had baseball yesterday a little bit, and Baxter came over and cooked up a meal, which was nice. Yeah, he brought some sausage. He made some nice heirloom tomato salad.
Nice, Baxter.
Made some risotto, so it was nice. Yeah, spending with everybody, my parents. Yeah, so it was nice. It was a good weekend overall. And the weather was the key.
Oh my goodness,
I mean, the weather was super nice. So, but the Maple Leafs lost.
Well, I was about to say.
I actually just bet them for the series. They're down. It's plus 160, which was pretty good. I mean, it's 2-2. We should have won Game 3, and we lost that in overtime, so that was bad. Yeah, this is FOMO week. I already have FOMO right now, missing some of this bottom, but we'll see. It's 90 days. I mean, what happened in April was big. We talked about it being a bull market on Friday, and now it's a raging bull market.
Bullier.
Yeah, up 4%. I mean, the NASDAQ being up 4%. So do you think we hold this 4% today? I think we could. The NASDAQ right now, a nice move higher here. And
of course,
I knew you looked over and it was going to be Randy time.
You knew.
Like Tesla is absolutely flying, man. Tesla up 8%, $322. So this is when they had their bad report come out, and then all the way to the upside, not stopping at all is Tesla, Randy. And then we also have Rivian, I would assume. I haven't even looked at Randy today. Randy, hey, what's up, Randy? I haven't even looked at Rivian today. 4% upside. Yeah, good things might be here already. I mean, this is a nice move up, but yeah, we'll see what we can get going now. I mean, it's nice to have this market all the way, not all the way back, but back in that nicely here. We're up like 23% from the bottoms there, Randy. So an absolutely huge day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just got one, but yeah, I'll take another one.
You know what's not up, though?
A lot of, I just filled it up. That's okay.
Netflix isn't up.
Netflix.
Yeah, like it's the whole because everyone was like they're the tariff-proof guys. I guess it kind of makes sense because they were the ones breaking out. Like anything that was already strong and breaking out, I suppose like, well, we don't get any benefit because we weren't penalizing you for the tariffs anyway, so you're not going to be up today. So yeah, I could see if we sustain this rally, maybe Netflix decides to take a little bit of time off after doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Not that they're a big part of the index, but yeah, we'd preface that maybe the only things down were pharma, gold, and a little bit of like volatility, but not true. Netflix in the red today. I will actually point it out in the chat, and I think that's a good point. Like you always want to find like the relative strength, relative weakness, just in case. They had a great quarter. We'll be talking about some of the earnings, I guess, in the context of some of these moves. And oh yeah, that's right, Shopify, newly minted member of the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff. Yeah, people were having some predictions about what was going to get added or removed and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, gold down 3%, so this could be a pickup spot here for GLD. All right, let's I just want to show you guys, down 3% for gold. So yeah, a nice little move down here into the 50-period moving average. I think that's going to be a good opportunity to buy. We talked about looking for more buying opportunities here in GLD, so looks like we could get one. I haven't bought anything since 250 or so, but we'll wait to see if this 290 right here has any holding with that as well. We should have Michael Noss coming out too soon in a minute. So yeah, man, lots of crypto, lots of Chinese ADRs ripping today. Lots of good news in the market.
The two biggest small cap movers are like crypto related because there's like a couple of mergers. Nakamoto's going public through a merger with KDLY. So this thing's done like 20 million shares. And then you've got American
Nakamoto.
Bitcoin going public through a merger with GRYP, Griffin Digital. So both of these are doing like tons of shares. Although this one doesn't look, I mean, Griffin doesn't look nearly as strong. But yeah, I see a lot of people talking about that KDLY and looked it up. So those are both sort of crypto related and flying around lots and lots of volume. But yeah, of course, like we said, we'll have Michael coming on in just a minute and send you guys back to the desk. Something for everybody today, it seems like.
I think it's better. We were just talking about the Canadian dollar, but I mean the US dollar is up huge on this as well this morning. Here's Shopify. You guys were just mentioning this, 10.2% right now. Just took out the highs there, day highs right now, back above 101 and still going. Just an absolute monstrous move on that note this morning. Yeah, Chinese ADRs, I mean, we can get to all of this coming up here. 8.1% for XPeng. All of these going to look very similar. 6%. BABA has come back down a little bit, back to 130. Some of the other e-commerce names doing a little bit better. 6% for JD.com. So an absolute monstrous move. That's Michael Noss's chart. So Michael Noss wants to talk about wheat. I don't make this up. How was your weekend?
I was writing this up on the weekend. Of course, it was before the deal. So now I'm coming in and I'm looking at my portfolio and everything's crazy. And I'm like, yeah, let's taltalk about wheat.
Let's talk about wheat. Tell us about bread, Mr. Noss. What kind of bread do you like?
Oh, geez, the amount of bread that goes through this house with two kids is just insane. But I don't know how we got on the conversation about commitment of trader data on Friday, but I said I would talk to you guys a little bit about that today. So that's what we're going to go on about. So wheat's a good example here just because for those who don't know, I think a lot of us sometimes forget the purpose of futures, which is not, YOLOing on large amounts of margin. Same with option contract. It's a hedging mechanism. So generally speaking, you have two sides of every futures deal in a perfect world. You have a hedger and you have a speculator. So the idea is that, for example, in the example here, you have a hedger and they want to lock in the price of wheat. They're a farmer. And then you have a baker who also wants to lock in the price of wheat because they're both wheat sensitive or they're price sensitive on wheat. If the price goes up, one is going to do very well and the other one's going to do very poorly, vice versa. In the real world, what happens is both of these people generally sell to speculators or buy from speculators. So every time you have a commercial or a hedger, you have a speculator. And that gets really, really important for, in a minute, for this whole idea of the commitment of traders data and how we can use this to kind of see where everyone is. But just a little bit of this is what futures are for people who don't quite get it. Same with index futures, same with all of these. And the next picture here is of the Hunt brothers, which we're going down, we're doing history, we're doing fundamentals on this stuff, we're doing all this. But this is the Hunt brothers. So what the Hunt brothers did back in the 60s, I think, is they tried to corner the silver market. Their idea was if they just bought a bunch of silver futures and then took delivery on the silver, so they were using these contracts for generally what they were intended for, they bought silver, they held on to the silver and just stored it away somewhere, eventually they would own the majority of the silver market. So what they could do at any point is just demand prices, right? They could sell whenever they want. They could prop the price up. They could cause this massive squeeze in silver. And you can see that they're, instead of the House or some sort of congressional committee, because people were not very happy. They caused this massive silver spike and a huge silver crash and helped bring on a recession and a whole 9 yards just because they were trying to buy up and exploit this market. So the reason I talk about this is that this is why now we have to have reporting. So if you are a commercial hedger, you have to report why you're taking trades. And if you're a large speculator, someone who's over a certain amount, you have to report those as well. The benefit to us is that at the end of every week, we get what's called the Commitment of Traders report. So you can see 3 lines here. The green line represents the large speculators and how many contracts they own or how many contracts they are short. Then you got the small speculators. We don't really care as much about those. Those are kind of like, they just average up the retail trade contracts and they put that in. Then you have the hedgers, and they are going to be on the other side, generally, of the large speculators. So you can see the The hedgers and the large speculators, they're kind of moving inversely. So why is all of this data important? Well, I like to bring it back to the idea of a short squeeze. And the reason that we all love short squeezes is that we know if everybody is betting in one direction on a stock, if you take the other side and there's a move, then those people have to liquidate those positions and they have to get out. The premise behind the commitment of traders data is quite often the speculators are wrong and the hedgers are right. And the reason for it is that the hedgers, quite often, they have the ability, they know more, right? They're the actual farmers growing the wheat as opposed to the people taking bets on the price of wheat, right? Just going back to the wheat example, and I'll show you why in a second. But I think about this like short float data. If I know that everybody is short, the speculators, they're all short this one commodity, and then the commodity starts to break out, starts to move up, starts to do some sort of price action, which is obviously important, that's going to make those people wrong, then I know there's a whole bunch of people that have to cover, even if they are undercommitted. So large speculators would include hedge funds, large institutions, pension funds. If the SPY, which we saw, I didn't have the chart of, but there wasn't that much trading behind it, then you can take the other side. So here's a perfect example, right? I think this is soybeans going back a while ago, and right at the top was the highest amount that these speculators, which are generally trend followers in the commodity space, they were super long. And then something happened, a breakdown happened in the soybean, and it kind of collapsed. And those speculators lost money, and the commercial hedgers that were very, very short ended up making money. And then you can see I wrote flip short because they flipped right at the low which is hilarious, flipped short right at the other side of things. So as soon as they got to the bottom, then that's when everyone got short. So again, it just shows that these people are quite often wrong. So why did I bring about wheat the whole time? I think it's a good example to teach about, but this is actually about the next chart here, which is wheat. And the funny thing about this is you see that spike. This is a weekly chart of wheat. You see the spike the price way at the left-hand side. This was the whole, remember the stories when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was zero hedge saying that we're all going to run out of wheat and we're all going to go hungry and all of this. And you had this massive spike into that kind of war. And that's when, for the first time in a long time, speculators got long wheat, and then it fell apart as it did. Now, the reason I have this circled at the low is that the speculators are now more short wheat than they've ever been before. And I know Amazon's up 10% today. I know all these things are going crazy, but the idea behind the commitment of traders, and the reason I think this is important, especially for futures people, is you can see things like this. So we're at a very interesting level of support on this, and the people who are generally wrong are as short as they can ever be. So if we start to see something that's going to start to move wheat higher, that's going to push this up off of this support zone, then it's a short squeeze, right? That's what we're looking for, is that all of these people are potentially short and they're going to look to squeeze shorts. Now, if you're looking for more information on the commitment of traders, a trader who is in the Market Wizards book, who is very active on Twitter, is Jason Shapiro. He trades entirely using this data and looks for crowded markets one way or the other. So they're too crowded to the long side. He's looking to take shorts and vice versa. And he does very well because he got in the Market Wizards book by doing it. Again, it's an interesting data point. Like anything, I think it should be part of a trading plan. There should be price involved. You don't want to just get long because everyone's short, or short that everyone's long. But if you know where everyone's positioned, maybe sometimes there's a place to take the opposite side of a trade.
Always good to understand the technical side of things and exactly what is happening under the hood. Michael Noss, best of luck on a Monday. We'll see you after the close.
Talk to you after close. Let's hope this gap holds.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to have their fingers crossed on this gap holding. But you know what? Even if it doesn't, like, we're up so much that it's hard. It's going to be hard to put too much of a dent in it from the lows, like where we're at here. Like, it's not even just about where we are, like the overnight. Like, you talked about Amazon being almost 10%. Well, not quite. Give it a little time. Give it a little time. It's got a ways to go. But how much could you pull back without this still being euphoric? Like, you could, as far as I'm concerned, you could pull this, like, this is a Q's here. You could pull this entire gap back into the 200 period and it still looks pretty good, even if people were taking profit, because look where we've come from. We were at 400 on the Qs. We bounced 25, whatever, more than 25% from the actual low. Not that many people are going to get that actual low, but yeah, you could pull back pretty decently and not have to worry about it. And to his point about sometimes when people are caught in some shorts, specifically talking about wheat, there are some death cross shorts all over the place, where even if we consolidate or pull back in here, there's going to be a little bit of short-term unraveling, and maybe they can have control for a bit, but at some point, there's some shorts that likely have to get out. I mean, Tesla's a good example of that on the charts as well. It's only now starting its breakout above what had been that brick wall at 300 or just underneath the 300 level. So, yeah, there's some shorts that are trapped in this for sure. So even if we get a pullback, I wouldn't feel that bad if it was a little bit of a dip.
Yeah, no, like we talked about, we were in a bull market last week. We're in a bull market this week. You buy bull markets. I mean, I feel like it's pretty easy one there. Interesting to hear about some wheat talk there. We talked about GLD heading to the downside, and he was talking about the futures in general, right? So when you're trading with the futures, there's what I like to do here was TQQs. So I'm looking for some pullbacks here, up 12%. The NASDAQ, of course, this is a 3 times levered product. So I'm looking for pullbacks in the market this morning. I think we could have exactly what happens, not what Michael was talking about to that extent, but there's some profit taking that's going to have to happen today, right? When you come in and you're seeing some of these names, like an Amazon, like an Apple, I don't care what the name is, like a Google, which I sold some on Friday. All of these plays that are up so much today, I feel like you're getting a relief rally, which is really nice. And not relief as in, tariff relief or anything like that, but just okay, it's now like you can breathe a little sigh of relief if you've been buying some dips or if you've been holding this whole way, because a lot of these names, and Google's not going to be the best example, but maybe a Meta might be as well, where you had such a dramatic pull down there on Meta that people were like, what have I done? 740 down to 480, but now you're like, okay, even if you push the button at all-time highs for Meta and you're long north of $700, it's at 629 right now. So the most you're down, if you're caught at 7, is still 10%, which a lot of traders can stomach that a little bit better than they can being down 25% down near the bottoms, right? So I just think it's a nice relief rally today. Now, whenever I think of that, I think that pullback is imminent. But yeah, that's why we wait, and we wait for some of these plays. Palantir's up. I mean, all these names are starting to get going, obviously, again. So we just have to be careful. And then if you're going to short anything, we talked about pharma and
pharma actually work looks pretty bad.
And then maybe even, I don't want to short a Bitcoin or anything like that, but we'll see what happens at 105, right? I mean, and then IBIT, of course, is going to have a little bit of a relief today, only up 1%. But again, that's the one thing that's been struggling a little bit here, not moving the same way the NASDAQ is. And we've seen sort of a correlation between those two. So I'm wondering to see if Bitcoin may be relatively weak, maybe. Today, but again, the market's not quite open, but it's a 24-hour market, so we'll see crypto and altcoins going. Yeah, Eli Lilly, that's the thing. See, that's the thing about being diversified.
Yeah, that's how it works.
And it kind of sucks so when it's like this, because when your money's in healthcare or UNH, Eli Lilly, anything like this is what happens some days. You get to take the good with the bad. We were just at 9 bills on Eli Lilly. And now you're down to 7 and looking horrible. So there's some traders that hit out, in some of these plays. Not that Eli Lilly was a good hiding spot, but you've gotten hit. So that's why diversification is important. I just saw someone in the chat there saying Lilly's taking all the Apple profits today. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens, right? I mean, maybe it's time to dip by something else, right? Hearing a note about White House officials saying 232 tariffs. And then the story ended. So we'll get. About the pharmaceutical order. Okay. So just how that's being affecting some of these plays. So, okay, let's go over for the first time today and meet Miss Adara. Adara, how was your weekend?
My weekend was pretty good, thank you. And certainly was a good weekend, or at least the end of the weekend for these stocks. Most of the names on both upgrades and downgrades are up today. Starting with upgrades, Marriott with a Jefferies upgrade, D.A. Davidson upgrading ACI worldwide. Then we've got Wayfair up 16% this morning with an Argus upgrade. The Trade Desk, a day two earnings play, getting an upgrade here from Needham. They did quite nicely as well initially on Friday. And we've got some downgrades as well. Mod V Care with the downgrade from Barrington Research. DocGo up 2% this morning, but getting downgraded by Canaccord Genuity. Structure Therapeutics with an HC Wainwright downgrade. And last but not least, Barrington Research downgrading HireQuest. Certainly on the upgrade side of things, a couple names to watch today, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Wayfair's got just what you need, and it's not going to be tariffed anymore. So,
Yeah.
they're one of the names that obviously stand to benefit from it. The Trade Desk, however, well, this was straight up earnings play on Friday. Like, look at the give back. They basically just shot up at the open, right through $70, like clean 70 break, comes right back, the price that it breaks out from, bounces right at $70, and now all of a sudden we move this out of the way so you can see double top on the Trade Desk post earnings at that like 76 level. So if there is continuation today, that's got a bit of a blue sky setup above 76. And you go back to the daily chart, oh yeah, look even better if you get past 76 quarter or so. That's got to be on the radar. I actually looked at Zim over Wayfair just because, I don't know, Zim had a better technical level, but Wayfair over 40 starts to look a little bit spicy. These guys have been beaten up pretty badly in here, and if they can sustain this move for a couple of days, you've got some room till you get to the next resistance level. But when I looked at it, I liked Zim a little bit better because Zim had cleared out $16. Want to see this one after the open because it's got like a 12-cent spread on it right now. But yeah, upgrades and downgrades. I think TTD probably the most interesting one on that list because of that 76 level. But if I'm looking at sort of a non-obvious or non-tech type play because of this tariff relief, then Zim is the one because the way it broke that 16, above the 50 period, I just like the fact you can dip right back into the prior high and still be above the 50 period. So even on a dip, I like this bad boy. But it's going to have to open up and show me some volume.
Yeah, from Zim to him, Hims right now up 9%. And just keeps on going, man. What a move up for Hims. We saw that story last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, right down there when it got approved, Wegovy or one of those names, to be able to be added to the platform, and boom, right there to the upside. It is rocking. So Eli Lilly, reverse action as opposed to what's happening with Hims right now. So not all is bad in the space. We actually had, I don't know if it was Steve Talman, whatever, I don't care. I'll give credit to who all these guys, because someone was saying about a Lilly Hims sort of trade to have on, and it was, I'll have to ask Steve if it was him, but anyways, nice move to the upside, one going one way, one going the other. We saw the TTV, right? The Trade Desk, so TTD. This was a big name last week. There's many traders that were pointing this out to us all week about sort of the run that this had been on recently as well. Disaster strikes this name hard back in the earlier on this year with horrible earnings. We saw Search going the way of the monsters, which maybe doesn't exist anymore. And then all the way to the downside here, breaking through the 50-period moving average. And I get that garbage out of here, all that out of here right now, and go right back there, right to the upside. So there goes the Trade Desk ripping up. And I just saw my guy Joseph coming in the building right now. Joe, I bought the Leafs, so I bought them at plus 160. I can't believe how much they're down right now. They're by far the underdog in this series, being now tied 2-2 with 2 of the next 3 games happening in Toronto. Can't believe those odds, but maybe I am the fool once again for buying the highs I'm now buying the lows.
Well, you're buying,
I'm buying the lows
dip
now. So
you want to do that.
Yeah. So here I am worried about like this little like $100 bet or whatever that I'm putting on. Meanwhile, I'm riding with like
that's how sports gambling works, though.
So much in this market, it's so stupid. Oh man, Monday.com up 4%.
What isn't?
Oh, my kids, we went to the Scepters game on Friday night there, which they lost to the Toronto team, lost to Minnesota. It was my kids have this charades game, and it was my daughter with one of her friends, and they sit there in the car and they do it. It's on your phone. You hold it like this, and it just says like cat, and then you play charades. And anyways, they're playing it in the back seat, and I always hear they go, "What's the worst day of the week?" Monday. I'm just like, yeah, I like Mondays. I didn't feel it was the worst day of the week. I don't know. I like Mondays. I like coming in and sitting here and with everybody and trading the market and doing all that stuff. For me, I kind of like, my worst day of the week is kind of like a Tuesday, Wednesday-ish. I don't know. Thursday, you look forward to Friday. I don't really have a bad day. Monday wins that. If I type it into ChatGPT, Sharif style here, and I type in what is the worst day of the week, probably Monday.
It's probably Monday. I find it, to me, it always varies based on what are our activity schedules like. Because I agree with you in sense on Tuesday, but Tuesday is now baseball for my daughter. So now all of a sudden Tuesday is like a really good day in the week, and Wednesday we don't. Wednesday's the day that we don't have anything.
Right. Okay. Those are the worst.
So now
days,
I'm like, well, Wednesday's kind of the worst day to me. It's like right in the middle of the week. We don't really have any activities that day, so it's.
You're lucky with the one kid. I wish I could employ that theory.
Wednesdays.
I cannot. Like yesterday we had baseball. Tonight we have baseball and hockey. So I'm going to baseball without the kid because I'm coaching, and she's going to hockey. And then Wednesday we're hoping for rain because we have hockey and baseball again. And then we have Tuesday is volleyball and basketball.
Yeah.
Thursday is it never stops. But hey, kid life.
All about exactly.
From dad life to workout life. Let's go back over to the desk, I guess.
Push an iron.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know about here this morning. There's so much moving around. We'll just jump into the market overall, and then we'll talk about some tech.
Guys, we closed out on Friday on the ES June contract at 56.77. The overnight high is 58.65. We are almost 200 points higher than where we closed with that market gap. I just want to point out this ascending wedge here with this flat top break that we finally got through that break of 5,700. So here's the deal. We're going to look to 5,800. If we really sell off, if Sean is right, if we get some profit taking after being down for a while, we're going to use 5,800 as our support. We're going to use resistance, guys, the overnight high, 58.65. That's only about 25 points from where we are.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Do it right now. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. All you need is an email address, and then you can have everything you need to know delivered right to your inbox every single morning for free. Let's talk about tech. If you're just joining a little bit late, you missed a lot already. 90-day pause coming from the weekend from these U.S.-China talks on tariffs. They'll have further conversations. Apparently, Xi and Trump actually going to get on the phone, discuss some things, apparently, but that's the NASDAQ right now, which is all you need to know, because everything that's within the NASDAQ leading, hold on, that's not working. Anyways, tech is up huge. I'll refresh our board.
And that's a fantastic looking chart, by the way, Brendo. So let's talk about what the deal is encompassing here. So the U.S. and China agreed to a 90-day suspension of most tariff, guys, marking the biggest easing in trade tensions since President Trump returned to office. The reciprocal tariffs on each other's goods will be cut from 125 to 10% and from 115 reduction on both sides. Fentanyl, though, the fentanyl-related tariffs, which are about 20%, and also the base level China tariffs, 10%, that remains. So your total U.S. tariff exposure on China now amounts to 30% here, Brendo. Let's go on. All right, well, I just screwed that up, so we'll just talk about this. Okay. The pause will begin on Wednesday, guys, following talks in Lake Geneva, Switzerland. Further negotiations will continue, but no rolling back yet. Both sides they describe the talks as quite positive, and that came from the Chinese Ministry of Commerce. So some of the remaining uncertainties that we don't know, will China lift their rare earth metals or rare earth elements export restrictions, Brendo, because that had been part of the response. Also, will the U.S. push for more allied support to restrict Chinese trade? And last but not least here, what's the long-term path for the structural trade reform between the two nations? That probably will be ironed out once we get a full deal.
And I think that's the most important part at this point. The market just wants certainty after all of this and just give us something that we can sink our teeth into for
absolutely
the path ahead going forward. 4% right now, guys, for the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Oh man, like you look at these numbers to the upside, and you can't remember the last time you saw something like this, right? Like, let me just sort of buy percentage-wise, just so you get an idea. This is just my cold board. It's not really like every stock out there. Amazon 8.7, Tesla and Hood pretty much 8%, Micron, which we'll get to when we talk about chips, that's the strongest one, 8%, AMD 7.5. I mean, Apple sits there at 6.5, Meta at 6, and you're like, oh, the disappointment. What are we doing? Nvidia only 4%? Shame on you.
Fail.
Shame on you, Nvidia. How are you only up 4% on a day like today? You can't be only up what the market is up or slightly.
Look, we need a graphic about some sort of a color of what jacket Jensen's wearing today. Maybe that's why. Maybe if he was wearing a blue one,
that's the
it would
problem.
be up a little bit higher.
But Apple, I like that. Where do we even come up with these? And we got like sound effects and graphics that we're just making up every single day.
Andre's on top of it over there, man. Andre the Giant over there.
I'm feeling that one. Well, look, obviously everything's euphoric right now. I think, we'll talk about patience and all that off the open because you can expect probably some profit taking. When looking at Apple here, like sometimes you get these like obvious prior highs that you want to work back into or like a 50 period. That's going to be a lot of the charts today. The good thing for Apple is it actually has work to do. It's got work to do to get to 215. Because that's the recent high since all this started. We haven't even broken that out. There's still some concerns with Apple. They are raising their iPhone prices as well in the 17, and they're saying that's not because of the tariffs. But with that gone, yeah, it's got a nice range to at least come back. If we dip into 07, yeah, like me some 07 in here if we can get it. And then you have that 215 on the daily, which is an obvious sort of still resistance level on Apple. I think the first time you get there, it's probably on a day where you're 6.5% up, getting to 215 for the first time is probably a bit of a fade. But this is one, it actually sets up at a prior level at that 207. A lot of stocks are really gapped far away from anything reasonable.
Yeah, I was just, we're going to talk about China in a minute near the end. I was looking at FXI here, up 4%. But yeah, look, I just put the sticky note out. It's not going to have anything rocket science on it today because I really like Apple, again, as a pullback play. The market's coming back in. Like, you can see Apple is like not... I'm going to fix these wicks to get these out of here. So let me look at something else for now. I'll just want to talk about this because we're going to talk a lot about the NASDAQ and buying everything here. I don't have SMR on here, but I think SMR can go. SMR is reporting tonight. And breaking through this $18 level, I think that this is a good little spot here. I mean, we're at the level right now. We gotta hold it, which is why I'm not buying the tops. But any kind of a pullback into 17.50 here for SMR, just to get off the tech talk just for a minute, I think that's a decent dip buy opportunity. We'll see if we can hold that. 350 now 380,000 shares. I do like SMR here today, and then I'll just go over this. I just put it out. The sticky note doesn't have anything radical or anything like that on it today. Unfortunately, we have all these dark pools at 8 o'clock, but we have to get rid of them. But you are pointing down a little bit. I just want to buy dips here in anything. So I wrote down here for the TQQs between 61 and 62, which isn't that dramatic down. Like, if you just get a 1% retracement down, then you're into these levels. And I think that could hit. We did bust through on Friday. Bust through Friday's highs, obviously right there of $60. But this is the kind of pullback that I'm looking for right now in the NASDAQ. We had a good run last week before pulling back on Thursday, Friday. And then so that's kind of the levels that I'm looking for here. That's 60.50. I'm looking a little bit higher, between $61 and $62 for a pullback here on the NASDAQ. So if we get anything like that, then I'm a buyer for sure. So Sharif mentioned that, I was thinking about a pullback. I am. But I'm still not thinking about shorting anything. There's completely different logic here. I want to go long everything in the NASDAQ, just not at current prices. I mean, even if you just look what's happening right now, there's a high, there's a high, there's a high. So we have 3 new lower highs right now. Made one there, and then we came back. We tried to get up to that high again. We failed. Then we tried again, and we failed. And now we're under the 50-period moving average, trying to push a little bit lower. The news is amazing out there. Right, it's a 90-day. We got China. It's on board. Scotty B delivered apparently. I'm not super bullish at the highs, but I am very bullish overall. And I think that the market sentiment does not change. We've been in a bull market for a minute. We talked about that. So let's just see if the that sort of exuberance lasts. I say it does. but early fade. So we're going to wait. I'm not shorting anything today unless we get some sort of like a story that this is just not.
Well, there is pharma.
Oh yeah, no, but I still don't even want to short pharma, honestly. I think there's so much excitement to the NASDAQ that I would much rather play pullbacks than short pharma. But that is right. I already said it already too. I said short Bitcoin when we were at 104 and change. Now you're at 103.9. I don't necessarily know if that's not the thing. But yeah, I mean, there you go. Jay Lee in the chat. Why not short the TQs at 66? Yes. All these levels look great to the high side. There's not one thing that I can say that this 67.50 right there for the TQs. Yeah, man, that would normally be like hammer time. It's just when you're up like this, I've learned that the biggest trades that have gone against me are fighting the trend. So we'll wait to see if I am fighting the trend. And that will be hopefully determined in the first 10 or 15 minutes. I mean, either the market comes way back in and I take longs and get hurt, or the market continues to rip, at which point I'm still waiting for pullback. So I don't really know. I don't really know.
Well, even the name we're talking about here is a perfect example. We're talking about next is a perfect example of something where you want to join the trend, but it could really pull back.
Wow,
heavily.
there must be news. So Eli Lilly is going ham. That's so funny. I was just about. This was one of those names that I don't know what happened to Eli Lilly, but something just happened.
Obviously.
We just went from 700 to 750, like just ripping up there for Eli Lilly. So a big 7% move or so there. Like we just gained $50 on 700. So big move up there for Eli Lilly. Probably because we started talking about it, but obviously it can't be this. There it is, now breaking through 750. So yeah, congratulations to Eli Lilly shareholders that were panicking not more than 3 minutes ago. And now you're right back up. Wow, yeah, that's going pretty
I don't
ham
hear
off.
anything.
Now I got to put a bid down at 700 again, I guess. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out here for something on LLY, 12 and a quarter. Meanwhile, for this one, Shopify up huge, right at 103 right now. So we'll see if we can hold back above 103. When we first started this morning, it was 100. Yeah, there's $3 if you wanted it on Shopify. If you missed it, yeah, as of the close Friday, so start of trading Monday coming up, Shop goes into the NASDAQ 100.
When I reviewed this, Brendo, it was up 7.8%. Now it's breaking through 12, so there you go. All right, guys, up big in the pre-market. The move comes after the NASDAQ announced that, yes, Shopify will join the NASDAQ 100 and the equal-weighted index as well on May 19th, as Brendo mentioned, replacing MongoDB, ticker MDB. Some of the highlights here, I mean, Shop just reported not that long ago. It was a good report all around, with revenue increasing about almost 27% year over year. Subscriber revenue continuing to grow, good cash flow and good net income as well, increasing year over year. And the NASDAQ 100 inclusion, that boosts your visibility, and it forces these ETFs as well as these index fund buying your stock. Q1 strength also highlights Shopify's resilience in the e-commerce industry despite the macro uncertainty, and the gross merchandise volume here, the amount of stuff bought on their platforms, grew 23%. That confirms, Brendo, strong transaction volume and merchant engagement.
If you zoom out a little bit on this this morning, back above some key levels here on, this is a weekly chart, so zoom way out. We're right there, just above 103, as we said. So trying to take back some key support areas here, guys, for Shop.
Yeah, so look, on Friday, because if it's going in on Monday, then you have to remember on Friday, there could be some quality action, let's just say, at the close. We'll see. You never really know how these things are going to play out, but because our chart doesn't really show it from the switch from the New York to the NASDAQ, this is what you're gapping to. This 100 level, and there's room to 110, 112 in here, but gapped above 100 with a 101 local high. I think that's what kind of comes into play today. Like the name we're just talking about, like things that could dip. Like this could dip all the way back into 100, and you're coming back in its prior high, even to like 99, and that wouldn't be like crazy. You'd still be testing prior resistance if this thing fell 4% at the open. So like that's what you got to be careful for. And if you look at the reversal it did on Friday, like there were some in control There's some in-control shorts underneath 94, so I suspect there's some covering on Shop, but that's one where the dip is a little bit further. Like if I'm saying like, hey, look at Apple at 07, well, that only has to drop 1.5 points, or less, 2% tops to get there. This would have to drop 4%. So it's a little bit more tricky. For sure on Friday, it's going to be a play. One way or the other, we'll see it in the afternoon, but yeah, it would have to get down to at least 100, if not testing that 99 area to test the prior high, which is kind of what I would be looking for here for Shopify.
All right, so for me, I'm just getting some trades ready to go here. I put some bids on SMR there. Yeah, I mean, look, great news, right? Obviously, it continues to go higher there. If we're looking at it from a daily chart, again, for Shopify, we're all the way up to, what are we up today? 103, so we're up here. Took out some key levels. We talked about this actually last week, that we had got this garbage out of here off earnings, and now we're starting to take out some levels, and we already did that at 93. There's the cross. Looks like a death cross higher right now as the 200 crossing the 50, getting back up there. $100, good base. I think that's a buy if we can get back into 100, but again, big movement here. I'm not gonna look at this today. It's moving based on, obviously the NASDAQ's going. Without the inclusion, you're still probably up 7-8%. I mean, there's been a lot of names in sort of this new finance. Robinhood's been upside. Look at Affirm. See, there's 8% for Affirm. I think it's probably 7 or 8% for Robinhood as well. Don't hold me on that. I haven't really looked at it. Okay, well, there it is, 8%. Yep. So, and that's what I said. Like I just said, Shopify would probably be 7 or 8% without this news. So if you take that news away, Shopify could pull back probably 3% on this. So if we do that kind of a work and say Shopify pulls back 3%, then that gives us that $100 mark, right? So there you go. So just pulled up some names there out of the blue that match, and not that XYZ. Let me see what that is doing quickly. We got to go back over the desk because we have a lot of stuff to cover here. We're still not too much to go. But there's XYZ up 5 as well. So some of these names, may have found some decent bottoms. Shopify definitely has, with a good catalyst. I think that's the one I'd buy. So $100 pull back there for Shopify.
All right, we'll continue along here. I'm still looking for something on Lilly on its way back down in a hurry here. They are talking, just be aware, they are talking about drug companies right now on CNBC. So nothing substantial as of yet, but we'll keep an eye out for Eli Lilly specific. Let's go to crypto here to the upside this morning as well. Nowhere near as much as equities, just 1% right here for IBIT. Bouncing off 59 though, but positive anyway.
We almost got to 106,000 over the weekend, Brendo, just shy of that level. Good look here. This article positing, Joe, $122,000 price target. That would still leave me the loser in the bet, Brendo, if that were to happen. No, guys, last week we recorded about $882 million in net inflows into these ETFs, the digital assets ETF. And since the year began, can you believe this? $63 billion in net inflows into Bitcoin ETFs. Forget about ETH and everything else. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Yeah, but very bullish over the weekend, Brendo. I was actually kind of thinking about this. I'm like, maybe, Bitcoin was kind of running in the same way that it was gold because people were looking for a risk-off investment. That's what we had been seeing with gold. I was worried that once money started flowing back into equities, the Bitcoin trade would kind of dry up. We're not seeing selling yet, but the day is not over.
When's your birthday again?
The 25th.
Still Bitcoin. Still time.
We're not getting to 125 by the 25th. I mean, it's not a 0% chance, but it's not that likely. And one of the things that is a bit, it's not crazy, but one of the reasons why I think you're lagging a bit here and not as bullish on Bitcoin, at least today, has to do with what we did over the weekend. Like, you gapped through 105, and then all we're doing is sort of chilling out right back in a range-bound form. Like 105 still, in theory, resistance, and then you got like 103.5 out here. So I was looking at some of the other names that are adjacent, and don't normally think of it this way, but all of a sudden, Mara is breaking back out. So it's been in that downward trend. It had that resistance at $15, and you've cleared that out. I mean, 15 would have been that ideal spot because that's the prior high, but then you've got $16 in here, which is oddly enough the same as Zim. They both have a very similar price action if you pull back in here. So yeah, I mean, as long as we hold on to that shelf, it's like 102.8 to 103, or a support level, I suppose now. Then Mara here at the 16 level, starting to look pretty good. It's like it bounces off the teens, and then it gets up a little bit, and then it starts to sell off. That's the pattern here with Mara. It had just broken that pattern when it lost like that 13 area. So I think it's I wouldn't want to be holding this forever. I'm really not much for the miners, but at least for today, I'm holding on to that prior high. Call it the March top as a dip buy for Mara.
All right, look, man. Shout out to everybody that kind of followed the lead here. I mean, we talked about XRP at $2. That's now 30% higher, right? This was a couple weeks ago. So we bought at $2. We're glad we talked about that one. It's altcoin season right now. I said to Neil, I woke up today and got a fill at 2,500 on Ethereum. So I actually got out of pretty much, I'm still holding some in ETHE, but pretty much out of all of them right now and sitting in a little bit of cash. I would love to get just in my crypto account, and sitting in way too much cash in my other accounts too. But there it is, 42% up for Ethereum. This is in the last 7 days, like, you know, and just let alone what's been happening right now in the last day or so. There's XRP up huge, Binance Coin, like all these altcoins. Look at our guy over here, Dogecoin, 43% to the north side, 28 for your boy Cardano as well. A lot of these names really starting to go. I mean, I can talk about I can't really talk about all these because I don't know them, but when you're looking at some of these numbers here in all these altcoins, look at Pi Network. Shouldn't that be like at a different price, 3.14, something like that? Yep. Right there, $1.32 though right now, so that has at least a triple in it, right? But anyways, 122%, 20. Like they're all doing what we thought they would do. Thankfully, Tether and USD Coin holding fort, right? We don't want to see that. We want to see that. And then there's Bitcoin up 10. I mean, what a great movement there. You know, will we get over that 3.5 trillion market cap? Looks like we're going to do that. Next top 4. I don't think it's an impossibility that Bitcoin does get 20% from here, or not 15% from here in 2 weeks. I mean, I do think that that's possible. And I think no matter who wins this bet between Sharif and Joe, everyone will be happy. Wins, yeah. This is going to be a good one there, and I'm glad that they have the bet on just so we can talk about it. But I am really, really happy, obviously, with some of this crypto holding. And, you know, my last buys, we told you I bought by accident twice, once at 86 and once at 84. So, yeah. I mean, things are going. The plan was to try to get 3 coins, and you know that plan is getting closer and closer to happening. But we're not buying anything up here at 104. It's actually done a lot better. It was just at 103.9, and I was like, maybe the weakness today is in crypto, and it doesn't look like that's the case. It looks like it's trying to go higher right now. So I know all aboard, honestly, the Bitcoin train, all aboard NASDAQ and everything. It's been a great run early today. Will we pull back as this day happens? I think early there's a good chance for pullback, but maybe it doesn't, man. And it just keeps on rocking. And at which point we're going to look back and say, wow, 104 was a decent price. Hi, Ramin. 104 was a good price there on BTC. So yeah, we'll wait for some pullbacks.
All right, all aboard the China train? Maybe? I don't know. Almost 8% here for XPeng, leading the way as far as EVs specifically are concerned. NIO lead. Do we even talk about those anymore? I don't know. $21 though, a huge level if you zoom out on XPeng as well. But I mean, everything. Pick one. Huge games. 6.5% for Alibaba. Right?
Yeah, I was reading an article this morning, Brendo, that the e-commerce, EV manufacturing, and the cloud data business set to be the biggest benefactors of this new trade deal. We'll have to see if that ends up panning out, but that is what the article wrote. You have to keep an eye out for, though, you know, the market optimism. Obviously, it's the tariff easing, short-term trade normalization. We'll keep an eye out on that. But separately, I was reading another article that about 1,700 different manufacturers in the Shenzhen area, which is in the southern part near Hong Kong, actually went out of business in the last month as a result of the drop in exports to the United States. So, you know, we didn't hear a lot about it from their media, Brendo, maybe by design, but definitely they were feeling the pressure, and you have to assume that they were definitely motivated to get this deal done.
Apparently. Anyways, more to come. Obviously, more conversations, more details as far as the length and some of the terms on this deal as well. But that being said, everything, guys, China-related higher today.
And higher by a bunch, too. So the percent gains are somewhat in line with some of their tech cohorts, right? Like Baba's up 7. I mean, I guess Amazon's up a little bit more than that. But the interesting thing for Alibaba in particular is like you actually have like a level here of resistance. Like this lower high was pretty distinct around 135 to 138, and it's more like the 138. So I could see if you get into that, there I could see some selling coming in. The interesting thing about BABA is it already did a pretty decent dip buy. Like it went from 34.5 into 32 and has been sort of pulling back in there. Like I don't necessarily love these guys as much for a dip. You know, like there's a lot of names in here that we'll probably, well, we didn't really talk to people. Well, we'll talk about the chips in a second, I guess. So that's actually a good one. Now we'll talk about the chips here in a second. Like I know I like Apple. You know, I know I'm looking at Micron and potentially NVIDIA. But when it comes to the Chinese names, I'd almost rather do a mean reversion if we get a strong move into that 138. I feel like if the dip buy's already happened, I don't want to try and double dip there. I'd rather stick with USA Tech. Like if it hadn't done this kind of a move already, I might be a little bit more inclined. But like, there's just nothing in here for that gap. Like I like what I see in Apple, where I actually have a level that you can work off of and previous price history. So I feel a little bit safer there. And I think if we get to 138 on BABA, that's where I'd start thinking short today. Today, anyways.
You remember we have the yin and the yang and stuff like that. Yang, here it is right here. This is the daily Chinese bear. You can go the other way as well. But just if you wanted to get some juice in the portfolio here, you know, down 10% right now. So if you like that yin and yang, so that's yang, and then the other one would be, I guess it's ying, Y-I-N-G? Is that how? No, it's yin.
It's yin, I think maybe.
Yin, yeah, W-I, there it is, yeah, of course, not ying. Right there, yin. So there it is right there. Again, now up 10%. So I just want to bring these to everyone's attention. We do have also K-Web is another big one to look to trade. So I haven't really looked at any levels. Like I said, we're getting a little long here. So we're going to go over and talk about some semis. But just for you guys to note, you know, K-Web, a big one, FXI, yin and yang, two big names to look at in the Chinese space. So just get excited again today. I'm going to stay away from China. I would rather look at FXI, but let's go talk about some semis because only 3 minutes to go and obviously a big trade target.
Yeah, quickly. I mean, the story is basically the same. Remember last week, NVIDIA up big time on this H20 story for China specifically. Now we get the follow through here on the weekend headline.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Are we going to get any removal of the restrictions, the the AI diffusion rules, Brendo, that have been kind of hurting a lot of these exports? Do we get a pullback on them in the later agreement? Nothing yet.
Yeah, fading out a little bit, though, guys, right now for this group.
Yeah, a little bit, I suppose. The market pulled a little bit back, but not much. Look, I like Micron. Right now, Micron gapped 8% to the upside. It's been above VWAP the whole morning, even all of these moves. And you can go back to that April top here, like our whatever we want to call that high. I mean, some people can call it Liberation Day turn or whatever it is. But that's about $90. So into anything in front of the 90 to 90 and a half, I'm going to like. I think VWAP is a little bit tight. If there is a sell-off, this provides a nice little dip buy opportunity there between 90 and 95 on Micron. I have like 119 written down for NVIDIA. That would be, I think, a heftier gap move back in. Like I can see Micron pulling that back in because it's a smaller percentage of the move. Whereas NVIDIA, that'd be half the move if it pulled back into 119. So yeah, this one's on my radar today, up 8%, and looking very strong. But all the chips look really strong right now. I mean, they're all gapped similarly. Yeah,
I was thinking about the yin yang twins there. Good point there. I had the grills. I had my grills in and everything like that earlier, so I wanted to. So I wrote down NVIDIA here 118. Like we're not going to get like. Again, you know, we're writing this thing down. You know, we've got the 200 period is down here at 118 at 8 o'clock. But, you know, obviously now we're at 120. It still continues to go higher here. I think we always talk about all hail the king. And NVIDIA really is the right one to trade, in my opinion, today. Back in anywhere for this. I mean, the 200 period, everything down here on the 5-minute chart is in this 119 to 118 area. So that's actually where I started the bidding right now. I have a bid on NVIDIA of 119 and change there. Marvell, I think, has a lot of juice back there to the upside as well. This bottom was like 45, was it? Yeah, 45, maybe the very bottom. Now up to 65 right there, so 50% back on Marvell. That was obviously a good dip opportunity. We were talking about doing some of that there at $50, didn't do it, but Marvell, a good name as well. IBIT trying to go only 104 right now. Apple off the open, and Eli Lilly just continues to make moves higher, right? I mean, it made that move to 740, pulled back into 720 again, now 725. RFK and Trump going to be speaking momentarily, apparently. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. But yeah, with only 10 minutes left, Intel as well, $22. Pretty happy with that one, but that's spiking to the downside now. So, okay, Adara, how's it going? There it is. We do have our big open today with only 3, 2, 1. All right, get long, everybody. Punch long, go nuts. No, we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening. Apple falling back in a little bit into 210 already. So there it goes, a nice move downside right here. I am bidding Apple, but it's not until 206. We have a really low level there. What's going on with NVIDIA? So we're getting that pullback that we sort of thought in the market, but look at what NVIDIA is doing. They're saying pullback NEPA. They're ripping to the upside as well. Palantir, downside tick. Down. We didn't even look at the imbalances. What are we even doing? 119 and change now for Palantir. That's pulling back real nice like right there. So weakness early in Palantir. 118.50, a level for
really coming in.
Apple's coming in too. Okay, so there. I mean, this is exactly what we wrote down. We'll look for a move lower off the open. It looks like Apple, good call, Neil. That's giving it to us right now, as is PLTR.
Well, I'll tell you what's not like
not in anything yet.
The chips are a little bit stronger because AMU's move actually was to the upside. So I'm still thinking dip buy with the market coming back in like it is, but we'll have to be a little bit patient here. Apple is screaming, everybody. Screaming down into the 208 level and really starting to pull back in here. I wanted it starting at the 207. We'll see if we get that opportunity. Zim.
Same.
Okay, Zim is
I'm bidding Apple 206, so you'll be long
So
before.
let's see if we get, I mean, Apple's going to get down there.
What's it?
No, Zim was one of the names I was also looking for. Sorry, just Apple's going to come in. Zim shipping, $16 is the level I like. Let's see if it comes in. 15.8 is my out zones, like 15.75, 15.8, but that's above the volume weighted average price and actually looking a little bit better than more or less everything else. It's Apple that's doing the biggest sell-off in here. So here comes, it just broke 208 now.
Wow.
Now heading to 207. NVIDIA's not doing anything. Well, goodness, we didn't even look at Tesla. Yeah.
We did look at Tesla a little bit when Randy was here, but that was early.
We'll get to Tesla in a bit, but Apple starting to, it's trying to put in a little bit of a bid here, but it's still very, very heavy. I'm sitting...
It's a big move down.
Yeah, it's a big move down. I'm sitting here at...
I might try some Palantir. I mean, it's just it's
turning like right in front of my order.
It's a big move. So we'll go long. First position right now on Palantir, down into 118, but we are still going a lot lower, it looks like. But we're long at 118.20s, 118.15 now on Palantir. So let's ring some register if we can. We just got something out there at 118.50 before this had that move down. The low on Palantir right here. We're going to try to respect whatever that low is. 118 break, or there it goes. Let's go. Hopefully we do get this move higher now for us, and we'll be laughing on PLTR. Here it is, man. A nice little early winner right now on Palantir. Let's see what winds up happening. But yeah, right now the market just a little tipsy-turvy. We called a pullback, but the pullback's in right now. We're looking to go long TQQs as well, if that does break above 65.50, where VWAP is on the NASDAQ. But hey, that's just an early bump. I don't know what's going bump in the night, but the market is falling down, and Palantir is kind of joining it right now as well.
Well, I can tell you, forget about Zim, because it's like 17. It's just squeezing right now on Zim. You just cancel. If it drops 10%, I'm not going to be sitting on the bid of this thing if it gets down there. So yeah, Zim shipping, I forget the exact name of it. Zim something shipping holdings, whatever.
Zim
I'm just like, I'm baffled as to how the market is pulling back the way that it is, and we're not going to be able to get any of that. So Apple really starting to churn in here. The way that it sold off, we get into the volume weighted average price, not making this mistake like we did with NVIDIA the other day. We want to make sure we grab any turn off of the volume weighted average price here. Micron's absolutely churning, so the chips are strong. The shipping names are strong. I got to get to Tesla at some point here, but yeah, you're starting to run into a bit of resistance. I want to see this VWAP get at least tested here at 209.
Yeah, good luck there. I'm going to, oopsies. I still want to have a buy order in on
Market
Apple.
is really weak.
Yeah, 210. Yeah, is it? Yeah. I guess-
NASDAQ is weak right now.
Yeah, there's no, yeah, you're right. The NASDAQ is falling down pretty nicely there. All right, so we take one hit on Palantir, man. We tried to go 118. We lost it. It came out. So that was an early take there. Good look, obviously, on Apple as that's trying to rip up. The other name that was really hard move higher early was Amazon, and that's trying to, as well, try to hold in and around this view up and pre-market lows of 208. So this is a pretty good level right there. I was waiting for the TQs again to make a little bit of a move higher through 65.50 VWAP, but that doesn't look like it wants to happen just this moment. Palantir is now breaking below 117, so that's going to be a level. We'll have to let the Qs try to settle down a little bit. If it does bump up, then we will take that. Right now, what's flying around on my radar, Shopify, we talked about that maybe at $100. Welcome everybody, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you're here with us. But there goes Shopify into 99, bounces off 100. We called 100 long on that one, but that was obviously tricky to do, down 4% off the open. Good move there. Palantir just took 117 again, waiting for Apple to go through 110, to be honest with you. But Palantir might not, 210, sorry. Palantir might not find a bottom, so we're going to wait on Palantir. That's tanking.
Well, the market might not find a bottom just yet.
Right.
So Apple couldn't get to that 210. It actually just curled at 209. It's heading right back in there. So I'm going to try the dip buy, same place. If we can get that 7 again, the market is looking incredibly weak. It's just weird to me because it's like can't get into Micron, which is breaking out the highs. This is a difference. Like market at the low, Micron breaking the highs, Zim breaking the highs. Tesla, on the other hand, is really filling the gap in to the downside, down to like 314. So this is one of those moments where you just have to be, it's like it be in the right stocks. So I want to be patient here with Apple. It's still, like I see it trending down right now. And until that reverses, I don't want to be fighting it when there were stocks I like to the long side, which are breaking out and going ham to set upside. I see people talking about SMCI as well in the chat. So when you're grouping things, like look at these guys go. Like they're holding VWAP and looking incredibly strong as well. So the chips, you can divide them into a couple of groups here. Not everything is flying the way you would expect it here. Oh yeah, there is that KNDY stock. There were a couple of crypto-related like mergers that are small caps. Dude, it's not KNDY. What the heck? No, it's something.
KDLY, I think it is.
Yeah, it's KDLY. KDLY, that's the one. So a couple of crypto-related mergers, and this one just, was it halted? It looks like it was just, it was down halt and it just reopened. So these are absolutely flying to the upside as well. So patience with Apple. I do still want to be long this thing, but the way it's sold off and it's not bouncing, not a huge fan of it. Micron's coming into VWAP. Zim's starting to come back in, so I'm going to try and buy some dips in those bad boys. We're sitting at 207 again for Apple. And I'm going to wait for the volume weighted average price here on Micron because it doesn't look like we're getting 90 even on this. 9%.
I know, crazy moves. So you just talked about Micron. I'm into two new. Thank you, Fabian. 12,000 of you watching. Wow. Okay, here we go. 15 cents, not huge. Let's wait to see what winds up happening with Nvidia, the new name that I'm in right now, as that's trying to go. We do have a new player as well. We wrote down SMR on the sticky note today at 18. That just came in, and we didn't get any out. As I was wondering if we sort of might have had a little bit of a bottom, but we're going to sit around 20s now, see if we can get something out. But here we go, man. If Nvidia breaks 121.50, it's the low of the day, which is why I sort of picked it. It's been bouncing. Oh, there it goes. Too bad it's going to drop out. But I was going to say, that's the name that I was looking at that low of the day for Nvidia. We may have just got stopped out there on the low, but it looks like it wants to go lower right now, breaking. So we're out of that one on a 121.50 break. That might be a little early on that one. Palantir also trying to bounce around now as well. Just made that high. We went short 118 and out a little bit there at 70. So they made a little bit back there, but we were trying to go long on Nvidia, and that's falling out. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on the market. Donald Trump is set to deliver this press conference. It was supposed to start at 9:30 a.m. alongside Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., who is, of course, the Health and Human Services Secretary. So stay tuned for that. Once that press conference begins, I will let you guys know, and I'll provide any updates. Back to you.
Well, we're starting to drop now. This is what happens when you don't have any short ideas.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Well, I mean, if we popped, I liked Alibaba, and I kind of liked Merck. Whoops.
Market getting merked.
That's a New York stock, and then but Merck, look at this bad boy fly. Like you want to mean revert. Like you saw what happened to Eli Lilly. Those names are really, really churning to the upside here. So Eli Lilly, Merck, probably Pfizer as well, but crazy, crazy action. All right, here comes Apple. I mean, ultimately, I'm not even getting filled in Micron. Oh, never mind. I just got Micron back at VWAP, but here comes a 207 test on Apple. So for the first time today, we're in something that isn't Apple. And it's trying to bounce off this it's right back at 207. I'm going to try and get that reload in there. And then Micron at VWAP as well. So MU up a boatload, but testing the volume weighted average price. If we lose pre-market support at 92.5, then this one comes out. But this was relatively strong, so I feel pretty decent about this. Holding VWAP while the market held some of those lows. So the high is 94 change. I want to make sure we're scalping something out into that because the market is deciding to sell the news here. And you're seeing it live.
Yeah, for sure. We decided to get right back into Palantir off of NVIDIA off of 121. The name we should have got back into, I meant Palantir, because that bottomed out. Now, whether or not we're going higher now, I'm not sure. I don't mean like we need to hop into it right now, but watch out for that as being a new low. Here we go. Let's go. A little bit back now on NVIDIA. Let's take some more out here at 120-150 as looks like we just bounced off of there. We're still into SMR. Obviously, we haven't got any outs there yet either. But NVIDIA 121.31, just to let you guys know, we got a 48 fill there on the upside. We're looking to get one more of those, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit higher into the 70s after this, and let's see if we can make that back on an early dump there on NVIDIA. We'll see if that can get going. You just mentioned Merck, Eli Lilly bouncing around as well. An ETF that, I've liked for a minute, hasn't really performed that well, is XBI. And you can see right there as the biotechs are going upside. Let's figure out, as I see Randy out of the corner of my eye, let's see Tesla. Tesla dumped City and now trying to get back upside. Maybe a 316 or so take there on Tesla could be something that we're watching out for. But there goes NVIDIA flying to the high side. So that's going to be a good take. 314 on Tesla is the bottom. We'll watch out for that. But here we go. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go. We'll see if we get another piece out here at 50s. There it goes. Now we'll see if we can fly higher here, Randy, as we get back to the upside. Man, I saw gas prices were pretty expensive here this morning driving in. Changes. 110 right now for ExxonMobil, but I got my worries here with NVIDIA all. But Apple's down at 207. That's probably a good pickup again.
Well, it bounced off 207, this time only to the $0.50 as, look, the last time it was kind of clean. It flew right up to 209, and now you're right back at that low. So I want to see the strength start to come into this a little bit more. I'm actually offering north side 08 here after getting the $0.50. Let's see how far we can bounce because the market, I mean, look, let's pull up the cues. Because right now, whoops, why is it still up? There we go. The market has yet to put in a green candle and we're downward trending. So you can't fight this thing forever if we're just going to continue this off the open range. Like Micron bounced VWAP, goes right into the $0.50, goes 93, just like Apple, into the $0.50, and then breaks the volume weighted average price to the downside. So I don't want to fight it. I want to see us round off the bottom, show a little bit more strength, something along those lines. Because there goes Apple. Apple just broke 207.
Oh my gosh.
So we got the first bid was clean to 09. Second one, I add on the way up. It can't break the $0.50. Now you're breaking the low. So it's going to have to back off and be a little bit more patient than we thought we were going to be. The dip and rip has not been super clean in here. And if you just look at those pharma names, like, my goodness, like trend back up on Eli Lilly. We showed you guys what was happening over there in Merck. Merck's at $80 right now as it continues to go. The only long that I haven't had a chance at that I'm not even jazzed to get is that Zim. Like Zim is at least holding that pre-market low, but the way that we're trending down, it's 945. Can allow this to calm down a little bit, like make that rounded bottom, put in some higher lows, show me that we're going to get a little bit more strength. So I'm still looking at the same three names: Micron, Apple, is not a New Zealand stock, and Zim. But I just want to see a little bit more strength. If I'm bottoming tail wick, I don't mind taking a third shot at it after we've broken out of this trend. So you just be patient. Oh, there's also that GRYP along with that other crypto-related merger stock. And those have been halting all over the place. Their GYRP is also moving. Chill Vibe saying Palantir is kind of strong.
Yep, it is.
I do want to look at Palantir at some point, but that might have been a bottoming tail at that 07 on Apple. And if it closes above, then I'm going to try to get back into this long opportunity. Right now the market's still a little bit heavy, but the Nasdaq's up 3%. Not doom and gloom here.
No. I don't think there's any doom and gloom here. But yeah, it is a little bit of a pullback. We'll take another L on NVIDIA going long, but now we'll try. I mean, they're L's, but like we're capturing profits on the way back up. It's just, it's not giving us like, we're getting stopped out on a much bigger percentage. Like the most we're getting out is like 10, 15% because waiting for a bigger move back. So a couple bids there. Okay, here goes NVIDIA right now. We're long 30 cents in, but we'll wait to see if that goes. You're 100% right about the strength in Palantir. We'll see if we can get some strength here in SMR. That's another name. Looking elsewhere, what about Uber? They were pretty weak last week. We sort of talked about the demise of Uber last week a little bit there. Lyft was going upside. Uber was coming back in. So nice little dip by opportunity today. Maybe an Uber down 1%, or sorry, up 1%, but down on the day, right back into VWAP. So Uber is a kind of a good look there. As XBI and some of these healthcare names continue to climb a little bit higher. Thanks, Randy, for the reload as that is coming. We had Palantir early, and I do think that this one could be the play for sure to battle us back here on Palantir. I actually was bidding 117.50s. I still actually 117.40s on that. I look at it right back in, but we've missed that bid. But here we go, 50 cents back. Let's take another piece out here. There it is. We take out some 40s there on NVIDIA. Maybe this can climb and be the one
100.
that we want. Again, Shopify back to 100. Okay, so that would be a good little look. We're watching NVIDIA now. We have at least a little bit here down near the bottom.
Yeah, I just reloaded in Micron, which held the low, but Shopify is now holding the $100 level. So remember, it was pulled back 99 technically. If you go to a 15-minute chart, 99, there's your prior resistance level, but it just bounced off that and also bounced off 100 and trying to put in some higher lows. But MU just came in here. I know Shop has its own story as well. Remember, they're being added to the NASDAQ end of the week, so effective on Monday. So they got their own story. So holding on to pre-market lows is Micron. I've jumped back in. Want to be adding to this if it can hold above the volume-weighted average price and see if we can't get this one to continue going. And then Zim is the only one I have not traded into. That's back above VWAP here. Starting to look a little bit more constructive or better. I hate the constructive term. Something analysts say a lot. Looking a little bit better. Nice rounded bottom if we can hold the volume weighted average. So I want to see this close the 3-minute above this VWAP, or I'm still waiting for us to test closer to 16 even. So still going to play a little bit of a patience game. I did think the Chinese ADRs were, I thought BABA was a short at 138. I don't think we're going to see that today in this kind of weakness. BABA might turn into a shorted at the pre-market high instead of waiting for some price that's never going to get there today anyways. So yeah, strong gaps up in the market that haven't held the way you would like. Just a matter of trying to figure out that next move. Are we going to break trend here and we can jump back into some longs, or are we just patiently waiting for this downward trend to continue and give us a better opportunity at some lows? Really, the only first good move for me was that first Apple look. Everything else since then, we're still trending down.
Yeah, I'm going long here. Palantir is a monster. I'm going to try to go long Palantir if we break 119. That's where VWAP is. So if that goes all the way back up, man, we had a 116 bottom there. Now it's just Rip City on that, man. SMR, maybe we could take something out now. It's only 11 cents. I'm still trying to wait for a little bit more. NVIDIA's been the one that's pulled back a little bit here as well. So that's also pulling back, as is the market right now. So I'm still waiting for that. Palantir, I don't want to punch the top, but I also don't know where the top is. So if we can get, bless you, if we can get a move up through here, 119, I'm going to go long, and I'm just going to try to get out, only hold this 50 cents. So if this breaks back down below us, then we're going to get out and hopefully not be a disaster. We're not trying to push huge amount of shares here at all or anything with that one. The Tesla selling, people are telling us here in the chat. It's heavy, but it's okay though. Still up 5%, still trying to hold that 312 area there for Tesla. I think Palantir is going to be the one that we get into next. Tesla 309 or so, a decent level there. We have 310 coming on the 200 period, on the 50 period 5-minute mark. So that looks like a decent opportunity to buy some Tesla as we were up at 320 back into 310. So maybe that FOMO is getting away from a lot of people here this morning as the markets pull back. I mean, it's literally exactly what we wrote. I was waiting for a little more dramatic, I guess, and it doesn't look like that's happening. So yeah, maybe it is time to start to buy. Look where Amazon is, man. Amazon's right at the 200 on my chart on a 1-minute chart. So it is pulling back down a little bit here is Amazon, so that could be a good buy against that low of 205 if we're looking for dip buy opportunities. But the next trade for me is going to be Palantir because it's in there right now. So here we go. We're now long Palantir. Let's see if we can get going. We're going to give it down to 118.50 or so on PLTR, but we're long in this name. Hopefully it doesn't just completely collapse against me, but it's worth the risk, I think, there. We're buying a little late on it. 118 pullback is possible. We'll average it in at 118.50, but so far, Palantir, we just got in it right there. I said it wasn't going to be a huge trade, so let's wait to see if we get something back here at 118.50 on Palantir, but I like the movement on that. All right, let's get something out here at 34s on NVIDIA, so we'll just do that for a pullback, and let's just chant and cheer for PLTR because maybe this is the one for us. Wouldn't be surprised if we can get back first out maybe 119.80 or so. Let's see if we can get that PLTR trying to go average it back at this 118.50. Then if we lose 118, then I think we might as well be cooked on Palantir. So we'll wait to see if that comes in, man. A loss of 118 is my stop. I'm going to put it in right now. New position.
Yeah, and well, it's not, Micron's not new, but a new position in Zim here. Micron's trying to bounce off 92 and the pre-market low. Zim just held on to the volume-weighted average price after bouncing 16.6. If it loses 16.6, I'm out and waiting for that 16 area. So you're getting a little bit of pep in the NASDAQ step here. Apple, I thought was going to be a good reload at 07, but after getting ticked out, I didn't want to chase the moves. I'm still waiting for the 07 level to come back. You're still very much trending to the downside here. So Zim's a new one. Micron, we've already been in this one for a little bit. And let's go to Adara, see what we have going on at the desk.
Yeah.
It has to do with the fact that Donald Trump, about 20 minutes late here, has stepped onto the stage for his press conference with RFK Jr. I also want to mention here, if you're looking at small caps, GRYP on watch. This one was mentioned earlier today. Griffin Digital set to take American Bitcoin public through a merger deal. So GRYP on watch here, as well as all of these pharma names, because we are expecting a pharma-related announcement with regards to drug prices from this press conference. It is starting now. I'll be covering it. I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Good era. All right, so I was just saying to Neil, like I get into one and the other one goes down. All right, so we're still watching, obviously Palantir's pulling back, like thanks Palantir. But NVIDIA right now is going. So what we're making on NVIDIA, we're losing on Palantir, and that's what I was saying, trader's dilemma, of course. But there it goes now to the upside is NVIDIA. So because Palantir's been, it hasn't been too much of a rough ride, but it is a little bit. We're long right now 118.70 or 80s. We talked about trying to dip buy in there into the 50s, so we did get that dip buy, but again, trying to hold out for a Palantir move higher into the 80s would be pretty nice. We're right there right now. So let's offer. I'm still looking at NVIDIA. Okay, there we go. We got some 88s out right now on Palantir. We'll see if we can get anything in the near the O's, and then maybe we go a little bit higher. But there's Palantir off of a nice dip buy. Let's see if there's any follow through in the market. We're getting it on NVIDIA. You're long this Zim stock there.
Well, I actually just punched out of Micron, but
all right.
No, that was probably the wrong call. It's still trending down, lower highs and all that good stuff, but my gut was like, let it get above the volume-weighted average price. You got the dip, and now it's into VWAP. When Apple got into VWAP, it was a pretty clear turn. And all right, on that note, see what I mean? Apple was a pretty clear turn. Now it's all the way back at the 207 level. So I just got the dip back into Apple and out of Micron in front of 93, although Micron's looking incredibly strong at this point. Mr. Long Shorts, I haven't looked at ARM, but I'm glad to see it's holding up well, at least according to you there. So that would be good.
Long Short.
207, if we make a fresh low on Apple, every time makes a fresh low, I'm willing to get out. Just a couple of cents underneath it. You give it a little bit of room, but not a heck of a lot more. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're still trending down on a boatload of stocks. And then I go back to Micron. Micron, yeah, this might be going. It might be going. We can get some higher lows there. And I will look at ARM for you, Mr. Long Shorts.
Mr. Long.
Yeah, look, it's about the same chart as Micron. Holding the volume-weighted average price. You had a dip early, and the dip is a higher low now. So relative strength, I 100% agree. Putting in higher lows when the market was making fresh lows and trying to hold on to VWAP. But Micron was the one on my list because of the percent gain and where it was going. Next available dip, I'm adding back into this. We're back into Apple as well. And then as you said, it's like one goes, the other doesn't. Zim, which is New York. Not ZM. Zim, which is New York, just lost its support levels. So it's like you get the bounce on Apple, you get the bounce on MU, And then the third one decides it wants to break lower. So yeah, fail for you, Zim. And at least until it gets to 16, I'm going to back off this. You want to stick with the ones that are going and working and be able to back away from the ones that aren't.
Yeah, so first dollar club for me today is right here with NVIDIA, because there it goes, man. We take the dollar and it's starting to rip up higher here. So good little bottom pick, obviously, on NVIDIA. But, you know, the story, I hope, is not over, because we've taken some hits here. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. The market is really rallying now off of some of those bottoms. We did say an early move down was something that we were looking for. So, yeah, buddy. Look what's happening right here with SMR. Let's go, man. This is another one. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon on this one. Another call for us on SMR. I was waiting there at 34s. Let's see if that can get higher. But there goes NVIDIA now, 122. I'm going to take out some more as we continue to get up there for NVIDIA. So a couple good takes there. And of course, Palantir going Oppo right now. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in AAPL. Apple on watch. Donald Trump just mentioned here that Tim Cook of Apple apparently spoke to Trump this morning, and then he stopped just short of out and out saying that Tim Cook and Apple are going to up their $500 billion investment in the U.S., but he did say here that Apple is building a lot of plants in the U.S. So potentially we this could be on watch here with an investment increase, but Donald Trump stopped just short of announcing that and just said that he and Tim Cook are in talks. They're building in the U.S. He also just said here that he'll speak to Xi of China, quote, at the end of the week, maybe. So more potential talks here between President Xi of China and President Trump here of the U.S., as indicated here by. Back to you.
Palantir just kept dropping there. I was like, oh, maybe there's Palantir news, but it just fell out. So we'll get in, out again on Palantir to slap another fail on that one. I mean, we were getting out of NVIDIA near the top, which was pretty good. And then now here's the mark again, falling back in. So yeah, we keep trying Palantir. I still think it's the one, but you know, too many tries. And at some point, you know, you got to leave it a little bit alone. But we're down here to 1750. Oops, that's still NVIDIA, sorry. It's coming back in right there. Again, that's still NVIDIA. Why isn't my charts ever changing when I do that?
I was hitting it twice.
Yeah, I'm hitting it twice or three times, it seems like. There's the long up to VWAP. There's the re-long, and then there's the drop as it breaks through 118. But looks like 117.50 does have something there. Well, we can see about a bid for this stock. Again, I just think it's going to go. And we've been wrong, so it doesn't really matter what I think right now. But Palantir is dropping into these levels. We could see if it holds this 117. That bottom is a little bit too low, man, 116.50. But here comes Palantir screaming lower.
Moves.
Yeah, the moves are pretty big today.
Well,
I don't know, maybe
IBIT was just breaking out 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm like, yeah, Bitcoin's going. I was over at Mara. I'm like, okay, let's get some continuation plays going and things that are actually strong here. And the second I'm thinking euphoric, it pulls right back in almost a full point into the volume weighted average price. So, I mean, that's still, let the opening range settle. That's what I feel about Zim right now. Like if I get back into Zim, I have to, you know, maybe I don't have to, but I'm going to wait till 10 o'clock. It's still trending down. It's holding pre-market lows. That's about 16.2. I liked it to 15.8 anyways, so, or 15.8 to 16. So I think patience is going to make sense. Apple, I mean, Trump headline or not, or whatever hit with Tim Cook. It's been bouncing off the 07.
The hookster.
Did I? Oh, I said Tim Hook.
Oh, that's funny, that's all. I like it.
Tim Hook.
The hookster.
Yeah, Tim Cook. Yeah, that's you talk long enough, you're gonna make some brain farts all the time. But yeah, it's holding the 07 regardless. This could be the first break of resistance if it can get through the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for places to add to this on Apple, but there's been no sign of anything but 07 holding as far as I'm concerned. And if it cannot hold on to this 08 half zone, I should be jumping out of it. It's just way too much weakness. And the way that they're selling things off on these pops, it's like it's going down faster than it's going up.
Yeah.
That's the concerning thing, is at least for now, most things are going down faster than they're going up. It's not everything out there in the market. If you look at Tesla in here, like its strongest candle outside of that dump at the open was actually a green one, but it just lost the VWAP as well. So just a little more patience, I think. I like what's happening in Bitcoin, and I don't want to forget about Mara, because we did I liked Mara for the long side the first time in a while, and I'm going to slap the fail for an obvious reason. Where did Mara pull back into, everybody? Friday high. Look at the turn, exactly the Friday high. So dip back into prior support held, but that also means continuation play here off volume weighted average price, or even the support at 16.5. I should already be in this one. It actually set up better than Zim.
We were waiting for 118.25s now, so we do have now back in the money 50 cents here on Palantir. But again, like this is the problem with today. It's like I'm waiting for these bigger moves, and when they don't happen, I wind up, punching out of the majority of the trade. So we're only out of 10% now as this goes higher. So if we do collapse in, I'm gonna have to take. I just offered some 04s. I'm gonna have to take some more out because I'm just like, there we go. The same thing just happened again. Oh, did we get those 04s? Oh, maybe we got those 04s when I offered them. Okay. Oh, no, we didn't. That's my first offer. Yeah, that's my first offer at 05. We didn't get our second one. That's still pending there. So, yeah, it's just like the market starts to go a little bit, and I'm thinking like, okay, maybe do we have a little bit of a bid happening right there? We did take out VWAP. I punched long at 119. We averaged that in. The average in was great. It's the initial punch that was wrong, and that, sending this now back in. So, again, dip buying, playing momentum, working, but the dips are continuing now. So I'm not going to average back into this one until we get much closer to 117 because the dip buys are happening for real right now on some of these markets, and including NVIDIA. We're going to wait to see what happens there. The TQs, a quick little shot now at the NASDAQ, and just have a quick look. Almost back into the day's low again. For this, we've already talked about a lot lower. If we're going to do anything, I'm still bidding 62s, I believe, anyways, on this. That's going to be still a ways away. 63 might be a bit better, but right now we continue to lose here on individual stocks. There goes Palantir right back down in again. It's fine. We're able to get some off. It's not like a big, huge position here, but no continuation for some of the plays that I've been looking at right now. That is for sure. It's 10 o'clock, though. We'll see if we can we just got a little bit of a dip by there in Palantir. Let's see if we continue this move, or if there is a bounce in the market. Let's go back over to the desk and see what Adara's all about.
This headline on Watch right now, again, CNBC and various outlets reporting that Donald Trump's going to be signing an executive order to cut some U.S. drug prices to match the prices of these items abroad. Now, this press conference is happening right now, but as of yet, he has not mentioned drugs other than to mention how they play a role in the China tariffs. Now, in case you missed it, U.S. and China pausing reciprocal tariffs, though Trump mentioning that some of these tariffs are still actually going to be on. Kind of knew that already, but interesting note here. If we get anything about the pharmaceutical tariffs, I will let you guys know right away. But as of right now, pharmaceutical prices have not been mentioned during Trump's comments. Here's Shopify. Shopify going to be added to the NASDAQ 100. So keep an eye on SHOP, said to be added to the index next week. Here's Eli Lilly, Moderna, and a whole host of other pharmaceutical names on watch, again, as Donald Trump is set to potentially sign a related executive order. PDD and a lot of these other Chinese ADRs on the move here after the China and U.S. 90-day tariff pause. Again, that's only the reciprocal tariff, so the U.S. does still have a 30% tariff on China as a whole, even after this pause. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and stay tuned. Back to you.
I know.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, it's just a lot happening right now, and what's crazy about it is like the one stock you might think would be maybe the most active for day traders haven't even looked too much at Tesla, and it's starting to look like it's in the bucket of strength, at least higher lows being put in and potentially breaking out. As I look over, it's like you see one thing starting to go, and we want to see some confluence throughout the market. I'm not really finding it. Like it's a very much a stock picker. It's like, what are you in right now? Apple is trending into the volume weighted average price. So if it loses VWAP, anytime it's trending like this into the volume weighted average price in an overall downward trending market, downward trending action off the open, if it loses VWAP and trend, I get out and wait for the 07 again. I got into Mara, and I saw someone in the chat saying, well, why don't you look at MSTR? I haven't looked at MSTR. I just like Mara technically. This breakout over a prior high, I'm like, if it holds on to 16, that looks really good. So that's why I'm into Mara. Well, it held on to that prior high. It's bouncing off VWAP and heading toward the high of the day. Bitcoin's holding solidly at 104 quarters right now. So as long as we can hold that trend and be relatively strong, I like the things above VWAP better than the ones under it. That's an easy thing to say at 10 o'clock, but I find it's a good way to separate things. So if we curl here, which it looks like we are, on Apple, and are going to lose 209 again, that means any 207 dip buys are running into trouble at 09. At a moment where the NASDAQ is consolidating in a downward trend under the volume weighted average price. Like the market is failing to break this trend down. Like I want to see us close this candle green ideally. I'd rather be buying things on trend above VWAP instead of catching these falling knives. There's a good chance we could be turning here, but until I see some things start to hold distinct higher lows, Apple's looking great. I think it churns into 210 if it can hold the volume weighted average price. And Mara going with Bitcoin, at least for now, I should say, right? Because said that before, and then you get that big reversal candle on a lot of names. The chips, some of the early strength is gone, so Micron not looking as good as it was before, but Apple's certainly working now.
All right, it's taking out some Palantir on the high side there. We do understand that. We do see what you guys are talking about with audio problems. Just refresh the browser. Like, there's only two options here you have to do is either refresh or refresh. So I'm gonna hit the refresh.
C, third option
on that one there. If you want that, Fabian and Andre working on audio issues for us. But over 12, well, we were just 12,000, 11,000 right now watching. We want to say thank you to everybody. Hit the like, man, hit the subscribe and all that. 11,200 watching, only 1.1. That's only 10%. That's pretty good math, right? 10% of you are hitting the like button. That needs to get a little higher than that right now. So please do that if you can as we're getting some more news. And thanks to Dara for dropping all the news to us as it's happening here live on the stream. So hit the like button. We'll check back on that in just a couple minutes. But wow, what I am not liking is this move down. And again, look, like we just got some out at 118, man. Now you're down to 116. I almost said 50s, 116.90 right there on Palantir. So yeah, man, this name is really goes bump in the night, and it's a little scary, and that is PLTR. It's bumping my net to the downside right now as we keep trying to buy this name. Not really sure why. It's weak today for sure. It's just giving us good feels every time the market bounces. Palantir seems to get on the back of it, but you know, the market right now just didn't retest lows, but 3 minutes ago we were about 5 handles away from 30 handles away. Looks like 5 on this, but a little bit away from those lows. So be careful here, trying to dip by many of these names. SMR, we're still waiting for 1750, but again, a good out there as we got right back into pre-market lows sort of, but SMR ahead of earnings also coming down a little bit now as well. We're only out of about 25% or so of SMR as that is bleeding a little bit. So a good reload there, not even a reload, just sort of a DCA dollar cost average here into PLTR and then an out, right? So like we just bought 90s, out 30s again, but still not better than my average price. It's kind of like just licking the wounds right now on Palantir as the market is really falling. We said we didn't have too many short ideas, wish we had, other than wait. And it's like it's 10:06, and like my short idea was wait for lows, right? I mean, we had written down Apple around 206. That only got to 207, now right back up there to 209 as Apple looks like it wants to get going. So why not PLTR? Come on, Palantir, man. We're waiting for that name to go. We've still got 40 cents on NVIDIA, which isn't bad. I'm going to take some out here at 25 if we can get that, because we just bumped into 40s again right there. There we go. We'll get it on NVIDIA. So yeah, just trying to hold out, Neil, to see if there's anything strong in this market, but we are getting cooked a little bit on the long for Palantir. That's the only one that's been a problem for us really so far because there's no bleed, there's no stopping right now. Tesla, again, like we just picked Palantir off the bottom. Everything else is ripping except for that. So maybe it has some pickup in it, but for right now, Tesla continues to work almost back to highs. Like we're not going to.
Going to.
Yeah, exactly. Like the market's trying to go. When I say highs, obviously the high of the day was the market open, right? But you know, you're starting now to get back into some levels that have been supported right there. So let's see if. I mean, it's going to be resistance right now, but above VWAP, let's see if we can take out that resistance and create some kind of support. So I'm just going to sit here, wait for Palantir to go because it's really lagging right now. And that's the kind of stuff that we're looking for, you know, relative strength and weakness. More outs here on NVIDIA because it's right at the highs that we've been at as well in the last 10 minutes. So let's get something out here on NVIDIA. We just might have missed that top. And here goes Palantir finally turning around for us a little bit.
Yeah, the market's creeping. NASDAQ's creeping into the volume-weighted average price. Apple's holding this trend. So if we get back underneath the trend line, which is connecting over VWAP right now for myself, I'm talking about the trend since it made the fresh low. We were stopped out once here on Apple. That's Sean's chart. If we can come to mine for a quick little second. Yeah, come to my chart for a second. So we were stopped out once, and the third time in, I'm holding for the trend line. The other thing that's happening here, though, is Like Mara's pulling back in. Like we're going higher in some places and we're pulling back in others. So it's very much the same as before, where you're getting strength for a hot minute in a couple of places and everything looks good, and then something else starts to sell off and the joining happens. If we get back and bounce off VWAP, I'll add back into this. Like I don't mind taking the bounce, but I'd rather see a top or bottoming tail candle or a consolidation here and then jump into more long. I like what's going on overall in this bounce, but I look at Bitcoin doing the same thing off the volume weighted average price. IBIT's going sideways off VWAP. So, and this starts to creep higher. I don't want to chase it too far. And the only other, outside of this and Zim, Micron was the other long that I liked out of the chip names.
Comes the market again.
And it's what is it doing? A whole lot of nothing. No continuation off of VWAP, which means wait for that low again like we had at 92. So I'm trailing out on trend break of Apple. I'm out underneath VWAP on Mara, and I'm not fighting if we don't break this trend on the NASDAQ and the overall market, I'm not fighting this for too much longer. And I still don't really have any feels for the short. It's just a matter of where can we get the most out of most profit out of these longs. That's what I want to see. I'm not going to let this break underneath trend and then hold it to the low. I'll just get back in at 207 if I have to on Apple, and we'll wait for a lower price on Mara if it can't get there. Yeah, 1320 Wolf. This, I feel exactly like you do right now. We just need a tweet. I feel like maybe we just need some kind of like a positive reinforcement somewhere to get this market to make that next leg up, because there's some strong stocks out there, but there's not enough confluence, or I don't know what the word is. Like you're only getting a few names strong, and we're not getting enough to give us that continuation to break out. I think that's part of the problem here. You can get some individual longs that work for a while, but we're not really going haywire. Part of it has to do with how far we gapped, I suppose.
All right. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls. Keep us posted, because if other people are going to complain about mic issues, we just want to know. But he's not hearing anything, so
okay, that's
so that's a good one there. Make sure you guys do double check your connections, of course, with us, and refresh. We've already sort of have that up there. So thank you, everybody, for that. All right. So we bought some more Palantir at the bottom. Whether or not it's the bottom or not, I don't know. We just talked about that. What am I doing with Meta right here? That's not the Canadian one. We don't want the Canadian one. Let's go over to Meta US again. So here we go. Beautiful. Like, just looking at the wrong names, because like we play off the 200 period, all the time. And look what Meta's done here today. 622, like it falls in. If you were buying off the 200, you're probably long there. You may take out a buck or so. It drops all the way back in. That would be another reload spot. 622, let's just say you hit 626, you get reloaded one more time again, and then you start to rip up to the high side into 630 again. So yeah, Meta really, really looking nice off of some technicals there. So great look there for Meta. Thank you, everybody, for bringing that one up. The biggest of the bear AI for me right now, let's go for Big Bear AI. It's not doing anything, up 5%. I just wanted to show that to you. If there's any sort of rippers going on, yeah, Loblaws, isn't that LOB? Well, here, hold on a second.
No, it's
it's in Canada, right? It's crazy. I don't even know the own symbols here for Canadian names. But I'll have to get. Is it LOB? Loblaws.
Why don't I
know?
It's not. It's just L.
It's just L. Okay. I was going to say we should know. Yeah, there it is. Loblaw. Loblaw.
Well, that's.
You know who owns Loblaw? Bob.
What?
Bob owns it.
Oh.
Bob Loblaw. Bob Loblaw. That's like an old joke that my grandfather used to say to me about Loblaws there. He was like, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, all right. So Palantir goes blah, 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 to the upside as well a little bit right now. Let me take out something here in the 30s, just because we had just bought in the 80s again on Palantir, waiting to see if that one goes upside again. But yeah, just joking aside about blah, blah, blah. But yeah, nice move to the downside. This is the major grocery chain here in Canada, and falling back in a little bit. They own many different brands, and No Frills, Shoppers Drug Mart, all that kind of stuff. So again, a major grocery brand coming. What was the other one?
They print as well.
Oh yeah. Well, they're not printing now, but yeah, nice downside play there for Loblaws off the high. I don't know what Bob's doing there, but he's doing something. All right, so. No, you're never going to stop, Joe? All right, so 117 right now going higher. I'm going to get out of another piece right now of this name on Palantir as we cheer on for Alex Karp and company. I'm rating at 58s. There we go. We get that fill right now as Neil's getting some mic work done. Nice upside move there. I was at a crazy wrestling event on Saturday night, man. It was 20-man gauntlet there. I saw old school wrestlers like Rhino and Billy Gunn and some funny guys. Maple Leaf Wrestling or something entertainment. It was hilarious. It was at Old Maple Leaf Gardens. It was fantastic. Thanks my brother for that one, man. Brought the kids. It was hilarious right now. But yeah, Billy Gunn. Oh, you didn't know? But that's Road Dogg. Yeah, better call somebody. All right. Yeah, I know that people aren't going to stop with that blah, blah, blah thing either. But yeah, we love Billy and Bart Gunn there. Degeneration X is in the building. Those guys are old dudes.
Give them the DX, baby.
Yeah, I liked, my least favorite DX member was X-Pac. Least favorite.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No, I liked him. I just liked the Road Dogg and Billy Gunn, obviously Triple H, Shawn Michaels there, Kevin Nash. I
liked X-Pac.
Oh, so did I. I liked X-Pac too.
You know what? I didn't have position boards.
I mean, Shawn Michaels.
I don't know that I had a favorite out of the group. I think over time, I started to, I always thought Triple H was a really fantastic heel.
Yeah.
He's just one of the best villains they've ever had, just in terms of what we could do. So just, there it goes. And position board's back.
Boom.
All right. Well, position board's back, so I don't really have to tell you. We're
Mick
in the
Foley,
stage too
bang,
long.
bang.
Let's go to Adair. We've got some news.
Keep an eye here on these healthcare names. This is Eli Lilly trying to bounce a little bit here, but still making lower highs, lower lows. Basically, we have Donald Trump saying that his plan here is more about the EU having to pay more for healthcare, and he says he doesn't think that his plan with regards to lowering prices that Americans are paying for drugs should actually impact healthcare companies. So again, Donald Trump framing his policy on paying for drugs in the U.S. is actually not necessarily being harmful for these healthcare companies. Back to you.
We just want to say, I don't know if we have the Studio 8. Can we hit that promo? I don't have it on the board right now because you are hearing quite a bit of noise from the background, and we want to just apologize to everybody because that's what's going to happen around here for a minute. There it is, man. We are taking this studio down. You know, we're kind of like Undertaker throwing Mick Foley off of the Hell in the Cell. It's going to be a rough ride until the downside. So stay with us. Thank you. Those might be, we just realized that might have been some of the mic issues. But we got to clean it up back there. So I don't know if you have, we could show the camera. There it is. So here we go, right? I mean, now that used to be 20 computers. More. At least 20 screens.
It was 4 rows, and now it's like nothing.
Yeah. So, hey, Randy. There's Randy. He's working hard. There's Rob. You guys are on TV now. You could wave or you could not if you don't want to, Randy. Randy does not want to wave. Okay, so there he goes. They are too hard at work. They are literally 5 feet away from us, but yet not.
No, Randy's trying to get on a different
Randy says, that lighting doesn't look good for me, Randy. So Randy's over there. Right now. Hey, Ancott, wave, Ancott. There's Ancott. He waves. There he goes. What's up, Andrew? Right there, an oldie but a goodie. Those of you at Real Trading may knew Mr. Andrews.
Anybody that does it, so basically everybody's nickname would be their trader ID, which is the first few letters of your first name and the first few of your last name. So Andrew was Ancart. Sean was Shikady.
I just didn't want to drop his last name in case he didn't want to.
Did I say his last name? I didn't say it.
No, he didn't. He came close.
Okay, good. No, you're right. I did come close.
Randy, what's going on over there, Randy? Look at this guy. Man. These guys got the shorts. Chilling. These are the guys, man. Those are the guys over here. It's a beautiful day today in lovely Toronto. Yeah, man, the jorts. I mean,
you've always enjoyed.
Next thing you know, he's going to wear the jean jacket, get that Canadian tuxedo.
Joe, not everybody wears a suit to work into the office here, okay? Some of us like to wear a golf shirt, even though I don't
Some of us are sponsored by IEX, you know? I mean, this is wow. No,
I was at the baseball thing, I had my OTC one.
Yeah.
And I got a couple of looks off that. I'm like,
all right.
I was always curious, but I'm like, just ask me if you want to know what it is, because some of the parents were like, hey, what is that logo?
IEX is not paying for this, so don't ask me about IEX. I don't know what it is. No, shout out to IEX, of course, one of the gateways
We've
out
used
there.
that gateway before. Come on.
Yeah, we have it. It's on there. Sometimes you'll see IEX on our chart. There it is, right here. There's IEX. IEX is right there. There it is. There it is. It's here somewhere. Palantir IEX. Anyways, just another gateway. You'll see it on there every once in a while. I want to thank our friends from IEX for stopping by a couple weeks ago. Yes, no, we are not laying off staff due to tariffs. We don't have any staff. We just have all of our staff right here, right now. And it's been a ride, right? I mean, we want to thank everybody for hitting the like and the subscribe. I mean, we just did this a couple minutes ago, 1.7K. So we'll go awesome. And we'll go awesome again. And then we'll go Ozan Cow right here. As it blows up again. Thank you everybody for hitting that like and that subscribe. As yeah, man, we're here every single day, regardless of Studio 8, regardless of what the market's doing. We're here every single day and having a great time. So we just want to thank everybody for joining us and continue to join us.
Yes.
The midday show is more news. You know, Sharif has his little news segments that he does every once in a while.
More small
It used to
cappers,
be
a little
like.
bit.
Used to be like a little bit of a Fibonacci lesson. They'll throw those in every once in a while.
No more Finabachis.
Yes, no more Finabachis right now. And then we will also talk to Joe about options, trade some small cap runners as well. And then you'll join us back at 2 o'clock, take you into the close and have some more fun. And then we have the market recap show, which every day we'll discuss. And we're getting through, man. Over 90% of companies have reported already.
Yeah, we're going to have Michael back on tonight. Yep. And Mr. Westermeyer, trust me, I forwarded one of our viewers is the first U.S. commercial real estate developer to accept a meme coin for payment.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
he was curious as to Michael's thoughts on it, how that meme coin would, what he thought about it. So it's like that purple Pepe. We'll get more to that a bit later, but before we get to that, the trend just broke on Apple. We held it for the trend. It closed under the trend line and broke the prior bar, so we jumped out of it.
Video. What are you
doing?
Wait.
Like at this point, it could hold VWAP, resume trend by breaking 210, or it could hold VWAP and start something new, or we can wait for the 207 level, which has been the only spot to go long. And in the same moment, and we're going to go to Darren in a quick little second for the small cap recap, there's iBit losing the volume weighted average price after dancing around a little bit. Mara dropped it and then regained it, so I punched right back in when it wicked out, but still running into the same resistance. Relative strength to Bitcoin, though. Bitcoin going through the volume-weighted average price. Mara holding out some of those highs. So that long continuing to work. Wanted to break out the top here, but let's go to Adara for the small cap recap.
Oh, small cap recap.
IWM still gapped up here about 3.5%, but it has given up quite a lot of this push to the upside. Again, not near filling the gap, but certainly not as strong as it was at its peak this morning. The Russell 2000, of course, reacting like the rest of the market to news that the U.S. and China are going to have a 90-day pause for these reciprocal tariffs. Here's Taoping, TAOP. Again, we do have this China-U.S. story on watch. This is actually a Chinese ADR small cap. Not seeing any news on this one, but keep an eye on Taoping. We have WRD, WeRide, definitely running into some resistance just below the $10 level, at least for now. No catalyst, but it is one that's heavily watched by retail investors. NVIDIA announced an investment in this a while back. Last but not least, GRYP. We've talked about GRYP earlier today. Griffin Digital Mining announcing a merger agreement with American Bitcoin this morning. So GRYP, nice push to the upside. Apparently American Bitcoin's also a subsidiary of Hut 8, so keep an eye on HUT as well. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe. I'm still listening to President Donald Trump and his press conference right now. Back to you.
All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Adara. And look, some of those small cappers might be like the best party, because I'm seeing the NASDAQ start to roll over. I'm talking about long. I mean, everything's moving, don't get me wrong. But in terms of looking for the longs, because you're getting lower high on the NASDAQ. We just lost the volume weighted average price, so 208.50 on the NASDAQ, and then the ES 58.4. They're both turning around here a little bit. The good news, at least for this Mag 7 name, Apple's holding on to VWAP. So while it broke trend, the next trade might actually be a higher low play, taking that opening range, this initial bounce high at 209, and turning that into support. At least for now, I'm still thinking we could trade back into the lows and get that opportunity. I still wanted to be long in Micron. That's headed right back into 92. I feel like this one is going to give us another dip into that level. And I haven't really talked too much about AMD. AMD, I don't want to say flat bottom break, but every time I look at a stock and it bounces and I have a line in my chart in front of where it bounces, I'm angry with myself because it means usually that I ignored something on advanced micro devices. So like that 108 is holding pretty nicely. I keep forgetting that this stock has broken above the 50 and is breaking trend to the upside. So if you slap a long-term trend line, this is holding on to it on the upside, despite the fact that it's trending down. So if 108 gets a wick and breaks the trend, I think I should be taking AMD to the long side if we can break this trend line. Let's go to Adair. We have news.
Big drop here with increasing volume for some of these health insurance names, including UNH and HUM. As we know here, Donald Trump set to hold this press conference right now with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., of course, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He's talked a little bit here about these drug prices, which is the point of this conference. But he just said he's going to be cutting out the middleman when it comes to drug sales. As a result, we do have UNH and HUM, all these health services names, or sorry, health insurance names falling to the downside. We know they move similarly when Trump's made previous comments about cutting out the middlemen. So keep an eye on health insurance names and pharmaceutical names as Donald Trump has his press conference. He just finished his prepared, or I guess just his opening remarks. Now we have RFK Jr. speaking. If there's any questions or anything else, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
All right, yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. Thanks, Adara. And I mean, in this market, there's nothing wrong with scanning that QR code right there because traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. 5,300, 15K, 36K, 29.9 on single trades. Wow, that's pretty impressive on one trade. Nice move. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That is your total risk. That's the only cash you're putting up. You trade real shares, of course, not CFDs, and you can garner up to 200,000. I threw that word in there, garner. I hope I
like that.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Using up to $200,000 in company capital. And guess what, man? You keep a hefty 70% of the profits, although today you don't want to keep my profits. No margin call, no account blow-ups. You scan that QR code right there. Let them know you come from Trader TV Live and grab your 10% off. Start your journey today with Trade the Pool. Okay, so yeah, the market be coming back in just a little bit right now. We're gonna try something at least on Palantir as here it comes back in. I was trying to play off the low of the day. It's back here. We've gotten lighter on this trade, so it's obviously gonna be an L here, but these are the levels that I'm trying to buy up into the low of the day as the market comes right back into the 50-period moving average. This stock is down 1% with the market up 3%. Just thought that playing some relative weakness could have sparked if Palantir ever got going, just like, oh my God, you're long at the bottom type of thing. But that's not what's happening right now. And I don't try to play long at the bottom. I just seen a huge move right there. I thought Palantir got flushed, and I've really been stuck on that idea, and it just has not been working out. So here comes Palantir right into the bottom. If we break below 16, man, we got to get out of that one. Palantir destructed right now. We're long at 1660, so it's not the end of the world per se, but it's also not a great trade here, averaging all the way down in on Palantir. So it's been hit right now pretty good. While most other things are trying to hold up. So right now I'm throwing sort of caution at the wind here, but we do have a position on Palantir, and it's getting worse. So yeah, and so far not so good here on the Palantir long, a break of 116, and we're gonna we're gonna have to exit. Like the flushes are like 20 cents, and the bids up are like 10. So just get ready. There it is. See, like it's gonna flush through. We just averaged our last piece at 07s, which is why we have a good price, but still it's hurting right now. Palantir coming back in, and it wants to break 16. So there it goes. Bye-bye Palantir breaking through 116. Hopefully we get a spike up off of that, but right now it doesn't look like it. Yeah, no relief rally here whatsoever on Palantir as it just continues to crank lower. PLTR making new lows as we speak, as is the market. Bitcoin?
I'm just punching out. That's me punching out of Mara. I had to stop like a few cents lower, but I just looked over. IBIT just broke the low of the day, so maybe that was an overreaction. Maybe overreaction, but I had just reloaded IBIT in front of the volume weighted average price, and I saw IBIT breaking the lows, so I'm out of Mara. I can wait to see some strength come back into Bitcoin before getting back into that same long. I'll just punch out for a 5-cent hit and see where we can get back in. Let's go to Adara news.
Yeah.
Some hawkish comments being made here by Fed's Kugler saying that progress on disinflation has slowed, tariffs are still likely to significantly impact the economy, and that the policy stance apparently well-positioned, somewhat restrictive, so not really showing any signs of a potential cut as of right now. But the main thing here, progress on inflation has slowed and the tariffs are still showing economic impact. According to Fed's Kugler, again, Fed's Kugler is really the only item on the docket today from an economic standpoint. So keep an eye here, still talking, as is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as part of this Trump press conference. So I'll keep watching this. Back to you.
Yeah, Yuck City right now for me. Thanks. So there it goes. Yeah, everything's breaking down. There goes Palantir. There goes Nvidia's. I mean, I guess it's just waiting. Like the NASDAQ being up 3%. I mean, what up to Jay Lee? What up to everybody out there that's riding the bull? Because it's not me today, as we did have a downside play there in the market. And we just touched VWAP and boom. So it's like sometimes we talk about it, like you gotta sometimes flip up your position. And I didn't have it in me today. I've been like studying, looking at the market and saying like I never really want to fight trend. And today I thought there was going to be a pullback. We wrote down lots of stuff about pullbacks, but that I wanted to buy the pullback. But this is getting to be, it's not that it's that dramatic, but we were up 4, now we're up 3. So yeah, I mean, looking at the NASDAQ might be the right play, but the market is really getting crushed right now. So I'd still want to buy that Palantir in case there's a move back just because of how dramatic it's been and what we know about PLTR. But yeah, it's been dead. And we were able to, as that was sort of happening, we got some out at 1810 there on SMR. So we only have half a position, but this is also falling back in. So yeah, man, the market not liking all of this. And that's it's too bad. We did put on a good position, like a really big position actually on Palantir by the time it came in. And then we wound up losing that, basically that 70 cents on that move. And thankfully we don't still have it, but there it goes, man, all the way downside. Fed's Kugler right now talking. Who cares, Fed? It has nothing to do with you. Get off the mic. Like, it's fine. They're allowed to do it. It's just right now, the story is with China and with Trump and like, do we believe and what was going on with that last little report there. But down to 115 is the bottom potentially right now for Palantir. I don't know if we want to buy that bottom though. It still had a nice move. What's up, Jay Lee? Great call on the short Qs there.
Yeah, well, that move down that you just saw breaking the lows, Bitcoin, I mean, IBIT's red, but obviously Bitcoin's a 24-hour market, so ignore that. But when it broke that low, I mean, the gut decision to punch out of Mara was right, but that was a very clean reverse short as well. And the other thing that it broke the trend, like right as this was happening, it was breaking the trend line. So in theory, like I'm probably getting out of that regardless. But now I got to start thinking the other direction, or where's our bigger support level? So that reminded me of the original thing with Mara was why I liked it.
Close.
Let it pull back into prior highs, which is underneath, it's just barely underneath the $16 level. So there's room. Like it could retest Friday's high and still even retest Friday's close, and you wouldn't necessarily have broken this upward trend while everyone's panicking. Apple's been a good long at 207. I see no reason. I'm not short this move, so we got to wait for 207 again to even think about anything like this. So we got a way to be able to get out of some of those longs early, but I had no short ideas that weren't Alibaba, and Alibaba was at a price that it had, I guess, no hope of getting to because there wasn't enough strength off the open. Let's go back to Adara. And when we come back, hopefully we can catch a bounce on some of these lows.
This is so stupid.
Right now, Bitcoin is poised to have this one daily candle erase the last 2 days worth of action, almost 3 days worth of action. That's right. High of day today, we actually almost clipped 106,000, high around 105.7 thousand. But as of right now, trading back below 103,000. The low from Friday would be 102.3 thousand. So we're about 600 away here from taking out Friday's low, in addition to already erasing the action that we had on Saturday and Sunday. Let's take a look at what some of these other crypto-related names are doing. Bitcoin basically flat here on the day based on the Binance chart here. Ethereum hanging out still around that 2,500 level, so good look. XRP still strong, 7.5%. Solana 2.5%. Cardano and Doge about 2%. So definitely some gains across the board, but the strongest it looks like XRP really holding up forward here. Right now the fourth largest crypto token entity or asset by market cap right now. Back to you.
Yeah, the purge continues here as we continue to head lower.
Purge, yeah.
But
purge?
all right, here comes, like Micron is one of the names at least out there that hasn't broken the low. So I did get one dip buy at 92 into VWAP. It was actually 92.30, but it bounced off 92 even. So this is at least in the pocket of did not make a fresh low when the market made a fresh low. So relative strength intact. I don't see there's nothing at a short level that I want right now. So I'm not going to short any bottoms. I want is breaking this trend. You got a bottoming tail candle, and we're breaking this trend line in here. I should already be nibbled into this in the 60s, and then just giving this to the prior bar low, which is the current bar. There's your close above. Fill me at 68, not getting filled. So we'll move to 69, and then it goes up to 70. So I want to get this trend break, give it to the prior bar low here on Micron. As far as looking for some shorts, like there's a lot of places. I mean, look, obviously there's a lot of places that you could have already been short. All right, so hopefully we get this into VWAP. My stop is already in on Micron. I'm looking at Google, or Alphabet, I should say. That didn't break the low. The only reason why I kind of like this is, remember they had look, Alphabet had their own issues, everyone concerned about the model and all that stuff, and it had that big dump. It doesn't come, when we gapped up, it didn't come close to gapping into any big levels. Instead, it's just holding this consolidation. If it had gapped a little bit higher, I'd almost feel better if it had gapped higher with some of the other names. But no, it did not. I think you can at least get a retest of 155 and some market weakness back into, call it Thursday's highs, not Friday's highs. So kind of continuing a theme that Google has had. I want to see how it interacts with VWAP or a flat bottom break. And just as quickly as Micron is starting to go, the market makes another run at the low of the day. I don't suspect this is going to hold up if the market takes another low. If we can hold the bottom, then this is it's a good trend break in that it's at least relatively strong. That's all I'll give it. I don't want to be fighting anything which is currently making fresh lows. I'd rather find something which is either higher lows or strong relative to the market, something along those lines. Apple fits that category as well. I still think maybe we could get 207, but it's trying to hold on to VWAP. There's a chance that Apple could round off here, and there's some 209 longs, but I'm not there yet. The market making another leg to the downside. Really, Apple was the only clean level here for me today. Just the 207's been really good. That's about it. So might as well wait for that. Farm trader. You know what? Technically, I don't think this qualifies anymore as a bear market rally. Doesn't it?
Bear market rally?
Like, isn't there
Bear
a limit to how
rally.
far you can move?
Well, the market's a bull market.
Well, once you're in a bear market,
This could be a bull trap.
Like at some point, you're not a bear market rally anymore.
Right,
I think we had a bear market rally. I don't know if you can call this that anymore. It could be a bull trap. That's possible, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the bulls, I mean, I came in
like
with
it.
crazy FOMO. Like, I didn't buy anything at the top or anything, but I came in like, I woke up this morning and I was talking with somebody, dad yesterday, that runs a lot of money for one of the banks here, a lot. I couldn't believe the book that he told me. But, you know, he was just like, we woke up this morning and I saw the NASDAQ up 4% and I messaged him immediately. I was yesterday on the diamond with 13 of the girls on the team, and he's yelling to me, oh, you know, S&P or NASDAQ up 4% or Dow up 500 points there and yada yada. And I was just like, geez, that was good, good move. But then I'm thinking to myself, but I don't have enough longs right now in the account. So there's always going to be opportunities there to get more. And it looks like you're getting that opportunity right now in many of these names on a pullback. You're still up 3% on the NASDAQ. I mean, if any of us went home on Friday hoping to be up this morning, you would take 3% in a heartbeat.
Yeah, we'd all take it.
So it feels maybe a little bit worse than it is, this move down, because, you know, you just got to zoom out and understand that, hey, man, the market's still pretty nice, but Meta just continues. Well, no, it actually doesn't, and now it's bouncing a little bit there. All right. So Palantir down here at 115, man, where do we eventually buy this? I put a stop in to go long if we took 116 again, but that doesn't look like it's happening. So we're just going to have to be patient and go see what Neil's up to.
Well, I'll tell you what we're up to right now is we're checking out eSignal, everybody. Why? Because it's free for a month, which is a good price as far as I'm concerned, especially with everyone taking profit. So take some of that profit from the recent bounce in the market, and you don't even have to put it into eSignal. And what you get out of it is a great set of features, but highly customizable. Like whatever you happen to want to eSignal to do for you, you can. You can back test, you forward test, you can change up some of the screeners if you want to go ahead and do that. You can look at tick charts. You can do tick replay as well. It's what I love about it too. It's an entitlement-based platform. So you can look at individual markets and say, okay, well, I don't want to look at the Amex anymore. I don't need that. Or I need to look at futures. Let's add the futures market to it. And whenever the market's up, the quotes are up. Reliable quoting is also right there for you, and it's all at your fingertips. As I said, it's also very highly intuitive, and the first month is free. So you try it out. It's pretty easy to figure out in there and change things up and work your trading into a better groove with eSignal. Whatever your trading style is, swing trade, day trade, eSignal is going to be able to be used for you. And you can use level 1 access, get the imbalance locator, scan the QR code you see in front of you, start it, 1 month free, nothing to lose. Try them out, eSignal. And let's go to Adara.
We do have Donald Trump here being asked about what happens in the situation if China and U.S. do not reach, a concrete deal in negotiation. Will tariffs go back up? Donald Trump says they won't go all the way back up to 145%, but they will be, quote, substantially higher. So Donald Trump right now answering questions after his press conference about pharmaceuticals here with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Back to you.
RFK.
All right.
Oh, just shout out to Wilson, because I was going to mention IBIT in here. IBIT, that's a hefty.
Wilson.
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 Yo, I'll tell you right now, if you don't get some kind of feels when Wilson starts floating away, you know what I'm saying? That's a hard one. Like, that movie is a difficult one to watch. I don't care how tough you want to be. And the thing that gets me all the time is, like, ever since I had Aaron, I tried to watch Castaway again.
I haven't watched that.
It was a different movie after after Aaron was born.
Really?
Because it hit me, like, it hits hard, the whole, what you'd be missing out on if that happened. So I'm telling you, anyways, I don't know that. Wilson,
I'm going to get you a volleyball for Christmas, I think, next time.
You know, volleyball. You know I suck at volleyball, bro. Basketball. I'm ass
You
at
can put in Lake Ontario, let it sail away, and then you can deal with your emotions there.
And I got hops too, but like some sports aren't for me. Like basketball, yes, volleyball, no. No, IBIT, bottoming tail candle, good reversal happening here. So I like what's going on with IBIT. I think you're getting a nice little turn here. The market's trying to go again. I'm going to go back over to Mara because it never broke that low of the day. So now you're starting to get these higher lows. I'm going to jump back over because Mara I like for some relative
advertising
strength.
that.
I'm going to play it off. I thought we'd get to 15.8.
Go Palantir.
15.2. We're going to go for that. Micron also headed back to the upside as well.
Palantir. I just took a bite of the banana. Palantir now $1, but we need this to go, man, because $1 up is real nice, but let's see if we can get $3 or $4 up, man. Taking some out, not looking this gift horse in the mouth. No way. We've already taken profit on this name. We're out of about 35% as it continues to go higher. There it is. We need this to happen for us. So let's go upside and let's go to Adara. And I want to thank everybody for the over 2,000 likes.
Awesome.
That's a chicken dinner winner. And if you're just joining us for the first time, when we get back from Adara, even though it looks like Neil might be mowing down some lunch right now.
No, I
know, I'm just playing around. I mean, I just had a banana as well, my guy. Right there, the fruit. It's a fruit salad kind of time right now. Neil loving the fruit salad as we go back out to the upside. But thank you to everybody and to all. Good night, because when we come back, we'll figure out what's for lunch. But right now, we're going to go to Adara and see what she's talking about.
This is the heat map here. Here is our sector watch. Producer manufacturing really strong here. John Deere actually reporting later this week, so it could be one to watch. Consumer durables looking good. Transportation looking good. Energy minerals looking good. Consumer services, with the exception of McDonald's, pretty strong here as well. Health technology, finance, some strength and weakness here. Retail trade also a little bit mixed. Walmart to the downside, but these tech sectors pretty strong as well. Now there are some exceptions. Of course, the market in general was on watch to the upside this morning after the U.S. and China announced that they have a 90-day pause for their reciprocal tariffs. We do have Netflix and Palantir both to the downside today. ADP a little bit weaker as well. So it's not all strength. It's not all sunshine and roses. Some weaker sectors as well, including communications and utilities. But generally, lots of strength in the market to start this new week. Back to you.
Thank you, Darren. And it's almost as if the names that held up the best going into this are the ones that are getting a little bit of punishment, which is fine because that means you're rotating from one place to another. But like, give me a break. Walmart should be over $100 on this. But anyways, that's just me being annoyed. no, obviously it makes sense. It held up a little bit well going into it. So Micron is back to VWAP. Last time it did this move, I got it all out of
Walmart
VWAP.
tank is huge.
That's what I'm saying. I'll get to Walmart
I
in a
have
second.
to buy some of that.
93.5, the next level. We hold VWAP. I think we can go there. The NASDAQ has done its bottoming tail candle. If this is as bad as it got, then you could draw like a channel in here, lower highs, all that kind of good stuff. I think is once you get over 208.50 on the NASDAQ, it's all systems go. So Micron holding up decently. I do want to get back in tomorrow, which I have not done yet, but I'm trying to buy it off VWAP. Oops, let me cancel. I don't need that one. I want to buy it off the VWAP first and then see if we can't add to it on the way to the upside. But Micron breaks VWAP, so we're holding on to that bad boy. And Walmart, as I said, it seems as if some names that have held up well are getting sold off into this. They were seen as one of the better retails for tariffs, and obviously with deals getting reached and tariffs going down, this happens. Even if it doesn't fundamentally make sense, rotation is rotation, and that's how the markets sometimes work. I think this is going to provide, if this continues, this weakness in Walmart, on this news, if you get any chance at the 50 period or the 200 period moving average, I'm buying again. And I said I was going to wait till the end of this quarter, but I don't think I would if I see the 200 period again.
Yeah, I know, and that was what I was saying. Like, I feel like so many plays happened, and it was just like, I think the market's going lower, and then you just sort of ignore that. That's why I do think that, again, not financial advice here, but the dollar cost averaging system of where you just buy on the 15th of every month or something like that would have given you a great opportunity to buy the lows in April, almost no matter where you bought them. Although obviously the end of April would have been a little bit worse. But if you had your dollar cost average at the end of the month, then you would have had that huge move down at the end of May as well. So, and then now you'd be able to buy some more in a couple weeks. So just try to figure that all out. But right there, we're getting some more out on Palantir as now we're $1 and change there to the upside. And shout out to Jay Lee and everybody out there who continue to support me despite me not making any money. So there it goes. Nice move up there for that one. But you know what? I mean, Joe's been waiting over there like forever to try to figure out what is for. Yeah, so here we go, man. I mean, I know all 2,000 likes probably waiting around for this. Today we had hard-boiled eggs for breakfast. So I don't know how many Sharif has in his pocket over there, but probably a lot. All right. So right now, shout out to Sharif, man. I mean, go. Yeah, exactly. Grab that protein right in there. All right. Hey, I like eggs. You know, how do you like your eggs?
Look, first of all, I'm starting to like them fried. My wife has been doing a lot of fried eggs.
Okay.
I'm an over easy.
Okay.
But I'm starting to be converted to
I'm over hard. But I like poached. Poached medium is good. You got the little bread there, a little dip action there. My son likes scrambled eggs, but I really like the hard-boiled egg. I mean, the hard-boiled egg is very simple. Some disassembly required. Very simple. The disassembly is a problem. Shout out to Marissa. I got someone doing that for me. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's go. All right. No, just joking. Joking. I love you. Brunch was great yesterday. Okay, so Greek. Oh, let's do it again. What's for lunch? All right. Greek grilled chicken.
But what?
So that could be nice. Now a little bit of spices on there. Get a little Greek style. Could be. I'm hoping for a souvlaki type style right there. Maybe some side pita. You put it in. You get a little souvlaki. Get a little sandwich over there. With grilled Greek chicken. So that's what it says. Normally it is a little more descriptive than that. Roasted potatoes, seasoned vegetables. And does anyone want to guess what salad is accompanying this?
I'm going to think long and hard about this. Okay, clearly
Neil,
it should be a Caesar salad.
Yes.
Clearly it should be a Caesar salad.
So Neil, wrong, but very good guess, of course. Greek salad. So right there, Neil, you got it. That's another one. Well, props up there. Yeah, my bad on that one, as it is Greek salad to go with Greek grilled chicken.
Who would have thought?
With roasted potatoes, potentially Greek roasted potatoes there as well, and seasoned Greek vegetables. So there we go. Shout out to everybody on the Danforth, as we have one of the greatest celebrations.
Taste of the Danforth. I haven't done that in years.
Yeah.
Years. If you're ever in Toronto, that's worth it.
Yes, I think it's midsummer probably. I feel like it's maybe a little bit later in the summer, but I don't know.
It is later, because I just remember it was always balls hot like when you'd be out there.
What kind of hot again? Ball don't lie. Ball, we're talking about basketball.
Yeah, I did just say that.
Like that basketball was real hot last night. A couple good games.
Sometimes you get familiar in conversation, and I forget that we're doing a YouTube show, and I speak a little more naturally.
We're not even live yet, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so shout out to everybody that's been out there, and that is, of course, wrapping it up in what's for lunch. So thank you to everybody. I already see what's for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a spicy, so that should be good as well. Join us tomorrow. Oh, shit. Joe got it. Damn it. Okay. There is a little bit of Italian flair tomorrow. All right. Yeah, I like a lot.
Well, you can't spoil it now.
No, I'm not, man. That's what you call a teaser. You know, people coming back, and not for us. They're coming back for the food. So we'll see tomorrow what is that.
Food they don't get.
Yeah,
only we get.
Exactly. Yeah, they're waiting for that one there. You know, you live through others, right? It's like, that's why I live through these two guys over here, you know, the life, going to these clubs. I mean, that's why we have the Dollar Club going on right there. You know what I mean? So, okay.
These club days are over. Joe, I'm not so sure about. Joe's probably still heading out. You see how dapper the guy,
He just wears that to work. You're trying to show off over there. All right, so again, it's 10:48. Thank you everybody for watching. Man, we've had a great time this morning, obviously, as per usual, and we have right now over 9,500 of you watching 2K. Let's see if we can get that up just a little bit more. If you haven't hit it yet, please do. And I have an update I have to do on Chrome over there. It says finish update. So I'll be updating the Chrome as we go. Bet on some Maple Leafs today, so that should be good. We'll see if that's going to be a losing trade, much like some of my Palantir trades today have been as well. But right now we did empty a little bit of the clip up there to the point where I told you we were at a 30%. We have a couple more outs there. So we're at only about 40% right now. Would really, yeah, Randy is definitely the clubber out of all of us, that is for sure. But here we go, man. We'll have to wait to see if Palantir wants to continue up. We took a couple 50 to 80 cent hits, only to hopefully find a couple bucks back in here underneath, sort of lift up the rock and see what we can find with Palantir. So we're still a bit early on that. So is there anything you want to?
Well, just a couple of things. Well, I'm back in on Trend and Mara, and MU's holding VWAP. So we got some out there north of the volume weighted average price, 93.25. The high of the day is 94.25. So I think if we double top in there during the middle of the day, like lunchtime, then that's an easy out. And Mara, this is the trend holding on Mara. I got 42s, go Jackie, long at VWAP. But if it loses this trend, no bueno. Let's go to Adara. Time to see how the US dollar is doing.
Up higher here, Donald Trump casually mentioned Eli Lilly and its previously announced investment in the U.S. So LLY pushing up here, worth mentioning, went from just below 740s to 744 in a handful of seconds. Here's the U.S. dollar. U.S. DXY here, as I've mentioned previously, continuing to make this uptrend from the lows. But looks like right now we might be struggling here. Some previous support coming in around that 101.2 level, just trying to break above it. Next level of potential support resistance could be this previous resistance back in early April around that 103.5. So that is here the daily chart outlook on the DXY, which is trying to bounce a little bit here. As mentioned previously, make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and keep an eye on any of these pharmaceutical names as Donald Trump's press conference does continue. Back to you.
Donald. All right. We haven't looked at DJT. Let me go see what's going on there.
I mean, everything in gap.
I mean, most of my earnings have been pulled into Trump coin. So let's just see what happens here with DJT right now. Apparently hearing a 30-day ceasefire. I don't know if that's Pakistan or India or Ukraine or what, but we're just hearing something about that. We'll get to that news in a minute. There's DJT, and it's only interesting because honestly, we're at these tops. And I was looking at this earlier today, so I wasn't sure how it had reacted today, and I'll look at that in a minute. But just on a daily chart here for DJT again, True Social, you're just going to see breaking through 27 could give us something. Yep, could give us something there as well. We've been talking as Eli Lilly as well at the highs right now, breaking through those levels. Great move there for Eli Lilly, as Adara's reported some ongoings there with the White House. All right, man, we talked about some sports gambling. I put some bids out there today and got filled. We bought the Toronto Maple Leafs on the series line. But if you're looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest game, switch over to ProfitX. Right now, it's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No one size fits all. No more of that. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds. Track all of the action live and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. It's ProfitX. It is playing. It is gambling reimagined. Use code TRADERTV. That's one word, TRADERTV, to sign up now and grab 2% back. Nothing wrong with grabbing some 2% back. You deposit $1,000, you're guaranteed your $20 back. But Eli Lilly, nice topside move. All right, man, we're not going to make it all back on this play, but we are hoping to make most of it if we can back right there. I have some offers now on Palantir at 117. You know, the 200 period moving average is up here. That's VWAP is the blue line. That's 117.80. I'm trying to get something out at 116.80. Then if we can climb, then good on us. So here it goes right now. Trump signing the executive order right now on drug prices. So that's being signed right now. We've seen some up and down here today. We've seen XBI climb and then fall back in. Now trying to get back up to the highs for XBI. XBI went to 80, back into 78 as biotech drugs, again, making that move. XLV, of course, the healthcare sector on watch today, as he's on air right now.
Yeah, he's literally talking.
And he has blue tie, so I don't know exactly what that means, but there we go. Nice move higher right now for some of these drug names. Look at XLV up 2%. So we said like short some of the pharmas because they were downside, but not really right now. I don't know the exact details of this order or anything like that. It doesn't really matter to me. But pharma
Market move.
Yeah, I mean, look at Pfizer. Pfizer up $1 straight.
Yeah, the pre-market move was insane.
Yeah, and holding. So congrats, man. Okay, there's Palantir now at $1.50. And as promised, I thought I was here, 116.85 I am, but now that I see this, I'm just going to offer 75s. Get that out rate, 73, sorry. Get that out right now and just deal with this, hopefully higher. There goes Palantir, man. We've made back half of our losses, hopefully to make back a little bit more here. Okay, there it goes. Yes, sir, Palantir now for the win, baby. All right, let's get out something else at 80. Now we'll see if it can go higher. 117.50 where VWAP is, sounds good to me. It's $1.70. Thanks, Jay Lee. You were like, hey, man, maybe you'll get $2 out of this. It's looking like we are right now, so here we go, man. Yeah, I don't know what the actual wording behind the drug bill is, so you guys are going to have to look that up, but I don't really care because it's rallying a little bit in the space, and that's what we care about right now. Bitcoin, it's funny we said it, man. Low. Yeah, I said relative strength turns into weakness there if it doesn't hold 104, but.
Not today. Bitcoin, I'll get to the Bitcoin chart in a second, but we broke that trend on Mara. I'm not shorting it because this was not a part of the plan to go short on Mara. Usually I would short a trend line break like this. Doesn't hold on to VWAP. And IBIT, it just broke support, although this isn't technically the low of the day. But you're distinctly trending down. Mara was relatively strong, but at some point that strength has to go. Only thing we're left in is Micron, which is trying to hold on to VWAP. I mean, the buy is in front of 92 at this point, quarters to the $0.50 level. But if we lose VWAP again when the NASDAQ is here, we might have to jump out of this and start looking for some kind of a short idea. Let's go over to Adair. Only 5 minutes left to go. We threw it to the midday. Let's go to the desk before that.
Here's the NASDAQ. We do have the market on watch. Donald Trump did just end his press conference. Earlier, he kind of indicated he was going to stop answering questions, but then continued to answer them as he signed his executive order. So the executive order on these trying to lower healthcare prices for Americans has been signed. Donald Trump is going to be pretty much under the radar for a lot of the rest of the day. He will be doing some traveling, of course, to the Middle East, so keep an eye on that. But in terms of any other public speaking engagements or press conferences, those are not on his schedule for the rest of the day, guys. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So I just want to say, everyone, we are doing Studio 8 behind us right now. So a shout out to everybody working back there as, you know, you may see some sneezing going on, so on and so forth. But there, oh, look at that. We got, anyone need some chairs for sale over there? We got a couple chairs.
I thought they were moving stuff out.
Yeah, that looks nice and proper now, right?
So
I was like,
on with that?
what happened? A couple minutes ago. So maybe all right, Studio 8 renovation now paused as we're going to get some, no, but we're still going on that one. So, yeah, again, thank you to everybody again for the continued support, not only of the show, but as we continue to work here. And we do understand we have Bears versus Bulls going to let us know if there is. And we also have our technicians over there as well. If there's anything wrong with our mics, we'll be getting all over that. But you may hear some clickety-clack behind us.
Hot hand in the dice game.
Yeah. And,
that's the only clickety-clack.
Yeah, hopefully. We should be playing some. That's what we need to do. Oh, here we go. Will the market get back to 4% today on the NASDAQ? Let's ask. Wow, their Palantir right now is $2 in the money. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for this 8-ball. Oh, man, it's like, it's in an under. Oh. It says ask perplexity. So
I don't have perplexity.
Yeah, even if I had it up, it's not going to give us a definitive answer.
I thought perplexity would give you something.
Oh, it will give us selling, but like if I ask it, will the Nasdaq get back to 4%? All right, you know what?
I thought I had. I do have.
I do. Well, I'm just going to call it up on here. We'll ask it.
Nah.
There goes Palantir anyways, upside. All right, I'm going to ask it, Neil.
Apparently, I don't have
will the Nasdaq get back to 4%? Oh, crap.
Yes, we can.
I got an ad or something showed up there.
Well, I'm just
keep going. I have to type that in again.
I'm just saying yes. So we got about 3 minutes to go here. The one stock that was on the radar that I had not traded today, Alibaba, is holding lower highs here and trending down. Kind of, it's doing almost the exact same thing as the market. The only difference, Nasdaq at VWAP and it's underneath. So I said I wanted short 138. Obviously, we're not going to sniff that. During lunch is your usually only chance to get into the Chinese ADRs before they fall asleep at 1, 2 o'clock. So we're going to play off of VWAP if we get a little bounce and curl underneath the volume weighted average price. Micron, just a quick update. It's holding on to some strength. I would prefer that it stop bouncing off this level here, 92.25, and taking that long. And I'd rather be buying this above the volume weighted average price. I want it to start holding higher lows. That's just a better look. Otherwise, we should be thinking about some shorts. For now, the only thing left is to try it off the low again. But I'd rather be buying this above the volume weighted average price, showing upward trend. It's held up, but holding up isn't good enough. I want to see it start breaking out a little bit more, retest that high of the day. Any luck with Perplex?
Yeah, I did get some luck right here. I'm just listening. I'm listening to some John Cena because you can't see me right now as Sharif got some John Cena going on over there. Okay, so just real quickly, this is what Perplexity says. It just says, given the 90-day suspension, the hostilities between U.S. and China may be becoming, a little lesser right now. I'm just sort of marking this. It says, though, currently underneath its 4% mark, it is uncertain whether it will close at or above a 4% gain. In summary, the Nasdaq is performing strongly and within reach of the 4% increase. Whether it gets back or surpasses those levels depends on continued buying momentum.
Oh, that's what it depends on.
Throughout the remainder of the session. So
now that
now that we've got that figured out for you guys.
By the way, have you seen this chart?
Core weave?
Core
to the weave? Right now? It's not weaving
Core
that
weave
much.
wants an all-time high. Now, granted, it's an IPO. This, and shout out to everyone in the chat who mentioned it, is the strongest. Well, okay, there's probably some small cappers that have moved more, but it's the strongest chip adjacent name that I've seen here today. So shout out to Core weave. Remember, it's all-time highs on IPO don't necessarily mean anything, but you have nothing else to work off of. It's not just that there's a 63 up there. The 2 days after that, watch out for 60. So it's now cleared out higher than any close. It's on a closing basis, it's made fresh highs. You just want to see what happens at that 60 level. So this looks pretty strong, volume pretty good. I think if it holds on to the trend, great. Look for some dip buys in there. Just not a heck of a lot of anything else to work out from. I'm still not a huge. I've always said, I don't really get it as to why they're as strong as they are. So you'll never hear me say anything fundamentally about it. I just don't necessarily understand why this is something that is going to be a good company 5-10 years from now, because they would have to have some kind of a real stranglehold on the mid-sized businesses, supplying them with old NVIDIA chips. So I don't understand how that's going to be that big for the long term, but right now CoreWeave is clearly squeezing. Good look for them. It's midday time, everybody.
Yes.
You got the professor. You got Joey.
Oh, no, not the professor. The professor.
They're dressed to the nines. I don't know where the blazer went. Joe's not wearing the blazer anymore. He's hung up the blazer. I guess it's not cool enough. What's going on? It's not cool enough in here. Joey Shivers is not feeling cold enough to put the blazer back on. So blazerless Joey options. Go get them, boys. Where's the everyday not to wear?
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. That is your boy, Joey Options, and he is not Mr. Shivers today. My man is warm. I'm Sharif, and welcome everyone to the midday show. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the big boy morning show so we can shut them out, but as we always do, we got a couple of early birds here. Shout out to Cristobal and Darwin, the OG, dancing up a storm, and Blackhawk JP, the world's greatest freaking mod. Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to you. Skull, my man. Get it, man. Okay, there's a lot of small cap gappers, my man Skull. So we're going to be talking about those. We got Jacques, we got Juan, Vern, Charlie, Cold King, Blue Army, Gorev. Yeah, it's your boy right there. Both our boys. Felipe, Mika and Marcos Morales. How about Chris B and Trader Revolution? Shout out to Big Finesse and Bot Ricks. Mary, Scott J, Hunter, we got Stuart, we got Elon Musk, and then we got Evan as well. Shout out to Alberto. And the good news, I bring good news. People brought good news to my door a few days ago. Jack's Money. You guys don't get that? All right. Neil, yo, you got Yorkie, we got Pax, we got 1320. Oh, we got Ahmad, we got Orge, Dallas, Nelk. How about TX Trader and Emma? We got MLN and Showtime. Who else? Andrew Chow. We got Hytham, Dexter Smith, Meep, John Von Saunders, the most polite individual out there. I will not be convinced otherwise. How about Palm Beach Peter and Kirk D. Joseph, Juan Padilla. We already said that one. Joseph Schmo. Last one here. I gotta do this, a special one.
Do it.
Shout out to my man, China. Shout out to Ozan. We will be reading e-signal shortly, so just hang tight with us, Ozan. Shout out to everybody on this Monday morning. Fantastic day to start. You wake up, the market's green, everything's gravy.
Yeah, gravy.
How you doing today?
Good, I'm good. Well, I mean, we're red to start this day. We had some good attempts earlier. Sometimes you just got to take what the market gives you, but that's all right. I mean, with a big gap up, guys, I'm still sitting in some of these NVDA swing and IBIT swing, but I think I'm going to close out a little bit more here on IBIT because I think I'm not saying that we're not going to climb to those all-time highs, but this isn't kind of the news that I was looking for IBIT, but here we are. We tried QBTS. That was the thesis. I wanted to trade some of these quantum stocks and look for the continuation. So you can see on my first entry here. Oh, by the way, happy weekend. I hope everyone had a solid weekend and watched some UFC. But yeah, I mean, rough start on this Monday, but we'll just keep these losses small here. This is my last attempt on the long on IBIT. I'm not going to go any more on that. I don't think it's going to be a long anytime today. But anyways, back to QBTS. Enter here. Nice position sizing. Double it up, triple it up, and then it just didn't work. Usually our stop would be at that low of the day there, but we had some. I went and looked at the options chain 12. There is some open interest, but I was looking for a couple more pennies to head to the top of the pre-market range here, and we just didn't get that. So yeah, we took out a full stop there. Again, started really small once again and got stopped out. Third attempt here. I'm taking a fourth, which I know I shouldn't be because my accuracy just drastically goes down the drain at this point. But if we crack through this low, then we'll get out of that. But here we go. Start small, double it up, and then we add a little bit more here for the continuation. But we didn't get any of that there, Sharif. So it's not looking too good for this quantum breakout that I was suspecting. But that's okay. We'll hold on to this. 11:15, we crack it, then we'll just go 0 for 4 on QBTS. And that's what happens sometimes, man. I'm telling you guys straight up. It's not always roses and sunshine, unfortunately, here in the markets. You got to accept these losses. We keep them small because when we win, we try to win a significantly bigger share.
Well said, man. That's exactly it. Keep your winners bigger than your losers. Neil did a fantastic midday lesson on that, and I hope everybody was around to listen for that. Obviously, we all know that should be the case, but, some of the nuances that come with that, he did discuss at length, and I thought that was a banger there. So I think that's from last week. I'm not exactly sure which day, but you can weasel back to around that 12 o'clock time slot and find it for yourselves, guys. All right, we're long. A couple of names over here to start the show. WRD. Great looking chart on WRD. A lot of respect here for the 10 EMA. Alas, we did get into that 1049, and we have been putting in a bit of a sell. A bigger red candle did manifest right at that 1055 time slot now, the 11. Now we're on the 1105 candle. I got in long. Excuse me there. The advertisers are blocking my view. 1011. I wet the beak there at 1015. Next profit taker at 1020. But you know how I roll. We're looking for dip trades here. So I'm looking for a move into the 10 exponential and a hold of that general $10 area. On WRD, it's up 25 high percentage points over here. Let's find out some information on it. The information is I've got nothing. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I've got plenty. I've got the float, about 492 million shares. I don't, sadly, have the short float. Allow me to look on my other platform here to just compare the two data points. So my platform is not giving me anything. And WeRide is the company, obviously, $2.86 million market cap and moving up quite nicely on the day. So keeping an eye on that one, looking for that dip trade into 10. Still haven't gotten it. Got into WULF as well for a volume weighted average price retracement, but this is going to have to hold VWAP. This is a VWAP trade and really nothing other than that. But it's this one, INFX. IHD, the biggest and the baddest gapper in the market right now. It just opened up from a halt, and here we go. We're at $12. It's zigging, it's zagging, it's very aggressive right now. Trade this carefully. I'm looking for a pullback maybe into the 70s. It's not giving us that. It's not breaking through 12 either. So we are rejecting 12 initially here on INHD. It's up 127%, or when it was. There we go. So it breaks 12. Now it's really flying. It's going to halt to the upside here. 1264 high a day. Keep your eye on this one. It didn't halt. So that was an initial rejection of that level. So yeah, this one's really going right now. You're going to have to get this on the micro pullbacks. Look for a hold at 12. If it loses 12, reset again, possibly at $11. But this is taking out all the levels, Joseph. This got all gas, no brakes right now. Here comes $13, $12.95 now high a day, up 131%. Excuse me. It's really going over here back down into 12. Is this a money fill? We're going to give this one the old community college try and see if we can get something into the high. Anything below $12, though, I will stop out of this one. So I'm just giving it that room. So we'll go ahead and do just that. Let's set up some beak wetters possibly over here on our friend. Boom! It's taking out highs, baby. It's taking out freaking highs. Here we go. We're going to take out more over here. We got 50s. We just got 13s. Let's set up some more on this monster. I've got a couple of outs left, so keep your eye out on this one. INHD is flying to the high side right now, guys. Great look on that one. Keep your eye out for it. All right, back into WRD. So I did get the beak wet there. Now we've got a fundamentally better cost basis. That's what I love. Planned dollar cost averages. There we go. We'll wet the beak there some more on WRD. Still holding some shares on this one, looking for a bigger move up. I've got a beak wetter at 20 that still hasn't filled, guys. And we're getting that beak wet. And I hope everybody on that side of the monitor is printing up multiple storms. The better you guys do, the more pleased I get. That's why you guys are here. I'm not here for myself, Joseph.
Oh, bang, bang, and bang. Ending it with a mic drop there, guys. Yeah, nice work there, Sharif. 0 for 4 on QBTS. So guess what, guys? It's not on the chart anymore. And I'm not being stubborn or anything, just following the rules. Not in sync with the stock, so that's fine. A lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas on this front, but we're not going to leave it at that. So there he is. We're going to find something else. We'll see what NVDA is up to here, guys. There might be a tough day for the longs as displayed here earlier in the today's session. So going to be patient. Don't forget I have risk measures to abide by. And full disclosure, I'm down a little bit more than half my shutdown right now. So I don't always love that, like to keep it tight. But again, 1 or 2 solid trades, your boy's right back in the game. So going to be patient. Not going to be trading the quantum space today anymore. I took my 4 stabs at it. Adios, muchachos. We're going to find something else that has relative strength. And with that being said, guys, let me know if there's any strong stocks. You see what Sharif is doing over there. We're
doing it live, Joseph. We're doing it freaking live again on IHD, man. It just took out 13s. There we go, Joseph. We'll just keep scalping this, man. Dang. Every time it comes into that micro pullback, we're going to pick some more up. We're doing it live. Initially, I got in at around the $0.50. Wet the beak, wet the beak, wet the beak. It did dip down. We were holding some. I added on the dip below 13, and then it skyrocketed to the high side, by the way. So we just give a little bit back there as it drops into 12. I did flatten out, didn't look at the position board, so we did give back some there, guys. A bit of a mistake by me there on INHD, excuse me. I did this last week too, where the ticker's a little bit of a bamboozler. But my issue is here, I hit the flatten key, didn't look at the blotter, and I was still holding the piece, so that's a little bit on me, but I still think this one is still in play. And let's see if we can get a decided break of that $13 area. We did get above into $13.40, Joseph, but that was as good as we could do. That is technically the high of the day there. So here we go, right back up into 13. Can we take out this level? Wait for the micro pullbacks, guys. Try not to punch in it at high. So waiting for a bit of a move back here. Let's see if we can get in a little bit more. There we go. Send it to you, my man.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely manage that trade accordingly, Sharif. I love seeing that. Yeah, quantum space not in play. RGTI looking to pull it back a little bit here. We're now south of the volume weighted average price and heading towards that low day here, guys. Now, I just want to tell you kind of my trade plan that I had in these quantum spaces. You can see that with QBTS, just doing some basic TA over the weekend, QBTS at near that pivot high. And you can see with RGTI, we now gapped up through some key resistance zones. So I was looking for that gap and go continuation, especially on that positive news there. So unfortunately, we didn't get that. That's okay. We're going to be patient. There might be another day. See, that's the thing with the market. Your thesis may be correct, but your timing just slightly off. And I think that's a massive skill to acquire is that, okay, it's not working right now. It's not working right there, right now. And then boom, when it starts working, you start just slamming shares heavy. And that's exactly what we've been doing in our swings and our intraday trades. So I'm honestly not even phased at all that the fact that I'm down slightly more than half my shutdown, because I know if I have one solid setup that works out for me, it's going to wipe out the majority of my losses. It may not be a full one. I had multiple opportunities to be green today, just didn't. I was like, no, I was looking for that extended move, didn't get it. Sometimes you have to take what the market gives you, but when you're trying to swing for the fences, Shreve, you got to hold on to those positions, and that's exactly what I did here in QBTS. Didn't work out. Scared money don't make any money, guys, so that's why we're holding on to it. And when we lose, net trades down 35K, well, guess what? I already know for a fact, if you have the ability to lose $35,000, you have the ability to make more than $35,000. So just keep patient. Don't tilt out, don't rush anything, be patient, and then eventually you're gonna find that setup. And that's exactly what's happened. I waited for that NVDA setup. What do? We buy more shares, we buy more contracts, and then we sell into strength. Bitcoin starts working, we buy more shares, we buy more contracts, we sell into strength. And so before, you guys seen me live on air get squeezed out 1,500 smackers on some short Tesla calls. Well, bang, you seen me post some stuff on Twitter, on X the other day, made significantly more, plus the unrealized gains. So that's the name of the game that we play. You get hit, you just got to hit harder, Sharif.
I love it. Absolutely, man. We're keeping an eye on these markets over here. I'm trying to work my way into another one, SOUN. What a fantastic look this one has on the day. The NVIDIA adjacent name up 25%. Trying to work my way back in here to INHD, though, because this one doesn't look like it's given up the ghost quite yet. Higher highs and higher lows. Really aggressive look. So there we go. We go long again at 18s. Let's see if this one can clear 13 on a decisive basis. It's having trouble taking out 13. We kind of seen this story before. So I'm trying to get the money fills in the lower end. So let's go ahead and wait around here for a possible money fill. It does dip into that $12.50 area. Here we go. We're back into 13 land over here, but we're definitely having some trouble taking out the $0.25. I've got 18s on. It's showing me 25s. So let's be careful here. Still leaving my dip trade active where I perceive the money fills to be coming in again in the mid $12. Now we're kind of starting to get that bid creep where this moves down incrementally. Where it finds that level that it's just rejecting at. Back into 13s again we go. So still 5 pennies out of the money on this. Still don't want to give too much back over here, but definitely want to be involved with the big parabolic break should it happen. So definitely keeping an eye on this. There we go. Oh my goodness gracious, good goodness. It's just taking out levels, bro. It's taking out levels. Here we go above the $0.50. We're going to wet the beak there again, Joseph. This one is the gift that keeps on giving. 1370 high a day. Let's wait now in the 50s. Let's see what this one does. Sadly, did not get that money fill though that we were talking about there. Boom to the high side again, Joe. We'll take out more up in this place. So definitely still holding some here, but don't want to give too much back. And I have to monitor these other trades that have got on. We've got WRD and WULF. 18s on here on INHD. Let's set up at 75 now. Here we go. We're going back up into the 50s. What level do I have over here, Joseph? I got 58. So let's go ahead and wait 1388. Let's see if we can take out something there. 69s. Boom to the high side, Joseph.
The show is over.
We take.
It's over.
It's over.
You know, what is the Vince Carter?
Oh yeah. That was Shaq. Who was that?
No, it was Vince Carter on the.
No, it was everybody.
Over.
Oh, baby. All right, guys, it's over. All right, Adara's got actual news for us, not just yelling and hype. No, I'm kidding. Adara, what's up?
I mean, I can yell at hype as well if you'd like, but right now we're going to take a look at the NASDAQ here as we get more comments from Feds Kugler, who's been speaking now for almost an hour. Right now, she's saying that she still expects an increase in prices and a slowdown in the economy, though not at the same rate as before. And she did weigh in here on these I guess, tariff reductions or tariff pause between U.S. and China. She said the reduction is, quote, obviously an improvement as far as trade between countries goes, but that their tariff, which is about 30% here now, the tariff that the U.S. has on China, is, quote, still pretty high. So Feds Kugler kind of more mixed here than she was earlier today. Some of her earlier comments did come off a little bit more hawkish. Either way, Feds Kugler definitely seeing there is still some things to be concerned about when it comes to tariffs here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you there, Dara. Yeah, great look, guys. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I thought, sorry, did you want to go over everything?
No,
okay, all right, yeah. Exactly what Sharif just said to me. We got to go over some of these super chats here, guys, because they're coming in hot. Girl Dad, $4.99. It's going to be 122. Palantir's 122 today. Meow, join the party. All right, not too sure about what the meow is about, but we'll take it, Girl Dad. Thank you for that one. 118 and change there on Palantir with a high of 123.49. Good look there on that front. Net trades. My guy took a hit today, but he's still standing strong. Says, thanks for the advice. Let's go, Net Trades. Brush it off. Tomorrow's going to be a new day. Go out and enjoy it. I don't know where you're located, Net Trades, but here in Toronto, it's an absolute face slapper of a day. It's going to be tarp off. I'm red and I'm still giddy. So it doesn't even matter, man. We can always get it back. The market will always give you endless opportunities to put on some solid trades, and it's our job to just make them that much better. But I want to lead into something that I was briefly just telling Sharif about, and I thought about it this morning as well too. So everybody just please listen up. We see our trades all the time, all right? Maybe you now get where I'm at. You see it all day live. You see us post our trades on X. You see us display them, our winners, our losers, and everything. Enough of Sharif and I want to start seeing your guys' trades. All right? And how are we going to do that? This is what I want you guys to do. I want you to start DM me at Trader TV Joseph, right here at Trader TV Joseph. DM me your trades, and I'm going to go through a list of the trades. Whoever DMs me their trades, we're going to go through some of them, and I'm going to display them live on air. If you're a regular, send me your trade, because I'm going to be like, this is such and such work today. He's put in a fantastic job, win or lose, but also put in some brief descriptions on your charts. This is my stop loss. These are my profit targets, entry, etc. So go ahead, DM your boy, Joseph at Trader TV. We're going to go through some of your trades live right here today, Sharif.
Sorry, just give me one more
absolutely.
second.
He's managing a position, absolutely. Yeah. So there it is. I'm not sitting in anything right now. NVDA might be the potential long here for me. I'm going to be patient, wait for this pullback through the volume-weighted average price. I mentioned we have over 150,000 strike prices. Open contracts at 120 strike. Right now, the market makers are offside. All right, so that's not looking good. But if we can squeeze here, we might just go absolutely through the moon. I talked to you guys about my thesis before, and here it is. I'll say it one more time because a lot of people in the chat are asking me. They're asking me for my X account, and here it is. So start sending those trades through. I'm going to go through the list of them. I'm going to go through the best trades. I want to hear your thesis. I want to see your stop loss and everything, because we're going to go over what you guys have been trading here today, and we're going to show you, display it live on Trader TV Live, and say, hey, so-and-so has done a fantastic job, guys. So get those trades sent over to me, and we're going to do some trade reviews, boys. You good to go there, my friend?
Yes, sir. Just holding on for a piece here. We will get stopped out, though, if this one loses the bid at 13. So, yeah, we'll give back a little bit over here on our friend INHD. It's all right. You know, getting a little sweaty up in this place, but it's okay there. We'll keep a little bit on the board. Okay, so keeping my eye on the next one, WULF. This one kind of curling off that volume-weighted average price. Just took a beak wetter there at 50s, and now trying to take some out at the mid-50s. So we'll set up a profit taker there. Looking also now for WRD. This one, we did get the money fills, I believe, in the low 90s. Still respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but, you know, kind of a 3-candle dead look right now, which is not what I'm looking for. Especially if this one wants to be a bit of a, you know, I don't want to say a parabolic trade, but it's up 25%. It's got a couple of bull flags under its belt, so keeping an eye on that. What do we got on? We got 7s, and we're long 97. So only 10 pennies in the money. It's certainly no INHD, but giving us a possible a possible move up here. So the best profit taker I think I took out on the day was 13s, and now we're back into 10s. So we're only 3 pennies in the money at the moment. So a bit of a tougher one right now on WRD. I'm trying to decide whether to get out here. It still hasn't lost the 10, but it feels like it will lose the 10. And if it does, there's a substantial amount of room between the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price, which would be the next level that I pick it up at. That's around 9.5. Actually, a little bit more than 9.5, about 9.55, give or take. So I think I'm just going to pack my patience on this one. What I can do is I can look at that bar at 11.10. That bar at 11.10 has a low of 9.93. So I've got 97s on. That means I can give it about like 4 pennies. So I can go 9.92, 9.91 stop. That's about 10 pennies from where we are. And if I ended up giving back some, we end up giving back some. That's kind of the situation with that one. So that's on WRD. I've got 3 Beakwaters left on this. I'm going to go ahead and change my stop placement on that, and we're going to go 9.91. We'll give it down to 85s in case it does lose the bid quite aggressively. Keeping an eye on INHD. It's really coming down substantially now. 1471 area high, and then all of a sudden we've got, you know, this big move down into about 1291. So be careful with this one, guys. It is starting to lose the bid, and it's substantially lower than that substantially higher than that $11.50 area where both VWAP and the 10 exponential moving average on the 5R. So, you know, this one could be a bit of an aggressive retracement here on INHD. Topping tail candle to boot, and then a red candle to make a lower low, breaching the previous area low of this topping tail candle. You've got a fantastic volume profile, though. Ooh. About 1 million shares per 5-minute candle here. So you're getting a lot of market participation in the name. So keep your eye out on this one if you're interested. Top W as well. TOPW. Fantastic look on this one. This one's, you know, it's got top G status up here, 585. Looking to put in higher lows with a possible flat top break around that, again, 585 high day. What's notable to me about top W is it's got 4 candles that all reject off the same area. And again, that is the high of the day, 585. So you can feel that there's a seller of note here that the buyers can't really shake. Okay, so we just did shake them, excuse me. 586, now 594. So that seller got taken out, at least for the moment. So TOPW on its way to 6 pennies off that high. Excuse me, 2 pennies off the 6. 598 now the high. So we speak about this one while it's breaking out. TOP dub, fantastic look on the day. What is this up? It's up 54%. The issue with Top W is, believe it or not, $6 in all. It's still done less than 1 million shares, barely more than 750,000. It's only done 779,000. And you know, you may sound like that's a lot, but it's really not, especially for something gapping up 55%. It's on everybody's scanner, and by everybody, I mean people who trade these small cap gappers. Let's find a little bit about the company details over here, if it'll allow me. So Top Win International Limited, what the hell do they do? I got no information on them, believe it or not. Yeah, I got nothing. I got float of 2.66 million shares. I got nothing to compare that to, and I don't have a short float. So we're flying a little blind here with Top Dub, but hopefully not too dangerous of a name. All right, so that's my situation. INHD looks like it's going right back up here like a crazy person. Be careful with this one. It has support at $12, but it's mostly ranging between 13 and 14. And that has been the case since around that 11:10 candle today. So good luck for that one, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. All right, those DMs are coming in hot and fast and furious, guys. We're going to go over some of these trades momentarily. I'm just going through some of the good ones, and I like what I see. So don't forget to post the chart so we can display it, like buy and sell orders, etc. So thank you guys very much for participating in that, and we're going to be going over those trades very momentarily. So I like the looks of that, and fantastic work there from all of you. Love seeing it. But yeah, here we go, guys. NVDA continuing to climb. We're now above the volume weighted average price. I like this on the 1-minute time frame, but it's time to zoom out. We are around 11:30, so I kind of want to condense all the data that's been given to me right now. So going to be patient. I'm going to use actually NVDL to get involved in NVDA. I believe if we're going to continue to climb higher, this guy is going crazy. You know what I noticed though? When I'm having a red day, you're green, and then the opposite, right?
Isn't that how it always is,
just
bro?
always
it
works.
always
but
is.
yo, honestly, show them what you got going on, and you can send it back.
It's going, bro. I'm sorry. sorry to interrupt you,
No,
Joseph.
absolutely,
Top W's flying, guys. So we talked about this one at the right time. That 585 level just got blown through, Joseph, and now it's a 664. We were talking about this one $1 ago, man. Oh my goodness. So we just got the beak wet there at 55s. It did technically spike, as I mentioned, into 64. So you already know where I'm waiting. It's just the nature of the beast. We're going to go ahead. We're posting at 69. Come what may. Get it, Adara. Thank you. I appreciate you, Adara. I always appreciate your support. 664 HOD. Joseph, we were talking about this one about like 40%. 65%. And we're like 20 pennies off the freaking high.
You know what it is?
Yes, sir.
It's a storm. It's a money storm, my guy. Let's go.
Sorry to interrupt you, Doug.
No, absolutely, man. Hey, you know how it is. It goes either way. If I have a face slapper on or you have a face slapper, then it's like, okay, never mind. What you're doing is essentially irrelevant right now. We got to see that money being made. But no, great, fantastic stuff here, guys. Waiting for this pullback here in NVDA. My issue is here, let's pull up this 5-minute time frame. I'll pull it up so you can see this charting. We need to crack this downtrend, which it looks like we might have done here. We're sitting on the backside of it now, so we're going to be patient, wait for this retest, and then slowly start to allocate some NVDA shares. We don't want to punch in heavy right away. We wait for that pullback, and then once the thesis starts working, you heard Neil say it, I average into that winner and then expect it to work slightly more, but that also comes with the trailing of the stop as well, too. So keep that in mind. All right, guys, let's do it. You guys have been sending me fantastic DMs. I'm going to go over a couple trades right now, and we're going to do, don't worry about just, you can send them throughout the day. Don't rush. That's the thing, right? Don't rush. Just wait for your trade to work out because we want to paint pretty pictures here. We don't want to just send them so it can be displayed here. So make sure you're sticking to your game plan, and everything will work out, and you can most definitely send it to me, and we'll go over it. So throughout the whole day, we're going to be going through some of your guys' trades. So I'm going to pull up the first one here. Ooh, it looks like a nice position here from Christopher Bennett. Sorry, I don't want to butcher your name there or anything along those lines, but he's in something with a market value of around 12K. So nice work there. Ooh, today's return, he's up 15. He's up $1,500, so he's locked in some of that total return up 3,000. And it looks like he might be using Robinhood or something along those lines there, guys. So make sure you get those trades in. I want to see the charts as well. Where's that one I seen on with the buy and sells? Okay, we don't want to see that one there. We'll talk about that there later. Where did he put it? Oh, here we go. There's another one, a nice little trade right here from you guys. Tough to see some things there. I want to see those nice and orderly buy and sells. So we'll go through some more. Keep sending them in, guys. Fantastic stuff. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Bang.
Keep an eye on Carvana here. Josh Brown of Ritholtz Management and frequent CNBC contributor apparently announcing this is a new buy idea. Now, I want to mention, I've noticed lately there's been an account on X by the name of Oracle NYSE, and they've been actually getting these Josh Brown names before CNBC post them. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. CVNA, Carvana moving a little bit here. But notice eBay did the same thing. A little bit of a pop when I first see this rumor circulate on X that Josh Brown has posted. Then it moves higher when we actually get the Josh Brown announcement on CNBC. So just be aware. I'm seeing this circulate right now. CVNA, apparently, potentially a new Josh Brown buy idea on CNBC. Watch out for that, Carvana. And back to you. Also, guys, before I send you back, I'm working on a whole bunch of infographics right now for TTV Research, and I'm looking for anyone ideas, any content you guys want to see. So tag me in the chat right now at Adara LePage with any ideas you may have, and I will add them to my list. Back to you.
The market giveth, Joseph, and the market taketh away. All right, let's talk about what happened, what I did on this stock over here. This one did come back into 6. I liked it at 6. I picked it up there, and then we wet the beak on the pop up. And I gave my stop I gave it 12 pennies, okay? I gave it from 82 to 70. That wasn't good enough. It blew through my stop. There was no liquidity, and now I'm caught in a downhaul here on TOPW. That's the bad news. The good news is we're still above the 10, and we're still above VWAP, but barely. That's good news. Now, let's go back to some bad news. So I'm caught in a downhaul at 558. I've got 6, so right away, I'm 42 pennies out of the money. Add to that the theoretical auction price, which is a dynamic level. It's constantly changing. So we'll end up seeing where this one opens up is 540. So it's already showing me that it's going to open up lower than where it halted. So yeah, very dangerous to trade. You know, I thought I had my my stop given enough room. I didn't. So this one, you know, we're going to give back some obviously on and probably likely go negative on it now if it holds up in this way. So TOPW 664 topping tail candle, boom, all the way back down in 558. We're caught in a down halt. It's still got a tap of around 539, 540. It blew through my stop. So bit of a tougher one right now, Joe. We're going to keep an eye out on this one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that must have been a furious move to the downside there. Yeah, it was quick. So too quick to just hop out there. But yeah, let's go, guys. Let's see what we're cooking up here. Going to be patient. Let's go back to my QBTS trade just to see what and go over kind of everything once again. Because you guys know my style, right? Like if things are working, I just like continuously adding and trying to make the position as large as possible. And unfortunately, it just didn't work today. I had a lot of conviction within the setup there, guys, but it just didn't follow through. So that's okay. We're not going to cry over spilt milk or anything along that, are we? No. So again, it's just one single trading day. There's the unlimited, I guess. Even when after I'm off of this earth, there's going to be more trading. So we don't got anything to worry about on that front. But here we go, guys. Entry number one, looking really good. There's a VPA signal right there. Oh. Add to the position, add. And then we just got stuck on those pre-market lows there, guys. We couldn't punch through them. And I had a couple opportunities to get out of the position, but I'm like, come on. I know, especially with this type of, with this newscast that we have, we can start cooking today. Ooh. And it's unfortunate that we get it. So we got stopped out. I'm like, okay, liquidity grab. We'll take another attempt here. Stopped out. We were really, really small on that front. I was being patient. And then, okay, I was like, okay, we're at that third attempt. And usually on that third crack, if you have the ability to sit on the backside of that downtrend, you can really start to move to the top side. And we didn't get that here. So you can see I was aggressive once again, and that didn't work out. And started small to see if we can cook. But there was no cooking available there. Lack of ingredients on that front. So it didn't work out for us on that one. But it is what it is, right? We have a good time about it. And then here's my IBIT trade as well, too, guys. IBIT. Man, I'm Sharif. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm so excited to get outside. Like, I'm outside people, right? Like, shout out to all my Jamaicans. We're outside people, and I just love the summer because I get to spend more time outside. And I was dog training Milo yesterday. My boy was smashing the leash training yesterday. It's been difficult walking him, but now he's just on fire. He follows me everywhere. So
you're doing a good job. That's
he's doing a good job.
You're doing a good job, bro.
Yeah. Well, I watched a lot of YouTube videos on.
You gotta get your info from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I watched a lot of YouTube videos. We got training from and everything too. So I'm excited about that. But I just we're doing with the people on YouTube. It's like be patient, keep doing his things. He was like kind of pulling and tugging on the leash and stuff. You would know with obviously puppies. So I learned that like you just every time they like kind of stray away, a little treat. There you go. Eventually he comes in.
I never did that with my dog, the treat thing. But I see other people that do it, and like they just know when they did something good, they're gonna wait for that treat.
Yeah, exactly.
He's gonna be waiting next time, Joseph.
But see, one thing that I did because we were outside all day yesterday.
Yeah.
So I would psych him out, right? Like I would give him 3 treats in a row, let him do his thing, call him back, and then not give him a treat, but say, hey, good boy, good boy.
I like that.
And then do that, and same thing again. But anyways, enough of Milo. We want to get back into these markets. This move on NVDA is starting to cook up. You can see we were long, really small right here, and then once we cracked that, I got out. I got slipped actually, and then I went pretty heavy right there, and I only got about 20% off, and then I got stopped out the remaining. Attempted one more time, and it didn't work out for us. But NVDL is starting to cook up here. I might have missed that pullback here talking about Milo, so thanks, Milo. But it's all right. We'll be patient because I do think there's going to be another opportunity to get in.
All right, man. All right, I'm back in here, guys, into, oh boy, top W. What are we going to do here? Okay, so I'm waiting to see how this acts. I put my stop already for that 520 break. So we're long at 6. Obviously, I don't expect this to go right back to 6, but I've given it to 530, so it's holding that 530 level. The spread is opening up in a way that I personally don't like. 75 now on the bid. Let's see if we can get out of here, break even for the entire amount at around $6. So topped up, there we are. Yeah, it's a little risky to do that, guys. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit lower than that. That's exactly what I'm going to do. throw an order there, see if it does pop up into that level. Still about 43, 44%, showing me 72s. I'm just waiting a little bit higher, so a big spike up. There we go. Now we're showing 80s, 72 on the bid, but alas, it's not really blowing through that level. So, we'll just pack our patience for a couple of more seconds here, up almost 50%. If we can get that break even, that would just be really, really good. Here we go, 78s, 80s now showing up. That's going to be enough for me, Joseph. I already got out of dodge with this one, so we'll give back obviously some there, and it's obviously going to be a negative day for me as a result. So we'll look to do a little bit better. On top dub, if it does hold the volume weighted average price, I will trade this with much smaller share size now that I know the look of this one's jib. It's obviously one that can't be trusted. I hold no personal animosity, but it's just, let's understand the characteristics of the stock that we're trading. We're just getting acquainted. I didn't even know this stock existed until about 25 minutes ago. And what I'm really saying here, guys, is if something's a habitual offender in the sense that it's blown through your stop, or is very spready when it shouldn't be because it's doing volume, whatever the characteristics are, just get to learn about its characteristics and then trade it accordingly. So that's kind of my little spiel for here. Let's have a look, though, at INHD. Where's my screen on that one? Because it's really going again. There it is. Okay, so this is the 1 minute. That's not what I want. Let's look at the 5 over here. And this has got basically great wicks off higher low. So if you look at that level initially at 11.10, the wick there is $12. Then you're looking at the 11.20, the wick there is $12.29. Then you're looking at the 11.30 candle, the wick there is $12.50. And now the current candle, 11.35, the wick there is $12.75. What I mean to say by reading all these random levels is higher low, higher low, higher low, and yes, another higher low. You're not exactly getting that oomph above 14. I'll submit to you 14 has been a hard level to hold despite the fact that we've been above it multiple times, 1471 high a day. Keep your eye out on INHD. It's continuing to go here. Also keeping an eye on WULF. I've got shares on in this one. Let's go ahead and wet the beak here at 50 pennies, and they're going to wait for 54s for the next little one. What else we got? There's Gugu or Gogo. Why'd I say Gugu? Go-Go, guys. Yeah, this one looked like it was about to go, but alas, it did break below the volume weighted average price, so I did kind of put this on my crap list. It still got lower highs, technically back above the volume weighted average price, but I'll submit to 12.5 has been a hard level to stay above, despite the fact that we have a 12.90 high a day. It's been, you can tell, you just get above 12.5 and the short sellers come in fast and furious. So SOUN, okay, this is the one we talked about earlier. SoundHound, obviously a name that a lot of us are familiar with given its association with NVIDIA. And this one's having a good day. Well off the highs, by the way, 11.21 high, it's down into 10.5. But this is the level where I'd want to pick it up at. I wouldn't want to be punching in at highs on this one. I want to pick it up at VWAP. VWAP and the hold or the $0.5 level intersecting, $10.5. Good look here. Let's load up SOUN on this trading screen. We're going to take off Go. It's on NQ. It is on Q. So let's go ahead and see if we can get something in here on our friend SoundHound now that it's at VWAP and now also that it's at the whole dollar level. It's going to be a tight stop here, and I'll definitely be looking to add rather than take some out. And then I'm just going to basically hold the entire amount here. I'm not going to be wetting the beak. So let's go ahead and put not the profit takers, the stop loss. So how much are we going to give this, and where is the appropriate area to have your stop? Well, I'm in it for a VWAP trade as well as a 10.5 retracement. So if this loses, I'm giving it super tight. We're going to give it 10 pennies. So let's go ahead and wait at 41s, and then I'm going to really give this one room so it doesn't go against me. So SOUN at the volume weighted average price, up 17.5%. But really don't know where this one goes, to be honest with you. It's a very aggressive retracement. So since we put in that 11.21 high right at 11 o'clock, you could tell the buy program or whatever algo was trading this shut off, because we got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 red candle on the 5-minute retracement. So there has not been a bid for 40 minutes on this name. It literally made the high at 11 on the dot, and then that 1121, we're well below it now. So keeping my eye on this one, Joseph. Going to give it really tight room, and then if it ends up holding up at the volume weighted average price, fantastic. If it doesn't, we'll take an L.
Good stuff there. All right, so shout out to my guy Dale. Oh no, his name's not. I don't know. I was gonna say Dale Earnhardt, but his name is Earhart. So shout out to him, man. Sent out a good one here. Slowly grabbing and a beautiful stop loss as well, too. So we'll zoom in on this here, guys. So shout out Earhart for posting his trades. Slowly just grabbing on some shares here as the market climbs. One thing that we got to note here, I'll pull up the SPY and the Qs. You can see that we have this steady downtrend. As long as we don't crack this low, we might be in a good position for the longs. We might get that rebound, and you can see buyers really start to step in. So that's his out right there, guys. I know this is SPY, but still relatively close. That's his out, slowly just grabbing shares on that front. So there you go. Nice work there from Earhart, just sticking to risk measures, stop loss in place, and that's exactly what we want to see there. So nice work there, and thank you very much for that DM, my friend.
Well, that's a beauty.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Yeah, he's cooking up right now. He's just slowly buying, has that stop loss in place. He's got some shares in there too, guys. Ooh. If you've seen that, almost 200 big ones there at 314 on Tesla. So let's go NASDAQ and let's go Earhart, man. Let's see if that trade works out for you. I'm loving what you're seeing, and thanks for sharing that with everybody. So really, really nice work there, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on. A nice pullback here on the on NVDL. And that's what I mentioned. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into this. Onto this front is that you can see this steady downtrend. And what we want to see for a continuation of the long side is we want to sit on the backside of this trend. But to note, this is a solid bounce pivot right here. You can see that it's larger than the previous half hour of volume signatures. And you have that candle, that 5-minute candle closing as a complete hammer candle. So you get that move all the way back to the volume weighted average price. Now we just need this to hold up. And if the market's going to bounce, we need that SPY, the Qs, and all the big names to continue to participate, up 4%. We're going to need a little bit more than that, Shreve. A 90-day pause. Here, I'm going to pull up actually what I've seen from you. I know you got your news going as well, but the first thing when I pulled up my my old trusty phone there this morning is U.S. and China reached agreement to reduce most tariffs from 125% to 10% over 90 days, triggering a 4% pre-market gain in NVDA shares and potentially easing tensions affecting semiconductor exports. NVIDIA is modifying, this is interesting, Shreve, its H20 chip for the Chinese market with reduced memory capacity to comply with U.S. exports controls, targeting a July release date. That is some big news. This is exactly what we need to see here in NVDA, and you know Sharif's most definitely got some hot lines and some more hot news coming for us later on in the day as well, too, guys.
Yes, sir. So, Joseph, there's a birthday here that we gotta acknowledge over here. Her name is Elsie.
Elsie.
Joseph. In case you haven't been acquainted with her, this is my baby, and she's now 2 years old.
Big stepper.
So we had to give her a little bit of a cleaning, Joseph, on the weekend, and we got the clay bar involved. Shout out to my man Randy. We got the de-waxer involved. Shout out to that blue, bro.
Shout out that blue.
Shout out to that blue, bro.
The rims are looking fresh too.
Yeah, well, we cleaned, bro. Let me tell you about the amount of brake dust in this. You know, mother. You know what?
How long you spent cleaning this?
A lot. Boy? But let me tell you something else.
All right.
If you stay up with the upkeep, way easier.
Yeah.
Way easier to clean that.
Way easier.
Oh man, shout out to my girl Elsie. She's 2 years old. She cost me a lot of money, especially with gas being what it is lately. I just want to show a couple of other things here, Joseph.
Absolutely,
so a couple of interesting movies over here. This is me picking up Elsie. Oh, what's going on? There it is.
There.
Yeah, I know. This is me picking up Elsie when they had her ready for me there. They surprised me with her under the red tarp. So this is 2 years ago to the day, Joseph.
Dang.
Boom! Shout out to the JLR Napanee, man. That's where your friend, what's his name, Carney.
That's my guy.
Just won his riding there. So this is what, they had that nice.
So you went out there.
I picked it up, from Ottawa. Yeah.
Dang.
And then this was the weekend, my man. Check this out. This is my aunt's cottage.
Oh yeah.
Out up in Keswick. Let me show this.
Okay,
Hold up. Where's the picture quality there, Joseph? There we go. We got it. So it's peninsula things over there, Joseph, or some water on the left.
Shout out
you look in the
beautiful
front.
Canada too.
Oh yeah, man, this is it's a hell of a spot over here. Yeah, this is my aunt's place, guys. We did this whole thing for Mother's Day. Went up to my aunt's place, caught some sun, caught some fresh air. Then we went to Jerusalem, which is like a Middle Eastern restaurant. They had a belly dancer to boot during the day, which I found to be blasphemous. Belly dancers shouldn't be belly dancing during the day, bro. It's a nighttime activity right
Hey,
there,
they can
baby.
dance whenever. I don't mind. They can dance whenever.
Get it,
man.
Joe.
Oh, I went to a Lebanese restaurant on
You did
on
tell
Friday.
me that.
A mall.
Did you get the tabbouleh?
I don't know, but I got some good stuff, man. I don't know. I just say, listen, Selena, I'm like, you
Love
get
you, dog.
whatever.
Love you, dog.
I'm hungry, yeah. So I don't know. A mall, it was nice in Yorkville. So
Yeah, well, I'm sure it was bomber because number one, Yorkville is a sick spot, obviously very expensive, and I think Lebanese food is sick. So yeah.
It was good, man. It was good.
Man, it was a hell of a weekend, bro.
Oh,
I wish every weekend was kind of like that,
the
man.
fried cheese had a little pesto on it too. I'm a big pesto guy, so shout out that. That was fire.
Hey, I like it. All right, INDH at HOD. Yeah, I went extremely negative on that one. That and Top Dub have put me negative on the day. We started out very positive, but these ones, they give it and they can take it away. So I'm going to be a little bit chill on that one. What kind of a car brand is that, Justin B? That's my Jag, baby. Sweet ride. Thanks, Epic Strategy. Are the car mats still available, Darwin? No. He knows exactly what my kryptonite is. Dasher Hunter is calling me a douche. He doesn't like my car. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you there. Thanks, go.
At least he's honest. You know
I
what I
don't
mean?
care, bro. I'll just drive it all over you, baby.
Oh.
Twin? No, it's not twin turbo. It is supercharged. 5-liter V8, baby.
Eat that.
All right. Woke brand says D-Taps. All right, don't drive it. Just keep walking to work, bro. Sharif pulled up into a car wash, said, "Get it, boys." No, I did it myself, man. That was all hand done. I legitimately do it all myself. So, Ozan, okay, I can't get to stay with you. At least you can pick me up from the airport. Say less, Darwin.
There we go.
You want it?
No
You got it, my
excuses.
man. The OG Darwin gets what he wants. Shout out to him. All right, man. What else we got over here in the chat? I appreciate you guys, man. Nice comments there. Except the haters in the chat. You can go, you know what?
You can DM me on X if you want.
Yeah.
Send me your trade. Yeah.
Send Joe your trades. Send him your vitriol. Send him whatever you want. He's game on that side. Shout out to Wampadilla. I do appreciate you, man. I do appreciate you there. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're in some NVDL here, guys. You can see this display. We got that pullback. Now we're going to look for a continuation of this trend. We're still positive on the session. NVDA, that is positive on the session. I'm green, full disclosure. I'm red, full disclosure. But yeah, let's go. We're going to start to build into this weekend squeeze. But let's take a look at the chain, guys, because that's what we have to do. It's a part of our job to see what the market is telling us. So we pulled up NVDA, and this is what I was referring to. It's actually surprising. I wasn't expecting to see this, but always expect the unexpected. So here we go. We knew that 119, 120 had the highest levels of open interest last week. I was curious to see what was going to happen when we rolled over. So go and check those posts. Actually, I could pull it up right now. But 120 strike has grown substantially, guys, substantially. 150,000 current open contracts right now. So times that by 100. That is a whole lot of shareage right there, brother.
Easy, bro.
150. And last week, Sharif, it was 90,000. It was what that 119. See, the 119 strike is now vastly decayed. It's not nearly as big as it was before. We had 90,000 open contracts around that specific 119 strike. And now we've rolled over to the next expiration cycle, and you can see 150,000 at that 120. So let's wait and see. It's going to be an interesting week, and I'm going to be documenting what happens, like what is going to happen when we have potentially that many traders who are currently now offside. Because think about it, someone's got to sell it to you, right? So now they're short NVDA, and you don't want to be short NVDA from 120, and we're trading at 120, 166. That is not a good sign. So going to be patient for that. And also to note here, guys, you can see that we have 150,000 on the call side and 50,000 150,000 on the put side, that's not quite enough to pin the price action and for us to move kind of, even though we are moving sideways, I would want to see that put side significantly larger, and then that would determine to me like, hey, we're going to struggle right around this 120 area, and we might see some chop in the foreseeable future, but that's not the case here right now. As you can see, NVDA starting to pull back, so I'm going to be cautious. This might be a short here today, guys, especially we have so much contracts at 120, 150,000. The market makers don't like being offside.
Well said, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Wolf is starting to curl up, so I was happy I stuck with this one. This is a volume-weighted average price retracement, WULF, coming into, I want to say that VWAP at the time was around 44s. Where did I get long? Allow me a second to have a look. I got long at 47s. We just worked our way up to 53. I'm waiting at 55s for the next beak wetter. Let's keep an eye out on this one. WULF, it's not the biggest mover on the day, but 17%, not a bad look. Soundhound, we got a bunch of prints all the way up into 70, but it is coming back down again. So you had, I want to say, a 4-candle holdup so far at VWAP with some bamboozlement. You get a candle right at that 1140 time slot, which is a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. And then the subsequent candle, the candle at 1145, ends up making an equally big move down, right back into VWAP. And the current candle we're in, 1150, kind of just break even, holding VWAP right now. I've given myself all the way down into the 40s for a stop here, but Soundhound, it does feel like this one could be a flat bottom break given what it did earlier, which was kind of put that candle in to get people in, that first 5-minute candle to make a new high, closes that way and then drops all the way back down. So I'll give this one a bit more room, but I am a little concerned right now about SOUN losing the bid. Shout out to my man Bovin for bringing this one to my attention. CISO. Is this halted down? No. Let me just make sure it's still trading. Yes, I think it is. CISO. I believe this one just did weasel up as one of the better looking gappers that I've got on my scanner. Last a little bit off the highs. Now 141. It ended up printing out as a high there. Bro, what are you doing over there, CISO? I don't know. This Windows. You know, we don't really talk about this anymore because I think people just got used to it, Joseph. But Windows is really glitchy. Like constantly glitchy, but I think just people have gotten used to Windows being glitchy, so nobody complains about it anymore. $1.41 high a day on CISO, coming into a great area. This $1.30, I like this area above in the 10 and the 10 EMA and the price action support. So let's go ahead and load CISO, and I'm gonna get in here and we'll give it like a 5 or 10 penny stop, something like that. Let's go long on our friend CISO, excuse me, and then we're gonna wait up here. For a beak wetter, we're going to wait at 35s, and then we'll layer into 38s. I see some resistance here at 36s. Keep that in mind, right? So we did work our way up there and reject. So I'm going to give this to $1.25. So it's going to have to hold this $1.26 support over here. So let's go ahead like that, and then we're going to give it a lot of room. Given what happened to me on the other one, I'm going to give all my stops now minimum of 10 penny spread. So keep an eye on this CISO, guys. As I mentioned earlier, INHD, I did really well on it to start, then very poorly on it to continue, and is now halted to the upside, 1654. I think this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Just allow me to double check. It seems like it's been halted for about more than 5 minutes. Yes, this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt, if not more. Again, if you're newer to these small cap gapper style trades, the volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It'll always be right at that 15, right at that 5, right at that 10 minutes. So the way to figure it out, you go over to your time in sales, right over here on the left, and you look at the last print that came in. In this particular case here for INHD, we see that it came in at 11:47:43. So you add 5 minutes, you add 10, you add 15 onto that time, and then that should be the opening. And it literally opens to the second, right at the open there. So keep your eye out on that one. And then, yeah, that's the situation. All right, we're doing it live here on ISO, Joseph. It got up back into that 136. But as I kind of suspected, we're getting a little bit of a sell there. And the reason we're getting a sell there is because we tried to work back up only to reject. So we know there is local resistance at $1.36 right now on CISO. Let's see if we can shake that seller that's been selling up a storm. We're at 36 right now. Can we shake them? Where we're trying to work it into 37s. Look at that. It's not even eating up the size. What does that tell you? That tells you the person who's selling has likely got an iceberg order, a hidden order, not available for the market to view. There are many nuances about these hidden orders. One of the most important is they're technically supposed to be kicked to the back of the line. So we know how these work, right? Order and priority. You put your order out there first. Depending on what gateway you are, you have fill priority. The people who hide a portion or all of their orders, they get kicked to the back of the line. So sometimes we've got to eat up the orders that are actually posted or not hidden before we get to those hidden orders. I feel like it doesn't always work that way. And let me tell you why. When we observe that level, say at $1.36 right now on CISO, we weren't taking any of the posted size that was actually posted on level 2. We saw it live. But we were getting all the sell order or the buy orders coming in on the time and sales. Well, how come the hidden order there is getting priority ahead of the market maker that was posted there at the gateway? So there's some stuff that I personally don't understand about this order of priority that I need to do a bit of a deeper dive into. I'm talking about iceberg orders or hidden orders, guys. That's kind of what I'm discussing here. All right, let's go right back to our friend SOUN, because it does look like we're bouncing off again. Yes, so we did get yet another bounce off SOUN, so I'm going to put the beak there, see if we can take some off and make some back of the losses we engaged in today, Joseph. So what I see right now, SOUN holding at the volume weighted average price, and the seller on CISO, can't shake them.
Can't shake it.
Can't shake them.
Can't shake them. Yeah, all right, guys. So, yeah, just looking at the overall market here, and I just mentioned this downtrend line. Until we sit on the back side of this, then we might have to continue in this short. So, just the thesis, right? So, you can see a nice hammer print. We don't even get back towards the volume, like back directly above it or right at the volume weighted average price, and now heading into some key support levels on the Qs. So, have to be patient on this front, guys. That downtrend is still fully intact. And we just have to listen to what the PA is telling us at times. So there we go. If you want to look at it from an intraday standpoint, just doing simplistic stuff, right? That's the issue. See, my issue is, like, again, I just like to stick to the most simplistic things as possible. You see I have one indicator on my chart. That's it. Other than that, I'm using price, the time of sales, and what PA is telling me, and the L2. So, again, I don't want too much... That's the word I'm looking for there. Analysis paralysis there is what I'm looking to say. But yeah, so that's why you'll see I only have VWAP on here, and I just follow what the tape is telling me. And I also have quote highlights as well. And then I'll keep an eye on the options chain, because that's exactly what we do. But come on, let's go NVDA. Again, if we sit on the backside of this trend, this is going to be our opportunity to add here, Sharif. Backside. It's kind of every time I say it. So as soon as we're on top of that, it's Ad City over here. Shout out City Boy 305. Fellow Gotti as well too, so shout out to him, my guy. But yeah, again, gotta be patient here, right? I don't want to jump into too many things. As you can see, the market, I'm not going to see this directionless, but I know a lot of us had bullish biases this morning, and it definitely didn't come into play, especially with that news going from 145% to now just a 10% pause for an extended period of time. It's just like, okay, why aren't we continuing this rally? Well, maybe the market's already priced a lot of that in here. Katina Man mentioned something very valid not too long ago, is that we're already up 20% off of those lows. Same with the likes of NVDA, up 39% off of these local lows right here of 86 or 87, we'll call it flat, and now trading at 121.68. Like, how much more can we ask for there, Sharif? I mean,
Joe, you tell me.
Yeah. I mean, we could obviously ask for a whole lot, but it doesn't mean we're gonna receive a whole lot. And sometimes that's why I'm so happy. It's like, okay, Yeah, I closed some contracts. Yeah, I closed some shares on Friday. I was happy about that. And then you get the gap out in the up in the morning. I'm not even phased because I did what my plan told me to do, and now I'm leaving some for a runner to gain some of this, so I can still profit off of what we've seen here. And I'm not fully sized. That's fine. You're always going to have those shoulda, coulda, woulda scenarios, but it's our job as traders to accept the fact, stick to the trade plan, and leave a bit of a runner. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Here's the S&P 500 just slowly kind of pushing to the downside, but it's up 2.5% on the day. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ here, up 3 and a bit percent here, but much like the S&P 500, trying to push lower. So we're doing both of these have been extremely range bound over the last hour. If you look at these 15-minute candles, we had a lot of news today. Of course, China tariff pause here with the U.S. and China both pausing their reciprocal tariff measures for 90 days. But there were some individual tickers I want to talk about. Shopify. Incredibly strong here, SHOP. Of course, the overall market move helped it, but it also is going to be added to the NASDAQ as of May 19th, so next Monday. It also is on day 3 earnings play for SHOP. We have UNH as well. UNH and HUM both on watch here. They made a little bit of a move to the downside after Donald Trump said during his press conference with RFK Jr. on health prices or prescription drug prices, he said that he wants to cut out the middlemen. So these health insurance names did drop a little bit on that story. Lots of names to keep an eye on today. Keep an eye on FXI and KWeb as well. Of course, China-related plays. But in the meantime, we're going to have Neil. He's going to give you a lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. Look, this is the kind of day or the kind of morning trading session where you're going to get so much more information out of it. So your lesson of the day is gap ups on you know what and on the good. Because today's gap to the upside is obviously going to be much bigger market-wide than what you're used to. Like, this is the type of gaps. Almost every single stock had gaps that you would usually only see if there's news or if there's earnings or something along those lines. And when that's the case, you get, and it's across the board, you get so much more information to be able to deal with that you can learn from. So it's always a good learning experience. But what ended up happening, we always talk about things being like a stock picker's market sometimes, where individual stocks are not going to care what the group is doing or what the market is doing. There's a lot of information to be gleaned when that is the case. Because when I look over at what the NASDAQ did at the open, right, I have NVIDIA up, and we'll get to that. Like, we're cruising. Instant drop, and then all we did off the opening range is find instant resistance on our first bounce, make a fresh low, and then a lower high. So there was nothing bullish about the overall market. But what that can provide you with on a day where you're going to have big, massive, outsized gaps is have a look and see what is happening when you get that drop into the bottom and then a retest of the low. This is a 15-minute chart. That's the moment you're going to be able to decide what kind of stocks you're in. When you make this bounce here, anything that makes a higher low when you're putting in the same low or holds a low when you break the low on the NASDAQ, you can put into a strong bucket. Now, obviously, you're going to see me not in NVIDIA at any point until now. Well, what did NVIDIA do? There's your low. Instead of making the same higher low again, it makes a lower high, and then it breaks the low, and then finally puts in a higher low breaking trend late in the day. So why was I not involved in NVIDIA? Because you had to pivot away from things that were weak. And it's not to say that I didn't trade anything that didn't fit that pattern, but I got away from them early. Like, I played the initial dip in Zim on some strength, but when it made that fresh low and the market didn't, or when the market did, I went away from it. So you juxtapose that to what were the things that I stuck with today and why. Micron, initial low, holds it, holds the volume weighted average price while the market was making that second low, and then it never makes a fresh bottom. So relative strength in the initial dip, well, in the second dip, I should say, and then holds the low when the market was making a fresh low. So stick with that. Now, obviously, it slows down, puts a bit of a wedge in, so I don't think it's as strong anymore, but it allows you to be in something which is bucking that trend, because when the gaps are this big, it's really dangerous if something is breaking through those low. Like, this stock had a $7 gap on it. It's an 8% move to the upside. You can get smoked even on a small retracement through. So you want to be sure as the market's breaking down, you're not in something where you're catching a falling knife. Now, something that did and I'm going to come to Apple in a second, did have that characteristic of the big drop like the market did, was Apple. However, what did it do after that? It held the same bottom. Now, I did get stopped out when it wicked this low, but it still held our 207 level, and that's sort of the key. Hold the line. If something was making a fresh bottom when the market had defined its bottom or broke its bottom, that's not the thing I want to fight with. Either my level is working and the stock is showing strength off of it, or it's putting in higher lows, or you've just got to move away. It got me to move away from Zim. It got me to stick with Micron and then eventually Apple. And you know what? When a stock does break the trend like NVIDIA is doing right now, you can be late to it. You can just wait for it to look a little bit stronger. All the selling is done in here. You don't need to always try to get the bottom to get the move or get a more confident move. Because now that the market's doing nothing, you're breaking through resistance on NVIDIA even though it was a late play. So you can have a certain degree of patience, I think, but when you have these massive gap fills like we had here today, when you break the low and continue to make fresh lows, that is a much more dangerous scenario to be trying to grab those longs in, because there's so much room for it to fall and still on a higher time frame be bullish. And that's a dangerous game to be playing. So if the market's breaking fresh lows and your stock is holding support, great. If it's making higher lows, even better. But if it's continuing to make fresh lows, that's not where you need to be fighting. Go find the thing that's got relative strength. There's so much moving in the market that you don't have to worry about catching a single stock going perfectly to your plan. You should be able to find something out there, if you're biased to the long side, that can give you that trend that you're looking for, that can give you the relative strength that you need, whatever it might be. So it worked out really well today, being a little bit late to NVIDIA for it to break trend, sticking with the names that were not making those fresh lows, getting away from the ones that were. But it's not an easy thing to do. And on a day like today, whether you traded well, up, down, whatever you are, you get like 10 times as much information on days like today. So it's even more important that you go back, reflect on each individual trade, each decision you made, all the moves, and all the price action. Because it's an outlier type of session where you're gapped up this far and see the price action after a said gap. It doesn't happen often, and it's more important when it does that you take in all that information and evaluate yourself correctly. But you know, relative strength on a day like today is going to be even more important when you have this kind of a gap upside. It's a good day to trade, no questions asked, because of the moves, but it can be tricky if you were fighting that trend a little too hard this morning. There's your lesson of the day, everybody. Hope it helps.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Fantastic, great advice as always. And I have to agree with that sentiment, man. This is the kind of day where you're going to see a lot of what's inside of the market, sort of. What am I trying to say here? Kind of some of the hidden stuff. Like somebody was asking me earlier, oh, how come Netflix is down almost 3%? I mean, everything else is up. Well, I don't know. There's really no specific catalyst today for Netflix, but it was obviously performing very well when everything was doing very poorly. So if you happen to believe that, Netflix was going to be a secular run and you wanted your money in a long as opposed to a short, you funneled into Netflix. All of a sudden, everything else is doing really well. So you take some profits and then you funnel it back into some other things. So there doesn't have to be a negative catalyst here, but you can kind of get the internal market thinking on days like this. And I don't know if that's what Neil meant, but that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So fantastic look today for the market overall. And there's a lot of different names on the Mag 7 that we'll get to in short order, and we'll do the news, obviously, and explain a lot of the details that make up part of this reason that we're running up. Obviously has a lot to do with the trade and China. All right, guys. CSIO, shout out to my main man, Bhavin Patel. He's always bringing me these names because I can't have my eye on the top screen all the time looking at my scanner. CISO, fantastic look on this one. There we go. We just added. So that's exactly what I was looking there for, Bhavin. A move into the 10 exponential. Now I'm going to wait at 39s just to get my beak wet again. So I initially got in at 32s. We wet the beak all the way up into 41s. Then it comes back into the 10 and I add there. So looking to extract some profitability now at 39, showing me 38s. So CISO, look, Full disclosure, it's a dollar stock, and it's only done 3 2/3 million shares on the day. That's not great, okay? It's got a great looking pattern. It's got a 1 penny spread. Let's see if that ends up holding up. Anything below that $1.30, that's the end of the trade for me. We'll keep an eye out on that. Still involved in many other trades, as well as Wolf and SOUN. Both are still holding VWAP right now, so I'm going to keep my eye on both of those. But this one, INHD, is the bane of my existence. Ooh. It is coming back down very aggressively, Joseph. 1978 high a day. We are going to halt here at 1463. If this halt parameter continues to hold in this way, this will be the first time. False halt. There we go. So we pop back up into about 1510. The spread is opening up on this one. INHD is a ticker. It's up 175%. So this last little false halt below that 15 area was the first breach of the 10 EMA on the 5. What's going on over there?
Yeah,
NVDL's breaking out. Get it, Joe.
NVDL's breaking out. Guys, I missed it. You guys seen it in the chat, and someone said, Joey, food's going to be your downfall. I'm like, it is. I shouldn't have left my desk because I was waiting for a precise ad there. Sorry, Sharif, for interrupting you.
You're good,
but I was waiting for a precise ad right here on NVDL. This is 2x leverage right here, guys. So whatever 1% move you're getting in NVDA, you're getting 2% here in NVDL. And I shoulda, coulda, woulda. Again, I just got to stop doing that. But that's what I was looking for on that ad. But we're still climbing up almost 10% here in NVDL. Nice breakout there, guys. Good precision entry. Held the volume weighted average price to a T. So I'm looking for this continuation in the move. I'm also in the TQs as well, guys. So looking for this breakout to continue. I'm going to have to scroll through the Mag 7 to see what everyone else is up to because we can't just have NVDA climbing higher and then not some of the other big boys participating. Because at any form of pullback, this could be bad news. So I want to see what Apple's up to and my good friend Softy, the big three, we're going to call them there. Just because if they're not climbing higher, then this trade might be in trouble because if NVDA decides that it wants to pull back aggressively, then it's definitely going to bring the market down with it. And you can see the TQs have not participated in this NVDA breakout, so not too good of a look. And Apple and Microsoft are looking like extreme hot garbage right now. So, damn, Sharif.
Hey.
Sorry, continue on.
Yeah. No worries, bro. I'm just having a look. Yeah, I was looking at what you were saying. I was doing my analysis because I don't even really look at the Mag when we're on the show. Guys, INHD looks like it might be an actual real halt this time. It keeps losing the bid. 1978 high. We're gonna halt here at 1390 if we continue in this way for a few more seconds. It does look like this will be a halt, and now we are down. We are halted down. Now, here's the deal, guys. Believe it or not, even with that ugly retracement, and I'll submit to you, off that high to the current halt, we just lost 30% in about 20 minutes on INHD. Believe it or not, we're still above the volume weighted average price. So for the moment, the 20 exponential on the 5 and the volume weighted average price are overlapping. Not that I really base a whole lot on the 20, but we are still technically in play right now on INHD using my system, which means that you have to trade them above VWAP and the pre-market high. Definitely not going to be looking to punch in at this level. Looking at the theoretical auction price, 1348 currently the top. Again, the halt level, 1390. So we're below that substantially. So a bit of a tougher look right now. So CISO, I did add on that $1.35, and here we are into the $1.36, holding the 10 EMA, but not bouncing up and printing me at that $1.39. So we'll see how long CISO continues to allow us in this trade. As I mentioned, anything below 30, we're gone Zeno on this one. Let's go ahead and throw that stop in there. Let me just double check the shareage we've got on here. Yeah, we're good to go. So we'll give it to, we'll give it to like a $1.25 because now I've kind of learned my lesson with that. And we're going to give it we're going to give it a little bit of room here after what happened to me on Top W. Shout out to Top G.
Shout out to Top G, though, for real.
Watch all the hate now. Yeah. Flow into the chat, baby. Flow. Bring in that hate, baby. Bring in that hate. No, I'm playing. So that's the situation. WULF, we've been holding this one since the start of the show. It's kind of giving me some higher lows here on the volume weighted average price. I haven't been able to DCA to dollar cost average on this one, nor have I been able to get that 55 print. SOUN, I continue to hold this one as well for a volume-weighted average price retracement. But my patience for SOUN is running out. And I'll explain why. It's not just random. It's continually holding VWAP as a flat bottom. So the support is coming in from the lower side at VWAP, but you're not getting the same level of resistance. It's incrementally lower high. So this is a candidate here for a flat bottom break. At least that's my perception on SOUN. If it gives up the ghost aggressively at VWAP, that's it. So we're out of 4/5 of the position, and I've moved up my stop for a mid-40s break. So if it breaks 1045, we're gone Zeno on this one. And again, I'm going to give all these stocks a lot of room because, well, that's exactly why I did that. Okay, so let's go ahead like that, and then we're going to sell because of what happened to me on INHD. So we got to cancel that one, Joseph, because I typed it in wrong. There we go. So we'll do that again over here. There we go. Now we're learning. Good job, Sharif.
Good job, buddy.
Hey, pat on the back. Bovin, BAOS halting up. Ozan, no hate, only 69s, baby. You know what the drill is. Ozan gets it. He knows the assignment. Shout out to my main man, Ozan. All right, let's have a look at BAOS for the OG Bovin, a.k.a. my other pair of eyes. Let's have a look here. That's the chart on AAPL, the one that Joseph was just bashing, BAOS.
Oh, Chief, let's go, my guy.
Get it, Joe.
All right, hold on. Can we pull it up here for a second? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're breaking out here
I like
on NVDL. Let me pull it up for you guys. Let's see if we can get the Qs rolling. You can see I already doubled my position, so I'm going to look to add another 50% here if we start to cook up there, Sharif. But we got to be patient. Man, that's the issue, right? Like, it's like, oh, why did I step away? Especially when that breakout was coming. I was expecting one more fake out. But yeah, we don't want to dwell. We just want to be forward looking to see how we can capitalize potentially on this big Qs move. But we need the likes of Microsoft and Apple to start participating there, guys. It's not looking too good on their front. They're just moving eastward. But let's go NVDA. What a monstrous move here, guys. All the way up to 122.62, back to that pre-market high. This is fantastic. If we go and test that, we might just blow through this. So hopefully you guys are involved in this ticker, but you can see entry right there on NVDL using 2x leverage, and we're just still continuing to climb. I'll take a little bit more off for the peeps then. And there we go. We got canceled on that one.
Printing up a storm over there.
No, I'm still red though, Sharif. This trade, honestly, dude, this trade should have
that's okay.
Full disclosure, it should have I should have been significantly larger, and then I would have been back on the green side of things. But that's okay. We can't dwell on things that we didn't. We just have to look to improve. Thank you, none of you. I appreciate that one. Good luck. We will need this on this trade, and we need the Qs to continue to participate here. So you can see both my averages on that front. So a nice little look here on NVDL. But do you guys see what I'm getting at here? Is that like when you see me add into my positions, as we crack through this pivot high here, you got to be adding into the strength, especially look at that volume by time profile, really start to pick up. That's just confirming our breakout even more. And this is the things that we try to touch on. We're not just like shooting guns randomly. There's a method behind the madness. There's analysis behind all of the trades that we implement. And I try to hyper focus on the volume profile because it can tell you a lot, and you want to follow the larger participants. Look at the volume step in compared to what we were trading at for the remainder of the day, or for the rest of the previous session. So from this is where our highest amounts of volume were, and then for over an hour we just absolutely cool off, right? And then boom, we break out, the volume steps right back in. I know Gorev's paying attention to these things. I know Los Polios is. I know Skull is. I know Rivian Millionaire is. All DJ's doing it too. All my boys are doing that. So just continue to follow that volume, and you're going to be on the right side of trades. Not everything works all the time, but when it works really well. And let's go TQQs. Going to look to add on to this position on the pullback of VWAP. Here we go, guys. We're starting to cook up now.
Hey, that's my man getting hyped up, man. I like it. All right, here's the deal. Shout out to my man Bovin, BAOS, halted to the upside. What is this great stock that's $5.25 million market cap? Huge, I tell you. 1.92 million shares on a $3 name, so we're still super light, but as you can see there in the bottom right of your screen, the volume profile is a bit mixed. You get that initial volume spike at 720. I'm assuming when, I didn't look, but I'm assuming when we got the news catalyst and then we had some zig and zag at 8 a.m. These we know are institutional prints, so I wouldn't put too much in those. But look, this is a real volume coming in midday here, coming in at 12:05 to start, continuing to 12:10, 12:15. It was halted for a period of 5 minutes. New high day 379. It's trying to hold that area close at 341. It did wick below into about 329, but it's kind of no man's land right now with barely a body here on the candle, just mainly composed of upper and lower wicks. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles. It might be crumbling to the downside, baby, because we just tested 29s again. It's up 72%. So this is a real deal here. The breakout is happening. Whether or not it continues or we get a V-shaped retracement right back from the depths of hell from which we came, we're going to keep an eye on that. And I exaggerate for effect. Obviously, I don't know anything about the company. We just took out the high of the day, Joseph, 389. Oh, wow. My man Bovin, you always bring the heat, Bovin. Shout out to you. Keep your eye out on Bovin's levels and his callouts for names. He is a great small cap trader, able to identify these bad boys early. 389, 390 now, Joseph. We're taking out highs here on, oh, wow, what a breakout. From 390 to 427, like it doesn't even matter. Shout out to the highway. We're going to halt here at $4.30 if we hold at this level for 10 seconds. Up now almost 113%. Oh, baby. What a fantastic look. It already earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to take off top G. Top W, obviously, BAOS. We're putting that on the side chart here. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Once it opens up, we'll be hopefully involved with this one. Again, BAOS is the ticker, guys. Let me give you some information on it now, as it looks like it will halt. All right, what is this? Baosheng Media, are they Chinese? Company, Okay, so it's a holding company principally involved in providing online marketing solutions. They advise advertisers on online marketing strategies, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so they have about a 1.5 million share float. Let me just verify that with Trade Ideas. Make sure the information is jiving here, BAOS. I've got 880,000 on Trade Ideas. So I've got sub 1 million, not really differing too much from mine, 1.5, so about half. Maybe they split. A short float here of around 8.17%. So that's what we got here on BAOS. It's a great look so far. We're going to keep an eye out on it. The Katina Man has returned from the gym, and we're going to want to hear about this Katina Man. Shout out to you, my man. So BAOS in play at the moment. INHD is losing everything. The 10, the 20, VWAP. Wowzers. Keep an eye out for 10. I'm not going to be a buyer at 10. That breaches my rules. But this one is retracing as aggressively as it was making its way up. A Christmas tree retracement. Get it, Joe. All right, so good look there. Let me know if you want to say anything, because I've got one more thing to cover.
I can cover it.
Okay. All right. Shout out to my man John Del Segno. Adara. I don't know if you've had eyes on this, but your friend Novo Nordisk is on the way up, Adara. 67.40 high a day. This has been quite directional. Novo Nordisk now up 2 1/3%. 67.40. There has been kind of no breaks at all in this ascension. It feels like an algorithmic buy program using the 10 EMA as its support level, because you have not had a breach of the 10 EMA since 10:10 this morning. That is 2 hours ago. So right now, Novo Nordisk really on the way up. It's only up 2 1/3%. So I don't want to get too excited about it, but the trade looks fantastic as it works up into those levels. Adara's got more information for us.
I want to talk about Novo for a second, not just because it is a GLP-1 name, but because there's something pretty interesting that happened here. So in case you missed it, around 9:12, there was this little push up in Novo. It got kind of violent, and then we give back some of that move. Now, of course, we ended up continuing to push higher, but there was a catalyst that kind of got swept up in all of the madness today, what with the U.S. and China trade pause. So what happened was this morning, we had Eli Lilly, another GLP-1 company that makes a competing drug to Novo Nordisk. Basically, Eli Lilly coming out here and saying that they, through a study that, of course, was I guess, run by the company or funded by the company, they found that their weight loss drug was more effective in a couple different metrics than Novo Nordisk's. So this came out this morning. I saw the news. Of course, Eli Lilly stock was not reacting to it because it was very swept up in all of the talks that Donald Trump was going to be having an executive order to lower drug prices. Then we got this push here at 9:12 a.m. So what happened here is Wall Street Journal published an article with the exact same information that we already had released on Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. That's what we got that push up at Lilly that it then pushed lower on, and then Novo Nordisk getting that drop that it then recovered from. In both cases here, continuing to push to the upside. But either way, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context on Novo and Lilly this morning in case anyone missed the story. It wasn't a new catalyst. Back to you.
That one, but guys, listen up. Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking about 5,000. 15,000, 29,000, 36,000 on one trade street. That's big time cash. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee at just $47. That's your total risk. You trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. You keep 70% of the profits, no margin calls, no account blowups. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code to get 10% off and start your journey today, right there, guys. You see the trades that we're putting on. If you're looking to get funded, go check out Trade the Pool. And I'm sure you can put more than $47. And with that, maybe you get even more buying power. And with that, obviously, you get more risk. The more money you put in, the more risk you get. So go check out Trade the Pool. And see if that's going to work for you guys. But let's go. Here we are in the TQs, guys. Telling Sharif, I should have had at least triple the size here. But again, enough of that should, could have, would have stuff. Let's just manage what we got on the board. You can see we're in at 64.81, just below the volume weighted average price. Good note that Microsoft has held VWAP to a T and now bouncing it through that level and heading into some key resistance zones. So if we can crack through that and continue to climb, it's going to be a good day for the overall market. And then we have the likes of Apple as well. We're trading below VWAP, so we do need to sit on top of that in order for us to, I think, to form any idea of like a bullish thesis, I guess. So I'll be patient on this front. If it cracks these lows, then that's not going to be a positive sign. But with the likes of NVDA, Google's starting to climb a little bit higher, but also below VWAP. But Tesla's above the volume weighted average price. Oh, and this is what I want to point out. So Erhardt,
Daryl?
yeah, not Daryl. Maybe his nephew or something like that. Erhardt in the chat. Or sorry, he DM'd me his trade, and you've seen he was buying Tesla, and he had a stop just below here. We never cracked that low a day, and his average was roughly in this grouping right here. So he's put on a nice trade right there on Tesla. Erhardt, feel free to update me with the status of that trade if you started taking profits, etc., and how you've been managing it, and I'll be more than happy to display it here. But nice work there. We've seen that live here. Erhardt sent his trades in, and they're looking pretty good right now, cooking up in Tesla. But we want to be patient. If these big names start to participate, then we're sitting really well here in the TQs, and then that might give us an opportunity to add into this position. NVDA is starting to pull back, so we'll be patient with this one, but you can see there's a lot of strength here on the tape in the overall market, and if Apple decides that it wants to get its ish together, then we're going to be sitting pretty good, Sharif.
All right, we're doing it live here on BAOS, guys. It's breaking out. Let's wait at 69 now. All right, so just took out 50s. There's a bit of a seller at 50 over here. I think we're long 20s, but here's the deal. We're going to give this to 05, so we will give back a little bit if it does lose the bid. I want to keep my eye out on this one. Very aggressive to the downside. We'll stop out there for about a 10 penny loss for the remaining amount. But here comes with 5 again. Can we get continuity on 5? So let's see if we can get some money. Oh, dang, that went away from me super quick. BAOS is really zigging and zagging here, guys. Be careful with this one. I'd like to pick up some at this $5 level. If we can get like a 505 money fill, something like that, maybe in and around there. Get me closer to 5. The idea being basically to wait for a 5 retracement and then we can get some more to the high side. So that's the situation right now. Let's go ahead and wear it at 498, and then I'm just going to go all the way down to 480s. We're taking out levels. All right, we're doing it live again over here. Here we go again on BAOS, man. This is really going. Let's wait at 69s again. When we get lucky with this one, let's see. Seller at 40 again here on BAOS. Long in the low 20s, taking out 40s, up 165%. Very strong, but quite bamboozling. Right back down into my entry again on this one. Do I add in the single digits? This is what I was waiting for, okay? So we don't add over here. Right back up into the 20s. So let's see if we can hold the 5. No, we don't hold the 5 again, so we get stopped out for that again on BAOS, Joseph. So keep my eye out on that. This one is losing the bid a little bit, so I don't want to be trying my luck too much with this one. So we get stopped out. So let me see if I'm at positive or negative on it. Over here, let's see if we can get in at 5. Is there a buyer at 5? Is there a buyer consistently at 5? No. No, so we keep dipping down a little bit below 5 right now on BAOS. So, yeah, let's give. Anytime I make the decision, bro, and then I'm about to punch in, it's like 30 pennies higher. That's how aggressive these bad boys are. So BAOS, oh my goodness, just took out highs. Just took out highs, was dilly-dallying, not punching in at 5, and it took out the high. 572 now, the high of the day. Keep your eye out on this one. It's really going right now, but as true to form, like with the other one, INHD, it is quite an aggressive name. So let's wait a little bit down here, see if we can get some money fills down into the 40s. It's not letting us in right now. It wants to take out high. Set on this one. What do you got?
Yeah, good look there, guys. So you can see here, my eyes are all on the mag here. I want to see what these big names are up to. If the SPY is going to continue to climb, then we're going to be sitting pretty good. Google making that move towards a volume-weighted average price. Meta putting in a high day. Microsoft still hovering around those resistance zones, and Apple just moving eastward. So have to be patient. This could be a good opportunity to add into the TQs here, guys. Maybe I'll do that. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna add just a little bit here. Nothing crazy on this pullback, and look for the continuation. We're holding view up relatively well. We're starting to pick up on volume on the higher time frames. I'm just risking some unrealized gains here. And if we continue to move higher and it looks like we're going to go and crack this pivot high right here, I'm going to add a little bit more as well. So there you go. You've seen this one. Entry, double it up here. And then this is only about another 10%, 15% add, I must say. So yeah, that's the game plan. We're going to hold on to these. I like your style. Reminds me of someone. Ooh, my guy, who it may be. What's for lunch? Let's go. The favorite. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to be patient. We're sitting pretty right now, risking some more unrealized gains on this, looking for the continuation. It's probably going to take a little bit more time than what I've expected. So I got to be patient. If we crack the volume-weighted average price, then I have to kind of start second guessing. But it looks like some of the big names are on the up move, and that's a positive sign for me. So NVDL, possible add opportunity as well. So you can see that we broke out that volume was supporting the move. So beautiful on the volume by time profile, and then now. Okay, this is actually picture perfect. Bam, we're just going to hop into a little bit of a lesson here. So you can see we move higher, 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 consolidation phase on the pullback. You can see that the volume profile is starting to pull. You stair step down. Now that we break through, we sit on the backside of this trend. Look at the volume step in. We drew these lines earlier for you guys, right? So I didn't just put that up there, but look at that breakout volume supporting this. Now we move, we have steady volume, and then now look at this pullback volume. Really starting to stair step down and decay. That is a positive sign. This can give you potential add opportunities, and that's exactly what we're looking for. It's a beautiful thing. Let this market continue to climb. I like what the boys were saying this morning too. I thought it was going to be a long out the gate, but today it seems to be a little bit more patient. A lot of choppiness. You had to wait for those liquidity grabs, but eventually they're coming in. I know Katina Man and Neil are most definitely taking advantage of them because Neil was getting out of NVDA near the highs, and Katina Man's probably still sitting in some of his longs. So he's looking good. We're going to be slightly more patient before we add here into NVDA Sharif, but we're getting that move in the TQs that I kind of built out in my head, and I told you guys. So here you go. Look at that add here on the TQs, and now we're going to head towards that high day, adding another 10-15% right there, my guy.
All right, man. It's continuing to give you opportunities. So I got back in several times, scalping to the high side here on BAOS. It just took out 6. So this one's really going now, guys. 200% in the green right now. Here we go, just blowing through 6 like it doesn't even matter. We were defending 5. 5 was a very good technical area of support. Whether or not we get the same kind of action with 6, we'll have to wait and see. But you're getting that parabolic breakout right now into 220% now, 20% higher. Keep your eye out on this one. It's really got the bid. We got tape teleportation on right now. 6.25 support, generally holding 6. You're going to have to give this room. And make sure you got your stops ready, because you guys saw what happened to me on INHD, blow through the stop, and all hell breaks loose to the downside. They're around for a good time, not a long time, baby. So let's try not to make any mistakes on this one. Don't be me. Make sure you're using proper support proper stop losses at key areas of support, and if they get breached, they get breached. It's a trade, not a marriage, baby, so we can let that one go super quick, right?
Either way, we let that go.
We're silly now, yo. We're silly now, yo.
Yeah, I told her.
Wait till I meet her. I'm telling her that line, and it's live on the show. I'm marking this down right now. Hold on.
I told you what. Hey, man. I told her what you. Obviously, I told her what you said about the shirt too. That
yeah.
I told her.
You told her?
I ratted you up, man.
So you already hurt me.
Yeah.
So then I got to get you back. In other words,
right? It's all good. I said Shreve knows that I got a sense of style. I'm like, hey, we both don't like it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Shreve knows I haven't said. See, you're black. She does it. I wouldn't have worn that shirt unless she
bought it.
I know. So, wait, you guys don't know. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, Joseph didn't like the shirt he was wearing in the old thumbnail, right? So we had Brendo bring Mark Anthony, who takes care of all the advertising. He's got a DSLR. Came in. We did the photo shoot again. I ended up looking like crap. This guy is happy with how he looked. Now we got one picture from the old photo shoot and one from the new one, and he's happy with how he looks. I'm not really jived with it, but that's okay there. No, seriously though, good luck here. BAOS guys, topping tail into 647. We're about $1 lower now. Ew, this one's really losing the bid. But as we've mentioned multiple times, the topping tail is not the end of the deal with these small cap gappers. It's not like seeing it on the futures where it means something specific.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead,
Google's
bro.
going parabolic right now.
I think
Google's really starting to move. Look at this massive, look at this massive engulfing candle right there. Google's looking really good, and you can see that volume supporting this here, running into these resistance zones. Boom, and it's really starting to pick up. It's going to drag the Qs higher, especially if we can get Apple to start moving now. So we're sitting in a good position here in the TQs long, Shreve.
Absolutely, Joseph.
There it is. There, Google one more time. You can see that volume really start to step up.
Good luck there, man. Good luck. We hope you print up multiple storms off that, obviously. I'm just trying to get back into my BOS screen over here. It's back above 6, guys. So as I mentioned, these topping tails, they're not the end of the matter, right? Like they are a momentary kind of blip. So here we go again. Let's see if we can get something out of this. Let's go 588 there, and then we'll give this one to about right there. Let's see if we can take out some levels. Here we go, up into 20. Can we get anything above a 20? Not really. So this one definitely not selling at that 20, so we'll get out there for a bit of a loss. Now, we still have a lower low. This current candle that we're in on the 5-minute chart has a lower high, not lower low, lower high than the previous area or the previous candle. That topping tail that we had at 1230, that got to 647. This current candle that we have has a high of 635. So it looks like the sellers here moving their orders down, or the short sellers, whatever, the profit takers, the short sellers, whoever is selling in that 6.5, 6 1/3 is selling at incrementally lower levels. So that's something we need to be aware of, especially if we're going to post some profit takers above that level. You got to shake those sellers or those short sellers before you can take out those profits. And look at this one come down aggressively. We may go red on this candle over here if we end up losing that 550. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Madeira.
Into Google, I'm not seeing any news, but there's one thing I saw earlier today that I think is at the very least interesting. Google changed its G logo. The logo on the left here is the former G. This larger, more gradient-esque logo on the right is the new Google G. Again, this is, I am sure not why it's moving. From what I see on social media, it's just a lot of people really excited about the stock and its valuation, etc. But I thought either way, interesting to note, Google got a new logo. Back to you.
Interesting. That's a really interesting there.
The gradient, Phil?
No, the people being interested about the valuation, because you and I were talking about that exact thing last week. I feel this company has been unfairly treated. I think this company has a lot more to offer than what the market is pricing in. I don't care if their search is going to get disrupted. It accounts for 50% of the revenue, and we haven't even seen them monetize Gemini yet. We haven't even seen that attempt. And to be fair, one of the things, I think one of the most underreported stories is the lack of advertising on any, well, the ones that I use anyway, of these LLMs. You don't get anything, no ads on chat. And I only use chat and Gemini. And if I use Gemini, I don't get any advertisements on Gemini either. So we haven't even started looking at that. Think about that.
Bro, that's such an unreal point.
Dude, and forget, look, you do understand how much the large language model knows about you? There was like this whole thing about on TikTok. It was like to ask chat, you've known me for whatever, let's just say 6 months, whatever the hell it is. Tell me 5 top things about myself. And it spews some next level stuff. Now imagine that kind of information being used for targeted ads. Just think about that.
I didn't even think about that.
Right?
Yeah, that's such a fantastic point there, Sharif. I mean, yeah, from a monetization standpoint, they haven't even really started
No,
yet.
man, they haven't even started.
Man, imagine, so there you go, like OpenAI, imagine the ad revenue they can bring in from using ChatGPT.
Dude, I again, man, I'm not a buyer of Google. I've never owned Google, but I think it is being completely unfairly treated right now by the market, and I think that will be reflected in the price later. I mean, that's just my opinion.
That's very valid, man.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot more to offer than than search. It's just, dude, they have that DeepMind team. Now I know that there's obviously been new players who are on the scene now in AI. It's not just DeepMind like it was 3 years ago. And you got your Mira Murati's opening up her own. You got Perplexity. You got Claude. You got Grok AI. You got everybody throwing their hat into the ring. I get all that, but I still think Google's got some of the most indisposable talent you can get out there in tech. So that's just my little 2 cents there.
That's
And
very valid.
again, no conflict of interest. I've never owned this stock. Period.
There you go, bang. Non-biased opinion. Guys, can we pull up my chart here real quick? All right, so there we go. As we cracked through that high a day, I just started to take a little bit off there. I only took about 30% off throughout these two profit takers. So we're starting to pull back in now. I would like to see Meta break through that high a day, or the pre-market, or head towards the pre-market high, and crack that. Tesla's starting to pull back in towards the volume-weighted average price. And this isn't the best signal right here either. This inverted print with that isolated signature. So just be cautious. But I mean, if we crack this, then there's going to be some more topside north of this candle print here. But if we don't, if we can't construct a new high, then and we head back in towards these lows, that's not a positive sign. So you can see buyers push price all the way up, and then sellers took control there. But we do have that isolated volume signature, so that might be a potential short. But we're going to be patient just in case we do decide that we're going to blow through those through the highs of this candle, and that's what I'm going to wait for. So, but we're still sitting good there in TQs, guys. You've seen what was going on that front. I'm not going to add to NVDA right now. I'm going to be more patient because it takes some more time. We went on a nice run there, and that volume was most definitely there, but it's starting to cool off now, as you can see here on the 5-minute time frame. So that buying pressure really starting to cool off, but we broke out nice, and hopefully this move can be sustained, because this market can most definitely rally today, especially after this liquidity grab earlier in the session. We trade to a low of 120, and then now we're right back up at 122.50. Sharif.
Yes, sir. We got back into BOAS at 6, and we just took it out at 69. So super aggressive move to the high side. Now it's a 72 high a day. Keep your eye on this one. We don't even have a red candle yet, man. From 12:10 to current right now, every single candle on the 5-minute chart on BAOS is absolutely green, and it's continuing. Maybe not the higher highs on every single candle, like this one, for example, is a bit of an outlier, but you're getting higher lows on every single candle. This is very aggressive. So if you were to use, and I didn't use this, okay, I'm just saying, if you were to use the entry system of putting your stop at prior bar low, you're still holding this from $2.50 or wherever the hell the breakout happened. Let's see. I mean, we kind of got notice. I think Bovin told me about this at the first halt. It was halted at 341. So if you put your stop, for example, prior bar low. Let's just start with this candle here at 12:15. The low there was 326. You're moving it up every time a new bar closes, and you move it up to the prior bar low. You haven't been stopped out, and you're still holding. Oh my goodness, it just took out the high again. 686 now is the high of the day on BAOS. What is this thing up now, Bovin? Man, oh my goodness. I got to take off top WBAOS. Let's 250% and going.
Wow.
Going still here, 717, Joseph. Looks like we could halt at 7. No, we're not. That was a false halt. Taking out that level, 721 now high a day. This thing is on one. It's picked up something on the weekend over there, clearly. Here we go, 721 high a day. I'm not going to punch in here. It's getting crazy. You got to wait for a micro pullback. 760 high a day. The parabolic nature of these ones never seems to, it always seems to surprise me, is kind of what I'm saying there. You kind of know that they do this, but I still get excited when they do them. So 760 high a day, keep your eye on the level. I mean, we're well extended above the 10, well extended above VWAP. You're going to need to get these on micro pullbacks, because if you're going to wait for a technical level, you're going to be waiting a while, and the trade may no longer be valid at that time. It's a 768 now high a day. Every time I look, it's a new high a day, up 270%. Yeah, we'll keep tabs on this one for certain. Let's see what else we got over here. I'm still holding WULF, still not printed here at 350. Also, I did scalp out some more here on Soundhound, and then I got stopped out as it did break VWAP. Now, it's right back above VWAP, SOUN. So the pattern is, I was worried about the lower high flat bottom break. So that's why I got stopped out there. Now, if it changes that, if it starts holding VWAP again, but most notably in this instance, what I'll look for is incrementally higher highs and higher lows. So that kind of curling effect off the volume weighted average price. If we get that, I'll punch back in to Soundhound. It's up 17%, and it's a name that a lot of us know. So maybe more traders are inclined to weasel in there. Bovin. LICN, another midday, and it's halted up. Let's have a look at LICN for the OG Bovin. LICN. Lycan International. Okay, what do we got over here, Bovin? We got, what's the volume? Bovin, it's 125,000 shares, my man, right? $3.45 million market cap, halted at $4.53. It's up almost 37% on the day. But as I prefaced right at the top there, it's got very, very light volume. Again, 125,000. Could have something to do with the current halt up. Let's flip to the 1 minute here and get a better look about how this one's been trading. That wasn't a halt. That was just no activity. Yeah, I'm a little bit less, I'm more reluctant, less inclined, more reluctant to want to weasel into this one. Looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt here, Bovin, because I've got 2 dashes up on the said chart. So when you get 2 dashes like that, each one of those is 5 minutes. So this one will be likely a 5-minute halt. Guys, every time I look back at this monster BAOS, it's at another high, Joseph, 771. Keep going, baby. Let's go. We're almost about 300% in Greensville right now. All the while, the other former triple-digit winner, INHD, looks exactly like this. Christmas in May, baby. Sell in May and go away, they say. Well, if you did, you missed a hell of a move up today on the market. Don't do that. The sayings are just sayings. They rhyme. They sound good. But Joseph, we're up 3.5 today on your friend the NQ, almost 3 on the ES.
Yep.
You sell in May and go away. Well, you're just going away.
Just going away there.
You're not taking any profits.
You're not taking any profits. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's what I'm talking about here. It's a headline-sensitive market where I guess it's positive news, right?
4 years of this, Joseph.
Exactly, and I'm okay. Well, actually, I don't know if I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it right now. You know how I tend to
he'll flip the switch, bro.
Real quick.
Flip the switch on you like that.
Yeah, real quick. Let's see if we pull up my screen here, guys. See if we get this fill here. Okay, there we go. We're posted up. We need that bid to hit the 30s, and then we will catch. There we go. Let's go. Overall market. Let's go. And then we added to NVDL here. We doubled up the size, looking for the continuation and the break of the high day. Let me take a little bit more off for the peeps here, guys. Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. Yeah, this is what we see. It obviously shoulda, coulda, woulda been a little bit heavier, but yeah, there we go. Just chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. So there we go. Nice look here. Look at this here, though, guys. I mean, you can see we were in this position here on the TQs. I've seen this pattern starting to form, and then I enter, add, bang. We add again right there, and then sure enough, look at that there. So we'll be we're not actually I'm not happy whatsoever. I shouldn't say that, but there we go. We can see Microsoft really starting to break out. Look at that volume step in. This is exactly what we needed to see. You're cracking through key resistance zones. That volume supporting it. Wait for that potential retest, and you might get that continuation. Meta now through those pre-market highs. Google blowing past that volume price analysis.
Go Google.
Signal. So there we go. We're gonna hold on to. I still have. Yeah, about 66% of my TQs, just a little bit under 60%, sorry, I should say, on my TQs.
Tinaman's in that with you right now.
Yeah, he's in it right now too.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna ride for this opening drive high. Let me pull it up for you guys. Yeah, so I want to get to that opening price here, Sharif. I think PDC, the king of all levels, previous day close and today's open. I'm gonna hold for that. So that's gonna put us around 65.86 here if we can get to that opening drive price. And I mean, if that volume continues to move and some of these big names are doing what they're doing, I think we have the ability to get to that level, Sharif.
Joseph, you know what time it is, right?
The playmaker? Nope.
No, not yet. We got 12 minutes. We're going to news the news. But I want to start with this headline. Obviously, this is not a trading headline, but one that made me very interested. Katina, man, you're going to be interested to hear this as well. Berkshire Hathaway owns 5% of the whole treasury market. What the bad word? That's insane, Adara. And that's not some random article that I got. That's straight out of CNBC. Berkshire Hathaway, Joseph, if I can show the screen, Assassino, $314 billion in U.S. treasuries, or as this article recites right there, thank you, about 5% of the entire T-bill market per, yes, your friends, our friend, everybody's friend, Jeremy, I know his name's Jamie, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan. This is insane. That makes Warren Buffett's conglomerate the fourth largest holder globally, surpassing foreign banks, the Federal Reserve, local government pools, stablecoin reserves, and offshore money market funds. I really couldn't believe that, man. That's just crazy. We always know he does different stuff. He's a different beast. You know, he doesn't always do what the market does. You know, he shook off that. Remember when he had his Berkshire Hathaway conference and someone asked him about the recent market volatility? He kind of scuffed. And he's like,
You think he cares? He's been through it all.
He's seen it all.
Yeah,
he's seen it all.
Like, literally.
I just couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that kind of numbers right there, Joseph. Yeah.
5%, yeah.
5% of the, and we all know what the bond market is. It's exponentially larger than the stock market, the equity markets as we call them. So, you know, owning that kind of that treasury, I just couldn't believe that. Yeah. So fantastic look there, guys. All right, as we already know, if you don't know, if you're just joining us anew, the reason the market's up so big is because, yes, on the weekend, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and I forget the other guy, Greer something or another. Thank you, Adara. Appreciate that. I love how she's just coming in there. Thank you, Adara. Jameson Greer, who is obviously one of the representatives with the United States engaging in trade talks with China. They got a 90-day suspension for most tariffs. This is obviously kind of the calming of the trade tensions between the two countries. The reciprocal tariffs will be cut down from 125% by China down to 10%. That's a 115% reduction. However, the United States will still keep about 20% tariffs on China because there's going to be that 20% baseline, or sorry, the 20% fentanyl tariffs and 10% baseline, which will total about 30% still imposed on the import of Chinese goods into the United States. Now, it's not active yet. The pause will begin on Wednesday following the talks in Switzerland, of course. Further negotiations, will continue, but there's no full rollback yet. Both sides describe the talks as positive, and we've seen the market reaction, so no surprise to us there. There are some remaining uncertainties. We already saw the Chinese government restrict the exports of rare earth metals, rare earth elements, whatever you want to call them, to the United States. Those still haven't been rolled back yet. Will they get rolled back, or are they going to be part of a bigger trade deal coming up in the futures? Then Chinese need a couple of cards there in their negotiating strategy, so they hold on to these. Also, will the U.S. continue to kind of push its allies or its trading partners or whatever, friends, to kind of restrict Chinese trade? What about the long-term path for structural trade reform between the two nations? We'll have to wait for a full comprehensive trade deal to be announced to kind of get more about that. But obviously a very short-term, well, I don't want to say short-term, but a very bullish, catalyst nonetheless. Apple as well in the news today, reportedly planning to raise prices for its upcoming fall iPhone line, according to, yes, the Wall Street Journal. Joseph's pissed. The shares jumped, obviously, about 7%. They're about 5 2/3 right now on the news, reflecting investor optimism around margin expansion as well as a new product cycle strength. Here's the deal. So Apple apparently is looking at pairing the price increase with new features and designs and updates to justify the hike. Critically, they want to avoid the perception that the price or increases because of U.S.-China tariffs, especially because most iPhones, as we know, are assembled in China. Obviously, there's been a shift to India as of late, but the majority of them still being manufactured in China. Apple is undergoing, obviously, internal reorganization, much to my pleasure. Management has shaken up its global affairs divisions, Joseph, and the music divisions with, obviously, new Siri engineering leadership aiming to revitalize the AI voice feature. And this signals Apple is preparing for a more aggressive innovation cycle amid, obviously, the very competitive AI market. Now, we already saw heads roll. We saw the head of AI get pushed out and a new individual brought in as a result of the fiasco. Let's call it the Apple AI fiasco that took place earlier this year. And if you don't know what that is, I mean, just quick gander there. Anything you want to add before I jump in?
Yeah. Let's pull up this chart here, guys, as the market continues to climb higher.
Bang.
So we're just slowly piecing it out here on the TQs. Happy, again, well, I guess I shouldn't say happy, but look, we just stuck to the plan. We added on that pullback in the continuation of strength, just using the volume profile to identify which direction the market may be moving. And you can see here, we started really, really slow. This is where you add right here. We add at this, but we did not. But we waited for that pullback, hold of the volume weighted average price, and then we get that add right there. So working out really good for us, just chipping away here, chipping away. And then let's pull up NVDL. We took another little bit off here, right here, guys. So there we go. Down, long NVDL all the way down here from 43s. Now just below 44s here, we piece out slowly, and then we just add back what we pieced out here, doubling up the position back to original size, and then slowly just taking some out here once again. So let's go. Let's let this pot continue to cook. It's just a slow cooker today, but it's looking really good in the markets today.
Your boy found a tire here, man. So I told you how much these mother-you-know-what cost, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I just found one 99% tread, Joseph.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah. Pirelli Scorpions, 22s. Scorpion, right? He's selling it for a really good price here, man. It took me forever to find this.
Find them? They're actually gonna go grab them after.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll get them today, but you know.
Yeah, I mean after the show.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see where this dude is, because you know Toronto, bro. You can be like 2-hour drive. It can be a 10-minute.
You don't even
drive,
understand.
Right?
Like, so from my place to the outdoor workout gym, it's either I run or I could drive. It's a 5-minute drive. But then Liberty Village is so packed. They had another 10K. They had another 10K race this weekend. So what would take me 5 minutes to drive somewhere took me 35 minutes, and it's just like, man, you can only deal with that stuff for so long before you
and you start losing your temper, and then your driving suffers because you hate everybody.
Yeah, I had the woo-saw, right? I'm like, I know I'll get there, but it's like, it should not take this long. You know, Olivia, hopefully you're listening. We need more. I'm glad that you're
Olivia Chow?
Yes.
Get her on the phone, bro.
I'm glad that we're adding those traffic control people to the streets, but we need more of them.
Joseph, we need AI, man.
We need AI.
We need AI at the traffic lights, bro.
We need to. No,
you're telling me.
No, dude, we need completely new infrastructure design.
Pardon me, Katina man. 265, 40 R22, Katina man. Pirelli Scorpion.
He's got a guy.
Katina man's on the phone.
He's got a guy.
All right, Katina man, if you can get me those for a good price. Oh my God.
He's on the phone right now.
Look at him, like he looks so sinister and up to no good.
You know what I mean?
Shout out to the Katina man.
But I mean, we got to find something, because I think it's the crosswalks and the public transit that really slow everything down. So if we can start, this is my thesis, Sharif, start building bridges of the major intersections so people can walk across them and we don't hold up traffic as much. I think that's a good place to start.
Adair, can I read this? Yeah. Adair, Sharif, unsure if you're aware, but Olivia Chow, which is the mayor of Toronto, guys, loves making cameos in local productions. She made a pre-filmed appearance in a play Saw around Xmas and played herself in Law and Order Toronto. I did not know that, Adara.
Tongue.
Get it, Olivia.
My grandma watches Law and Order in Toronto. Now you know.
All right, let's see. We got a super chat here from our friend Mubtasim, the Smiler.
Ooh.
That's what that Mubtasim means in Arabic. Sharif, my man, how's everyone at the desk? Big A, Joseph, Neil, Sean, and the crew. What's the verdict on BAOS? Is it tanking and halted down? Any entry? It is all the way down here.
Ozan, you see what Ozan said?
What Ozan say?
Ozan said, Joseph, please pick me up from the airport.
I love this guy, bro.
Hey, man. We got to meet this guy. Yeah.
So let's show BAOS for the OG Mubtasim over here. Man, BAOS, it was a good one. It was good to me, Mubtasim. But up into 830 it goes. Then all hell breaks loose to the downside. It looks like it's going to be a V or an upside down V retracement. Mubtasim, the deal with these ones is, bro, I got a couple of very basic rules. If they traded in the pre-market and they have a definable pre-market high, they got to be above that high. That's rule number one. Rule number two, see that white line on my chart? Always be the white line on my black charts. That's the volume weighted average price. The price has to be above that for me to get involved. Right now, it's substantially below that. So this one does look like it's giving up the ghost Mubtasim. But if it gets back above, let's say that $6 area, I'm all ears, eyes, and whatever other sensory organ I have in my body. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's go ahead here with the news. We'll continue over here. Assassino, we'll talk about these pharma stocks. Donald Trump dropping a tweet or whatever they're calling it, truth, yesterday, letting us know that his attempt to lower drug prices will happen again. Now, we saw what happened in Trump 1.0. He tried to do the same thing from a different route, and the courts gave him a gesture. And it was not a flattering gesture. What I'm trying to say is he tried to reduce the price of drugs first time around. The pathway that he took was kiboshed by the courts. He'll have to take a different one, and that's what he's trying to say he's going to do. So here's what he's proposing, guys. On Truth Social, Trump said he'll implement what he calls a most favored nation pricing rule. What is that most favored nation pricing rule? The U.S. will pay no more than the lowest price paid by comparable wealthy nations. The policy here aims to eliminate the U.S. premium, he calls it, on prescription drugs. Just, quick digression over here. Canada, we pay way, way less for our drugs than you guys pay there. A lot of you guys that live in the border cities, you come up to these border cities, get your prescriptions filled here, then weasel back down there. I don't blame you. It's substantially lower here. We have regulations on that. It looks like he's looking at doing the same thing. He cited a 2024 HHS study showing that the U.S. pays approximately 4 times more than peer countries. That's criminal, man.
It's criminal.
When it comes to drugs, I have a bit of a different opinion on that. I usually am in favor of the government staying out of business, but, there are certain exceptions here. All right, the U.S. is the largest, obviously we know, and the most profitable market for most of these global pharmaceutical firms. A drastic price in the U.S. prices could force global repricing. In other words, they may have to boost the price in Canada. They may have to boost the price in Europe to bring equilibrium. That will obviously displease those jurisdictions, but very much please the United States. European drug makers here are apparently the most exposed due to heavy U.S. sales mix. So the investor takeaway here, investors should watch out for details of the most favored nation rollout timeline. Should also keep your eye out on legal challenges, because we got that in Trump 1.0, and keep your eye out for sector rotation into less exposed healthcare names or biotech niches. We'll keep that, obviously. Chinese EVs obviously are up big. I don't really want to talk about these ones either, obviously. Okay, so this headline here, shipping stocks, surge on U.S.-China tariff pause. So, for example, I'll just give you some tickers here you can look at. You got Maersk. It's obviously on the OTC. It's not none of these ones are listed on the New York exchanges or the NASDAQ. Some other ones, though, you got Frontline, Dorian, Navigator Holdings. These are up substantially in the pre-market. You got also shipping container Zim, which Adair told me has a very big short float. Third-party logistics and delivery, you got UPS, FedEx, Amazon, obviously. A lot of these names are up big on the day the perception that trade will increase again. We talked about ports being kind of empty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what's going on?
NVIDIA is tanking here, guys. So good out by me. I told you I was just essentially free rolling, right? I'm just using my unrealized gains here, guys, to kind of just acquire more shares. And that's what happened. I just punched out my last bid here. Now you can see it broke through. We couldn't break and hold that high, this previous peak high here, this pivot high. So yeah, I just got out. So nice out there on the backside of this trend, just keeping whatever remaining I had on that front. So that's that. We're all out of NVDL now, guys. Missed opportunity, even though it was a positive trade. We should have had this locked in here for significantly more shares, but that's okay. Let's go to TQs. We're still sitting in about just a little, let's see, about half of what I had from the original position. So we're okay with that. Let's see if we can continue to climb. Let's see what my target's going to be before I send it back to my guy so he can do his news. And I mentioned that it's going to be the opening price, so you can see at 506 on the TQs, and that's going to put us at some pre-market support levels low. So you can see that support system right here, opening price. That's going to be the target. Let's see if we can get into that. And I mean, if we exceed that there, Sharif, then it's the pre-market high. That's a potential next target there as well too.
All right, just one sec.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
I think I found it.
Let's go. Let's go Apple. Take some shorts and VDL. Let's go. Okay, Jay Lee, I see. I know you
get it, Jay.
Shorts. Yeah, we should call you the new Big Spile, the one who always like shorting everything.
Yo. We can't do that.
Can't do that. We can't do that. Sorry.
He's not in the chat as much anymore, Katia, man, but he's still watching the show every day. And he's still trading.
He's like Batman, you know.
He is, yeah. I hear from him all the time. I put a picture of me and my mom, Dukes, up for Mother's Day, and the first thing he said was like, I had a soul patch right there. He's like, did the same hairdresser that did your eyebrows do your soul patch? I was like, bro, that guy's he's just dunking on me all the time, bro. Leave me alone, man.
What is that?
This was like 20 years ago. That was the style, man. What do you want, Big Style? You should know about that.
With the little patch right there?
Yeah, right.
That's crazy.
This was 2007, man. Leave me alone. It was 20 years ago.
Oh, your throwback.
Yeah. My mom doesn't like me to put pictures of her looking old.
Oh.
She doesn't like that, Joseph.
She don't like that, but she's looking. I mean,
Can't
still probably
there, bro.
nice and youngly, so still looking obviously gorgeous as always. That's all the mothers look.
Hey, look at this guy. It's like slickster there.
Yeah. So Miss
definitely. Hey, this guy does good with the parents.
Yeah, I'm good with.
You're good with the parents.
You know what it was though? My grandparents always taught me manners. So I remember when I was a kid, remember when you always used to have your friends?
Yeah.
So I wasn't allowed calling them and asking for somebody unless it started with, hi, may I please speak to so-and-so, right? So hey, shout out to them. And all my buddies' parents always liked me because I started the conversation.
Never miss an opportunity for a good first impression, bro.
Right? And it's always like, thank you very much, please. Thank you. You know what I mean? I think manners are huge. And that's what we're trying to teach my boy.
Man, I love hearing that, bro. You have no idea, dog. All right, we're doing it live here. Go ahead.
One second. Yeah. Continuing to climb here in the market. NVDA pulling back a little bit, but these big names are starting to climb. This is what we want to see. Google running into some overhead resistance. It can't break that pivot, that isolated signature, and that inverted doji that I was referring to you guys. If we can break that, then I think there's going to be some positive signs in the market. But I'm going to trim about 20% right here, guys.
All right. Just got into Soundhound again, and we just took out there the beak wetter at 82s. Good look up here for Soundhound. I did get stopped out for the remaining amount. A little displeased with that, but as I mentioned, if this one started showing me higher highs and higher lows, I'd punch back in. That's exactly what I did. So let's see if it can work its way back close to the high day. We had a momentary breach of 11. I believe we got into about 11.22, 11.21. Let's see what it does with 11. Whether or not we get a lower high at that $11 could present us with a nice short, possibly into that volume weighted average price. But it's picking up steam here, man. It's moving in a way that it hasn't moved all day. Here's a look at the 5 right now. So it's starting to look like, 1030 all over again for your friend Soundhound when it was looking real good. That was the break up there after that initial bull flag. You get the big break up right at 930. You get the bull flag pattern. You don't get the second bull flag. You get a V-shaped retracement. So it looks like it's going to be a second bull flag, but we know what the deal is there. It's got to manifest before we can take it. In any event, this is where I got pushed out. This crappy candle that pushed us below that 10.5. I submit to you guys that was a specialist breakdown to get everybody stopped out before we made our way back into highs again. Here we are, 1088. Looks like we're about to hit 1090. SOU went up over 21%. Fantastic look. Now, I remember this one used to have quite a large short float. Get it, Joe?
Wow, yeah. We're breaking out bigly over here, Sharif. Wow, look at the TQs go. Tesla starting to move towards that high day. Meta has just blown past those pre-market highs, so that's a beautiful look. Let's see what Microsoft's up to.
What is it
before we
up
send it back to my guy. And it is continuing to move. Check out the volume profile, Sharif. Looking really good, and you can see that market just absolutely roar to the top side. This is what I was saying, guys. I was more than halfway down my shutdown, and I'm on the border of being green right there off of 2 wins. I've started like 1 for 5 or something like that. Over 5, we'll even call it, because I only locked in a little bit. And then off of 2 solid trades, you have the ability to go back green. I'm not there yet, but again, we just eliminated the majority of 99% of our losses off of 2 trades right there, Sharif.
All right, there's a whole bunch of small cap gappers that are going, so I'll just get to them in a second. But in any event, let's just talk about this one real quick. As I mentioned, the shipping companies and everything kind of shipping related, tankers, product tankers, containers, international carriers, they're all up big on the day on the hopes that trade between China and the United States will kind of pick up again. We will go to Adair and then we'll be back.
Sorry for the interruption there, Sharif. This is what we were talking about earlier. It was Google. We were wondering why it was moving. Now, I'm not sure this is the reason, but either way, an interesting catalyst just coming out for Google. The company announcing via its, it looks like one of its blogs, that it's introducing its AI Futures Fund. Through the AI Futures Fund, powered by Google, they're going to be investing and collaborating it with ambitious startups in the AI space. So GeoOGL basically starting what sounds like a bit of a Y Combinator for AI startups, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, the entire market's breaking out here, guys. So let's have a look at the charts. This is the Mag 7, obviously, with the futures at the top right corner. Everything is taken out. You're either above the volume weighted average price or you got into highs. Case in point, Meta at high, Microsoft at high, Google at high, Nvidia's at high. The ones that are not at high, the futures, Tesla, Apple, and Amazon. Those ones were already stronger to start the name. I want to say that Meta's the exception to that rule. Microsoft's still flat, 1.85, but that does make sense to me because Microsoft has been very strong as of late, subsequent to its earnings report. So definitely had the least amount with which to move up, but it's still a positive on the day, just south of 2%. Keep your eye, though, on the 210, 211 level on Apple. I don't know if, Joseph, you have had an opportunity. I can do it right here. I've got my options chain. Let's bring this down. Let's have a look at the... Now I'm going to... the options chain. Let's have a look at the dead one over here. See what that 210 is looking like, Joe. The open interest on the calls. Sorry, this is kind of small. 32,000 contracts, Joseph, at 210. I don't see anything here at 211, but above that, we got to go to 220 to find anything as large as that, 29,500. So that 210 level is going to be hard to close above, my man.
Absolutely.
I think you would agree with that. So keep your eye out on that. So the options chain, obviously a fantastic and an invaluable tool to kind of gauge where resistance is. Yeah, so that's the look there. Good look right now for the Mag and the overall market.
Yeah,
Let's
great.
flip, unless you have anything to say. I'm just gonna
I'm going to pull this up here, guys, again. So just an absolute beautiful move here again. So into this position, add it, and then we add on that micro pullback. I forget who was asking about micro pullbacks the other day, Sharif. And I don't know if this is necessarily one, but we're getting on the kind of the border of that. You can see that the breadth was there. And I just mentioned that on the pullbacks, you see that volume really start to fall off a cliff and stair step down, whether it be 2 or 3 bars. You want to see when we're appreciating in price, you want to see that volume start to stair step higher, and then on the pullback, you want to see it start to stair step down. Here, I'll draw it so you can see it. I mean, we have some live examples, but sometimes it's just easier if I just draw it, display it for you guys. So we're climbing in price, so pretend the price is appreciating. This is what we want to see from a volume standpoint. It's like, okay, yep, that's volume signature 1. This is volume signature 2. Right, and then volume signature 3. And then as we start to pull back, this is what we want to see. This is the, this is the pullback volume, pullback volume, buyer step back in, buyers step back in, right? And that's exactly kind of what we're seeing, right? That's not the best example, but you kind of get the gist of it right there, Sharif. So yeah, that's what we got going on. We're still cooking up in the TQs.
Okay, my man.
Have 30% left, just a little bit under 30% of what I started with. And I'm just gonna let this ride. Yeah, I mean, dude, I was totally red on the day. I wasn't too far. I told you I was mentioned over half my shutdown, but now we just grind back with my unrealized, and we're essentially flat on the day. So we're happy with that.
All right, fantastic. Guys, let's talk a little bit about this, because we talked about, earlier in the morning, we talked about, we didn't really know whether the reports were true, that the tariffs had been hurting the Chinese economy more than the American economy. A lot of that has to do, obviously, with the kind of, I don't want to call it a black box in China, but it's a lot harder to get real and consistent and accurate and up-to-date information as it is, in the States. So here's some of the stuff that's coming out about the damage that has been done as a result of these really elevated tariffs, which, again, in case you're just joining us, are set to be suspended for 90 days on Wednesday. So Hunter Co., for example, that's a toy supplier for Walmart and Target. They slashed their output at its China-based factory by 60 to 70% because of those 145% tariffs. Effective April, obviously, that sparked a sharp drop in orders. The CEO of that company, Jason Chang, is rushing apparently to move production to Vietnam. This is, again, before the announcement this weekend. And apparently that's what a lot of companies were doing. They were stopping their Chinese production, moving as much as they could, as much as logistically was possible, to lower tariff jurisdictions. Is that the Chilean nightmare? Of course it's the Chilean nightmare, bro.
That USSC
we saw what you did there on the position board. We see you, sir.
Look at that there. Let's go.
Look at this guy, bro.
Nice
He's
work,
just
man.
constantly. Okay, so I just want to point out to everybody, we got a brand new theme on right there. There's depth. Have you not noticed? There's depth. There's a border now, man. There's depth to all this stuff.
Okay.
The Chilean nightmare is killing it.
Yeah, man.
I like those icons a lot more up to date for me anyway.
Ooh,
whoa, welcome to the new
look.
look, folks. He's been working on this for a while. I just couldn't say anything.
There we go.
Right there.
Look how quick we realized that too. I'm like, oh, position board is new.
There you go. I like that.
You got the SPY price in the corner as well too.
So what we're long and we're short on, it's super clear, and like everything's green and red. Fantastic look right there, man. Shout out to the Chilean nightmare.
Money move.
Killing it, man. He's always doing that stuff, bro. He's always doing it. Let's continue on here, Joseph. So what I was trying to say was a lot of Chinese companies or manufacturers, they don't have to be Chinese companies, they were trying to get the hell out of China. Whatever was feasible to be produced in Vietnam or lower tariff jurisdictions, they were trying to do that. Now, here's the deal for the toy industry. Just to give you some idea of what we were looking at in terms of a hit. About 80% of all the toys imported into the United States come from China. 80%. The Toy Association reports about 45% of all small, mid-sized U.S. toy companies could have gone out of business within months if the tariffs persisted. Mattel, one of the biggest names, Hasbro as well, they plan to raise their toys prices by Christmas, obviously citing increased import costs. And then you had retailers, for example, like Walmart and Target, started asking their suppliers to resume shipments from China, right? Retailers planned, again, to this weekend, they planned to absorb some of the tariff costs, but that hasn't stopped the supply chain crunch. So a bit of a tougher look there. And obviously, all that information now is up in the air because of the recent changes on the weekend. Last but not least here, Joseph, I got Shopify, if you have anything to say before I jump into this one. Anything for you?
No, I'm still sitting good. I'm just looking at the top performing sectors,
no worries.
But we'll go over that after.
Sounds good. Shopify, guys, will move from the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. It will now move to the NASDAQ. The reason for that, because it announced that it will join the NASDAQ 100, the NQ 100, coming on May 19th. So that is, I believe, the end of this week. That's Friday. It will replace MongoDB, MDB. So if you're a more experienced trader, you know there's a trade to be had here. It's called additions and deletions off an exchange. So MongoDB will likely be sold by all the ETFs who shadow the NQ100, and again, all the other ETFs that shadow the NQ100 will have to put Shopify into their ETF. So there's usually a buy and sell imbalance there. I'm not going to really go into it any more than that, but there is a trade to be had for these additions and deletions, one that we learned here on the floor. They reported late last week, and it was a pretty good report by most standards. The guidance was decent. It was slightly below consensus, but they did beat for the current quarter. That was Q1 of 2025. You can have a look at some of the information there. Why this matters? Because the NQ100 inclusion, it boosts your visibility and it forces, as I mentioned, ETFs and index fund buying. Also, the Q1 for them highlighted Shopify's resilience in e-commerce despite macro uncertainty with tariffs and whatever, and their gross merchandise volume, which means all the volume or the products that were bought on the sites that they host, the amount of that was up 23% year over year, which obviously confirms strong transaction volume and merchant engagement. So not a bad look for the Canadian company. Shout out to Shopify.
Shout out to Shopify there, guys. All right, yeah, beautiful look there. Fantastic news as always, and it's so important for us to understand this. We like technicals and everything along those lines, but the fundamentals can justify why we have certain technical movement. I think the 2 and 2, again, we don't like to mix them too much, but at some point they have to come into play, right? You can't just have, even though you have the kind of that black swan or the black sheep, whatever it may be, where you're kind of moving outside of the fundamentals, but don't forget, fundamentals essentially drive. If the company's not doing any good, the chances are it's not going to be doing very well technically either, right? So it's good. We don't want to always base our theses off them. We need to, as day traders, we want to use the technicals, but the understanding of the fundamentals are extremely important. So yeah, thanks for that. All right, guys, let's go over the top performing sectors here as well. All right, so let's pull up this here and see what we got going on. Let me close this here. All right, so the top performing sectors here on the day. Why is it like frozen? All right, there you go. All right, it wants to be like that. All right. Okay, so you guys can see here, consumer discretionary up there 4.8%, technology 4.4%, industrials 2.8%. Healthcare, so a lot of green. The staples and utilities are the only red sectors here on the day. Real estate not doing too well either, but I mean still positive, up about 0.4. So there you go, really, really good look. And NVDL, man, shook me out of that one. I mean, I was free rolling and I knew it was a gamble chasing it all the way up there, but that's okay. And I mean, there's still some room for these big names to run. Amazon, just like it's starting to get moving here, guys. As you can see, we're now above the volume weighted average price. I don't know what that is. So that's looking absolutely good. And let's see if Tesla can continue to climb higher. So Erhardt, really nice trading there on Tesla, my friend. Thank you for sharing that. And guys, I know we only got about 40 minutes left, but if you want me to go over and review some of your trades, you know what to do. DM me at TraderTVJoseph, and I'm going to scroll through them and continuously go through some of the banger trades that we got going on. So you guys are going to get those big shout-outs. I know you see ours throughout the day, but I want to see what you guys are trading too, because I learned from Havana Woody. Havana Woody's always sending me intense grok material that I have to thoroughly read through multiple times because he's a lot smarter than I am, and so I have to okay, that makes sense. But Havana likes using grok. He sends me his data all the time. So yeah, I'm curious to what you guys got going on. Feel free to message me your trades. Make sure you have the kind of like your trade thesis, entry, stop loss, kind of how I use my tool, right? Just be like entry 1, partial, and you can see how I post on X. I just identify entry 1, entry 2, partials, stop loss, take full L's, etc. So go ahead and DM me your trades on the day, and let's go over some of them, guys, because I'm really interested to see what everyone else is cooking up. Okay, so I mean, that's the thing here, right? Got to pay attention at times. So at that peak, right above the opening price. And I told you this was going to be the primary target. We're starting to pull back a little bit now. We're south of that opening price here on the day. So I got to start thinking, we just got a big spike. But yeah, Adara's got some news for us. I want to note one thing before we go to Adara is that look at the volume here, the volume profile. You can see that we start to stair step higher, and then now on this pullback, we're stair stepping down. But if that volume starts to accelerate, then we might be in trouble. So let's see what Adara's up to, guys.
No news. We're going to take a moment to thank our friends at ProfitX. In sports, playing flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair.
Yeah, thank you as always, Adair. Very much appreciated. 2NY. I don't know if you're joking or being serious.
What do you say, Joe?
You said, Joe, if you can look at grab or asset, that would be nice of you. All right.
Yeah, I can completely see why you would be sus.
You know what I mean? I'm like, all right. You know what I mean? It's like, all right. You know what I mean? If Selena was around, maybe that.
Ooh.
There you go, guys. Yeah, this is a SSET entities right here. Smart look. I mean, just moving with the overall market. Obviously, this beginning bit is a little choppy mess here, but continuing to move higher. Are you going to reach this high today? Maybe, possibly, but it doesn't look like it, to be honest with you. But holding this 720 level relatively well. So good look there on a SST, and then we'll look at Grab, G-R-A-B. Grab holdings. Oh, okay, yeah, I wouldn't even trade this 2NY. To be honest with you, I'm not going to get involved in this. Look at this price action right here. That's just pure barcode algo trading, and I don't want any part of that. But Sharif, I want to add to your point.
Yes, sir.
On Apple, where was the highest level of open interest?
We talked about 210 and then being a little bit lighter in the 220, and then lo and behold, look at this.
Boom.
Look at it.
You know what I mean?
Can I say one thing though, Joe?
Absolutely.
You see that ascending wedge?
See, I see it. I see it, brother.
So it could
Here, I'll
not
draw it
today,
open. I'll see it.
maybe
I'll draw
not
it.
tomorrow, but in a couple of days. You know, that to me, that
Exactly.
ascending wedge looks like it's
There you go.
prime.
I mean, but see, that's the thing here. Just to add to this point, like say we chop around within this here, and then you see that volume start to kick in. Again, this is going to be quite a bit of time of chopping around and bringing it to probably 230. But as long as you don't sit on the backside of this trend, you might be able to continue right there. Yeah, there it is. Nice ascending wedge. Price starting to compress. You can see the ebbs and flows within the market. But 210 coming into play, as Sharif mentioned, and that's the one thing, right? It's like, okay, why are we consistently respecting this level from an intraday standpoint? Well, look, we're trading above it in the pre-market, right? You can't close options contracts in the pre-market, but as soon as we open up, we haven't had the ability to breach it and hold above. So that's a fantastic look. When you mentioned that 210, I had to pull up the actual chart to see what was going on, and sure enough, there you go, coming into play once again. So that's why we love using the chain.
Absolutely, man. And like, let me give you credit for that. Like, I knew what the options chain was, never employed it into my trading.
Man,
never employed it in my investing. Nothing.
To be honest with you, I started using it significantly more heavy around you guys because I'm like, man, these levels are really coming into play, and it's just an in-depth look. It's like, why haven't I been using this tool for longer, especially with the information that it relays to you? I told you guys it's almost like a book map minus the heat. You get to see the orders significantly more clear, and it can tell you a substantial amount.
There you go, man. All right, guys, here's what I'm looking at right now. We're still involved in one trade. I'm involved in a couple of trades. I got back into CISO. I'm looking for that 142 break. I'm going to add into the volume weighted average price. It's been holding that $1.30 like a glove. Initially an area of resistance on our way up. Now that $1.30 looks like it's adding into or acting as support. So I'm looking at building a position for a possible break through that $1.42. It was a hard road to hold there initially. We'll see if it ends up being that way. The trade that I've been holding since basically the start of the show, WULF, generally respectful of that either 10 or 20. Most of the prints I'll submit to you, they'll find support at the 20, but we are in a bit of a 3-candle retracement, 3-candle red retracement here. I would say that's the heaviest or the longest, not the heaviest, the longest retracement we've had on the day. Most of the other retracements have been 2 candles at most. None have been 3. This is the first 3 one right here. So a breach of that the volume weighted average price gets me out, which is essentially right at my break even right now. So WULF, maybe the best trade is behind it. Sound, I got into this one because it started trading higher than this range. Now look at it. Now it's using the top end of the range, essentially 1070, as an area support. So use 1070 for no end. It was resistance, essentially, since we lost it at 1125, and it was doing that until we regained it at 105. Now it's using 1070, 10 high 60s, you guys get what I mean, as an area of support with that local area of resistance still being about 1092. It was not able to work up, into 11, at least on the last little time. So that's the situation now. So I've gotten all my ads right now on my friend CSIL. So let's see if we can wet the beak here at 139, and then I'll wait at 140 as well. We just took out 139. Good look there. Let's load up sound, because I'm probably going to work right back into that now that I've identified that 1070 support. Let's go ahead and get some shares in here, and what I'll do is I'll try to get some money fills to the downside, okay, for that 1070 drop and pop. If that is going to be the case, then I want to get the money fills, the ones that are closer to that area of support, rather than trying to get them, just at the high. So let's go ahead and put some profit takers as well on this bad boy in case it really starts getting going over here. So we'll put, there we go. We'll layer those orders and see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, keeping an eye out there. All right, guys, choose your winner, fighter. Yeah, good point. Rigetti. Knees are heavy. NVIDIA, you saw your boy there, Joey Options, in that NVDL levered product. NVIDIA on there. JD as well with these ADRs moving up, and JD's reporting soon, correct?
Yeah, I believe this evening or tomorrow.
I can double check.
Tomorrow morning, around 4:30.
Tomorrow morning, said Adara.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. That's so May 13th, bang, get it, Adara. And then you have your friend Wayfair, guys, because Wayfair is up bigly on the day, about 22%. Want to let you guys know that Wayfair, according to Trade Ideas, 25.17% borrowed for short, with a float of around 100 million shares. So you do the math. That's crazy amount that's borrowed there. So keep your eye on that one. That could get parabolic. I'm talking about Wayfair, ticker W. Let's have a look at that chart super quick over here and get a gander of what the trade is all about.
Let's go.
Let's have a look. So it's a nice gap up on the day. We didn't even come close to filling that gap. Let's go to the daily. See what the daily looks like. Yeah, it's an ugly one. It's certainly ugly. I mean, those COVID highs, we may never see them again, but everybody was buying up a storm for their home during COVID. We weren't going anywhere, and so it's been down and to the right since that time. Have a look at the weekly on this guy. Oh, it's not a good look. Oh my God, look at that COVID outlier there, man. That's a COVID outlier. You can just see it. It's ugly. Anyway, even since COVID times and subsequent, we've been putting in lower highs. So you could feel like the shorts have certainly been keeping this one down. I don't know if the company's justified to be up or not, or I really don't know what they're doing these days. Don't know about the health of the company. But we've had about 5 positive weeks since making those lows in early April, obviously as a result of the tariffs. We're up nicely off that. We're up, since the tariffs, we're up 78%. No more, man. Let me take it from that very bottom. So from the very bottom of the tariff low to today's high, we're up almost 100%, 95%. But we got to get up a lot more than that to get back into those all-time highs. Let's find out what we need, Joseph. Joseph, we only need 1,600% to get back to the COVID highs.
Yeah,
that's it, Neil.
That's it.
I mean, it's not a big deal. That's not a big ask.
Remember your boy was trading that at the money show?
Oh, no, he wasn't on Wayfair. Was he Wayfair?
Remember he was
it at Wayfair?
Yeah, he was
The options wheel on Wayfair?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Dare, you remember that?
Yeah,
no?
she remembers
That
that.
guy was wild. He had like his whole thing set up. He did not care too much for day traders, if I remember correctly. He was a cool dude, and shout out to the Money Show.
Yeah, that was a good time. I did enjoy the
We're
time.
fired up. I don't want to rush away the summer, but I'm looking forward to that once again.
Oh God, no! I don't want I want the summer to take its
exactly.
time.
I don't want to rush away, but it'll come when it comes. But you best believe the squad's going to be there.
I love these charts.
I love them.
I love these charts, especially when they don't spend that much time at a level. That's why I always advocate, guys, throw your resting orders out there for goodness sake, especially with these small cap gappers that don't care about your feelings, that like to retrace super quick. We got all the fills there super quick. Let's set up a little bit higher. Now we're going to set up north of that 142, but we did make a high a day on your friend CISO. Reason I got back into that, I really did love that 130 area support, and I put a bunch of dip trades there to account for that, and they all got filled, and all my profit takers got filled. Alas, sadly, we're still negative on the day. We'll look to do a little bit better tomorrow. SOUN, I'm still involved with this one, looking for that 1070 hold up. I didn't get any dip trades, nor have I gotten any beak wetters. So keeping an eye out for SOUN, up 20%. You know, not a bad look on the day. And what's the short float right now in SOUN? We checked Wow. Okay, so Soundhound Joseph, still a large short float, man. 33.42% of the about 360, a little bit less, million share float, borrowed for short. So going to be a very top heavy name, but if we can squeeze out some people, you know what happens there.
let's,
like that guy that you dropped at the gym. It's gonna go
you know what's
real
funny?
quick.
That came up in my memories today.
Oh yeah? You want me to show everybody again?
Yeah, show them.
I got it.
Man. You got it?
Oh yeah.
Show them, man. Show them people how we do out
Hold
here,
on.
man.
This is how we do.
You got to save that there, too.
Oh yeah. Don't worry about that, my boy. Here you go.
My boy.
Yeah, it's gonna take me. It's gonna take me because you
I'm
said.
sorry, I'm gonna pull up Soundhound here.
Yeah, keep going,
See
then
what
I'll
we
get
got
that
going
ready for
on
you,
that
bro.
front. See what we got from an options contract standpoint. 5K, 5.8K at 12. That's going to be the largest on this
Nah, you
week's
didn't send it
expiration.
to
See, you know what? I think I sent it to you on X.
Where'd you
maybe.
send it to me,
Maybe
bro?
on X. I know on Discord. I think.
Discord. That's right. Say less.
Okay, so let's pull up the overall market, and I want to see what we can gauge from an open interest standpoint here to see what we got going on for this week's expiration cycle. So it's going to be May 15th here, guys. I believe, right? Yeah, 16th, regular. Okay, 4 days. Yeah, there we go. Sick math, Joe. All right, 515. Sorry, 510. 510 with 15,000 current open prices there, guys. Sorry, open contracts. Sorry. So maybe we get into those neck of the woods. I mean, that's not too far from here, so that can act as a magnet. So maybe 515 in the works for this week, which is going to be positive, right? Again, we can climb higher and then maybe reject that. But if we get any form of volatility and momentum, we're going to be sitting pretty here, guys. So 515, look for that to hold on the call side, that is. And then let's pull up the puts. 490 is looking like the low. 485. Might be the max. Ooh, 480, maybe max pain, I guess, considering that big gap up there, guys. So, 31. As I get down the chain, therethere's quite a bit of OI on this week's expiration cycle. I don't think we get down to 460 this week. I think something catastrophic would absolutely have to happen. And I don't think that's going to be the case. But I mean, considering that positive news. But 495, we're above that again. So let's see what Adara's got, guys.
Get it, Adara.
Harley-Davidson riding to the upside here. Apparently, the company has now cut its tariff impact estimate. So it's seeing $45 million in tariff savings, lowering its 2025 China tariff hit to $30 million to $55 million. But if 30% tariffs hold through the year end, the impact will drop a little bit more. So HOG on the move here as Harley-Davidson cuts its tariff impact estimate. Clearly, this being well received here by the market. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Cool. All right, man. Sharif wants to tell the backstory of the video of what's going to happen. So, all right, so what happens here is that other gyms, other local gyms, we go to each other's gyms and we spar each other's fighters, right? The same weight class, etc. So I was sparring throughout the whole day. I've already done like 9 Shark Tank rounds or something. I'm gassed. Forget what it was, but I was going. I put in a lot of work that day. Anyway, so this guy from my gym, his name was Joe as well too. And we used to spar a little bit. We never really liked each other for whatever reason. So him and I go at it for a couple rounds, and I'm like really, really tired. And our coach is like, all right, that's it. And he goes one more round. And I didn't want to fight the round. I'm like, I'm so tired, I didn't want to fight it. But I couldn't let this other guy just like get a mental victory over me. So we go into this third and final round. I'm gassed, and then sure enough,
what happened?
We got to see what
show him?
we're going to show him.
We're going to show him
what happened here.
All right, so here.
This is the final round.
This is Joseph right here on the left. He's
the
one of the
final round
sleeveless
right
guy.
here.
Look at the guys trying to step on. Boom! My man, go to sleep. It is bedtime. Stay down. Don't try to get up, man. You know what just happened.
That was my old coach,
Where am
Sasha.
I?
That was my
Where
old
am
coach,
I?
Yeah, that was my old coach, Sasha, too. I didn't want to fight the round.
No, we're playing that again. Assassino, can you zoom in possibly on that a little bit? I don't know if you can. There we go. Assassino's going to do it right now. But check that check hook.
Yeah.
Check the check hook.
Boom. Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, though, like, I was tired, and he was actually He was actually piecing me up. He was doing well. He was beating me. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to line this guy up because he was pissing me off. And then boom.
Oh, my
Adios.
God, with the headgear too. Stay
You know what I
down, little
mean?
man.
Yeah.
I look at Joe walks back. He's like, yeah, of course, I got that.
Honestly, yeah, that guy was honestly, he was
Look, you're
frustrating
talking
me.
smack. I can see you actually talking smack right
No,
there.
I'm like, he's done. I honestly, what I was saying to my boys, I'm like, he's done. Like, see you later. I'm done fighting too for the day. I was tired.
I love
and
it.
he was piecing me up too. And I'm like, all right, that's it. I had enough of this guy. And I just waited. I knew what he was gonna do, and I just set him up, and then I just hit him with that counter,
That poor
right?
soul.
And then we didn't see him again after that. To be honest with you,
I wouldn't want to show up there
he
either,
did
bro.
not come back to the gym.
Get
after
dropped
that,
like
so.
that in front of everybody and show your
he
face
did.
up the next day.
And he was the one talking smack too. So it's just like, man.
Good.
It is
Good.
what it is.
That was a beautiful check hook too.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You're southpaw there.
No, that was a right. That was a clean.
a right.
That was a
Yeah.
clean, straight right.
Okay. You more of a roundhouse right than a straight right, but that was a
Bump.
beautiful book. Beautiful
nice
look.
and short.
All right, man. Here we're doing it live on SOUN, but before we do it live, we've got other things that we got to do here, Joseph. And my man Ozan. Ozan, get ready, baby. This one's for you, Ozan. New traders, listen up, guys. The first month, absolutely, it is free. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not up harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything: infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. Can also predict better with that great back testing tool that they've got. They've got reliable real-time data, global markets literally at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. All right, guys, here's what we did. We took SoundHound live there at 70. We wet the beak a couple of times on this one. Initially entered at 66. Took out some there, added again on SoundHound at 75, and then took it out at 90 last. We don't have the high. It continues to go. It's working its way into 11. SOUN, what a fantastic look. We also got some on this one as well. Go CISO Go. I was about to say Cisco. It's not Cisco, obviously. It's CISO, but it's got a $1.50 high there, Neil. Shout out to Cisco. Oh, man, Drew Hill was so good. So good. All right, this one's going, guys. $1.50, one high right now. We just went the beak there at 49. It's not a bad look, but we're all done shares on this one. Good look and strong name, 46% at that $1.50. The volume is picking up on it. I got to tell you guys, it's still a little bit light. 5 4/5 million on a $1.50 name is not exactly that much, but yeah. Breaking out and a predictable trade, Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Sweet Chin Music. There we go. Team PJCT.
He knows about that.
The Sweet Chin Music.
Patty says night.
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 Yeah, you know,
Shout out to my man BPI. He saw the video. He knows what it's about.
I miss those days, man. Those were good times, man. Especially during COVID. I had a sick fighting group and stuff like that.
That's sick, bro.
But yeah, I can't get my face banged up anymore because we're on.
You're on the show now.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can't come in with shiners.
I got to get in. I got to get into the BJJ now, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, because you're not going to get rucked in your face there too much. But you get the cauliflower ears. But you can drain that bad boy.
Yeah,
no?
you can drain that stuff. Man, those are, do you see what the fighters do? You see, like they intentionally try to get them to like toughen up their ears. So you grab like a plank of wood and you just like tap the ear. Yeah.
What's the purpose behind that?
Just to toughen the ear up. Yeah, because it hurts when they get swollen up and stuff like that.
There you go.
But yeah, there we go, guys. I just took, so I'm sitting on about 5% of my position, a little bit more, maybe 7.5. We'll call it here. I took some off on the backside of this trend, as you can see. But can we continue to climb higher? Most definitely. I mean, Microsoft is strong. Apple now heading towards that opening price as well, too. And Intel price spike.
Yeah, something's happening with Intel.
Let's pull up INTC here for it. I'll get Shreve. I know he's been going on a while, so I'll cover this one here on INTC. Oh, wow. Okay, up 5% here on the day, and big volume spike here, guys. So there is a potential for an ad here, or sorry, not an ad, an entry. Right? So what we see now is we have that breakout volume. We got it, this pullback now. We want that volume to be low and it to be sustained through a potential next move. So be careful with this one. It's a lower price stock. I don't often trade Intel. I'm not very good at trading it from an intraday standpoint. But one thing to note, I do like this breakout volume. And if you're looking for a continuation of the trend, wait for that pullback, wait for price to turn around once again, and then you can add or enter the position. But we got Tommy White, $5 $1 super chat. Sleepy time knockouts. Yes, exactly. Love doing it. Hypercube says, go jujitsu, brother. Come train in LA. I've never been to LA and I want to go really bad. Yeah, man. I've never
Let me know when you go, bro. I've got many connections down there because of my sister.
Oh,
I go there every year. Yeah.
What's the big highway down
405?
there? The coastal one?
PCH, Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah, I just want to just rent a nice car and just drive down that.
Take that bad boy from Malibu all the way down to like San Clemente, where Orange County is. Just take. It's going to take you several hours.
LA traffic there, but hey, man, we got time, man. The ocean right there, one with nature. I never told you this. I don't know if I told you that. So I used to go to camp when I was a kid, and I used to do like long canoe trips, like 2 weeks on the river, weeks on the river.
You did tell me something about this.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that the other day. The times of my life for sure. And I have a backstory. Sorry, we're gonna get into trading. So, anyways, we go down rapids in Ottawa, right? We're trading, we're canoeing and everything along those guys. And I was a younger kid, and I had this guy he was in the front. I would steer the canoe. His name was Mikey. I'll never forget him. Couldn't tell you what he looked like. Anyways, we hit for all my canoeists, kayakers, we hit a pillow rock.
Okay.
It upsets our canoe.
Oh.
Right? So now I'm in a rapid, going down with a canoe. Our canoe's upset, all our materials out and everything. And his head is trapped under the canoe. His body's trapped under the canoe, but his head's on the other side of it. And we're going through it, and he's drowning in front of me. Yeah. He's drowning in front of me, like legit. So I'm on the side of the canoe holding onto it as we go down this rapid. His head's just bobbing underwater, and he's drowning. So what do? I grab to the canoe, and I lift the canoe. And as I lift it, my knee hits a rock underwater, and I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't think of it as much, but then once water cooled down and everything, I go and I sit on a rock that was sitting on top of, like, the water just slowly peaked, and I can see my kneecap. Yeah. So I had a big gash in my kneecap, right in the middle of nowhere, dude. Yeah. So I'm telling you, so I saved his life. So I'll never forget that story. And then I obviously got some wounds from it, but he was like literally drowning. But let's see what it tears up to, guys. Yeah.
Crazy, man.
I looked into Intel. I'm not seeing anything, not much social media attention either. I just wanted to give you guys an update. INTC, I'm on the lookout, but nothing that I can see on this story as of right now. There's no story to speak of. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. That's a crazy story, dude. I mean, obviously good on you for doing that. And I'm assuming you didn't feel the pain because of the adrenaline.
No, I didn't feel it at first.
I mean, you were trying to save the dude's life,
and then
right?
Then after, once I sat on the rock and I looked at it, because I thought I just scraped my knee, and then I looked at it and I'm like, oh, that's bone.
Oh my God. Oh my. So you saw the bone?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was deep, bro. It was deep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh no, I don't even want to say it because I don't want to jinx myself. But yeah, I don't think I've had an injury like that. But you never know, man.
It was deep.
There's a first for everything. So, yeah. All right, Joseph. Hopefully not.
Yeah. You don't want to first to that.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. All right, guys, we're weaseling back into CISO. It makes a big boy break of $1.52. It's coming in back into that 10 exponential moving average. So I'm looking for a hold at essentially $1.40 at that 10 EMA. We've got 143s on. It's at 143, so we're break even. Looking at wetting the beak at 144, and then we're layering the orders right above that. So keeping my eye on this one. WULF has almost done nothing since getting back into that at 47s. It's rejected 60s, and it's kind of moving back down. Alas, it's still much higher than the volume weighted average price, so no reason for me to get out. But SOUN takes out 11 like it doesn't even matter. Now, my observation of SOUN is it's stair-stepping. Case in point, that 1070 area of resistance, it clears it, goes up to 1090, then uses 1070 as support. And that's where we got in. Now, if that pattern is to continue, then we should be using 1090 now as support as it was previously resistance. So if we range here, maybe between 1110 and 1090, I don't know what the top end of the range is going to be, but the money fills, in my observation so far with how SoundHound has been trading, is going to be around that, 10 mid 90s, 10 low 90s. So let's set up a dip trade here. There's about 15 minutes left on the show. Let's see if we can get something in the 10 mid 90s. I'm going to put 1095s, and then I don't mind dollar cost averaging into the low 90s there if we do get that. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's go back now into CISO, looking for that beak wetter at 44s. It's at 44s. Alas, it's not crossing, so we're going to have to wait for an entry on that one as it zigs and zags with the current level that I'm in. Alia Noor. Anwar, excuse me. Sharif, Joseph, check QBTS short interest, crazy squeeze.
No way,
up.
it's not moving to the top side.
I know you were in that earlier. I'm just going to tell the short interest, 22.15% on a float of around 287 million shares. That could be up to 14 days old, so I'm not exactly sure what it is currently, but that's the latest data point I have. What is the look on that?
No, yeah, it's moving to the downside. And I was telling everybody on the floor here, it was a weird scenario. So on Friday, I just went for a walk, and I went and grabbed a salad at a local restaurant, and this guy beside me just started talking about QBTS in the market. Anyways, I'm not going to get into in depth with it here, but I was looking for a continuation of the long
Just
stuff.
give us that.
I told you guys.
I told the boys.
I didn't tell you that? I swear I told you, no?
No, me?
Yeah. You know, and I swear I told you.
Remind me.
No,
You
so
told me a lot of stories,
I'm at on Friday. I'm at Joey's right there at Eaton Center.
Then you didn't definitely tell me this because I didn't see you.
Yeah,
Friday,
okay, so yeah. So anyways,
right.
I'm sitting down there eating a salad, and this guy's like on his phone talking like $250,000, saying billion this, billion that. Anyways, I'm just sitting there, and he goes, hey, "You're dressed nice." I'm like, "Thanks, man. I appreciate that." He's like, "What do you do?" So I tell him, and then he starts talking to me, and he shows me his phone. He's like, "Yeah, you see this?" And he shows me QBTS. And that's what Katina Man was trading the day before.
Sure.
And he's like, "Yeah, do you see why it moved in price?" He's like, "Yeah, my firm was buying like millions and millions of shares of it, right?" So he hands me his card, etc. It's either this guy was telling the complete truth or he's the biggest BSer.
Did you look into the company?
We got I have the card. Neil and Brankles looked into the company. Yeah, I looked at it, and so did Adara. It was honestly a little sketchy.
Oh, yeah?
But yeah, it was just so random because I was just sitting there minding my own business.
Adara, did you do a deep dive?
Okay, I actually did.
Get it.
Joe was there for it. So here's my thing. My theory is the man is real because I did find the man's name. However, my theory is the man that approached Joe is not the man that.
On the card.
That was my theory because I showed Joe his X account. I said, "This looks like the guy. Is it the guy?" He said, "No, there was a different website than the website Joe had." So I think this might be a bit of an imposter situation, just based on my limited deep dive.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah,
she does deep dives, bro, and she watches a lot of these crime shows, man. I wouldn't stand against that.
Yeah, it was definitely a different scenario. So I was like, And as I'm leaving, he's like, "Keep in touch, dude." I've known you for 5 minutes, but sure.
Sure, whatever.
Why not?
He's telling you, well, clearly you guys overlap a little bit in interest there. I mean, obviously you're trading in markets. This company is obviously involved in the markets.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
some English.
Oh yeah. Well, then he's definitely
get into more depth. He was telling me that he was he worked on Wall Street for like 20 years. He's good friends with like the Prince of Monaco, like Prince Albert or something like that. So it's like as we dive into this, I'm like,
I thought you were going to tell me a Nigerian prince.
No.
But see,
the thing is, though, you got to take this into consideration. From the time we started talking to the time we finished talking, which is a span of 10, 15 minutes, you probably had about 5 or 6 pints in that time, in that duration. So I don't know how
people
legit.
Always. People never exaggerate when they're drinking.
Yeah. So I don't know about that one.
No, I mean, stop trading. Well, bro, we're not even trading it.
Joey
Calm down
Jab.
there, Adrian.
No, look at this Joey Jabs here. We gotta go to the channel.
Joey Jabs. I love this. That's sick. It's more like Joey Straight, bro. That was a straight right hand. It was a little looper. I like that, man. I like that. Good look.
All right, I think.
We played the boxing video, Katina, man, of Joseph dropping that next guy right there. That's why some of these comments are coming in. All right, guys, here we go. We've got CISO on, looking for that hold up at the 10 exponential, and I'm basically beyond that. This was obviously a price action support level as well. I'm talking about this general area over here, $1.40, $1.30, $1.42, give or take. So anything below $1.35, it's going to be the end of the trade for me on this because I'm in it for that area hold. So we're going to go ahead and throw in our stop there, and we're going to be a bit more precise with how we throw these stops after what happened with INHD. Single-handedly wiped me out on the day as a result of that blown through stop. So that's my mistake, and we hopefully won't do that again. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Wolf is coming down in a way that I don't think I like, especially with about 10 minutes left on the show, so we'll flatten out that trade there. The one that I'm looking at getting into, and the one I don't mind monitoring while I'm at the green screen, is going to be SOUN. I really like that 1090 level as an area of support. Apparently, it did dip down, but I didn't get printed, means it didn't cross, so I'm looking at 1095, then 1092. I'm looking for the money fills around this level. Now, it's not giving it to me quite yet. SOUN has been a really good trade on the day. It's still got a higher short float. up 23% above that whole dollar level. We'll see for how long. I do worry, though, about a possible double top at around, 11 mid-teens, 11.20s. We already rejected that area earlier in the day at around 11 o'clock. So we'll see if this one wants to come back down and give us a fill. So SOUN, looking at working into that, but already involved in CISO. We'll see if this one wants to continue moving up on the day. I'm just looking at my blotter over here because you guys continue to ask about Intel. I'm not seeing anything to account for that price spike, but there doesn't have to be. Right, there can just be a sell imbalance there, and it's right back into normal trading. INTC is a ticker I'm talking about. It's up 4.58% with that 2267 high, but since printing that 2267 high, it's gotten right back into that higher low, higher high situation, and that outlying print is now kind of behind us, at least for the moment. We'll see if we can get back up there. So CSIO, the only one I'm involved in, just having a look at my scanner on the top screen over here to see if there's any new ones. MLGO, not micro algo. I know you guys were yelling about this earlier, but I don't know what we were doing. We were doing something. MLGO, great breakout trade right now from what I'm seeing. Let's have a look at this one on the 5. Yeah, very directional, very stair step up. 333 high a day. Most of the prints, underline that most, not all, have been respecting the 10 EMA on the 5 for now. Kind of looks bull flaggish with a higher low situation, maybe a flat top through that 333, 335. It does look like it's setting up for a continuation of that bull flag. We'll have to see how MLGO does up 40%, Adara.
Just as Sharif said, I don't have anything more on Intel, but I have some news here on SATS. That is EchoStar Corporation. Apparently, the FCC is going to be investigating the company's compliance with requirements to building nationwide 5G networks. So some compliance investigations on watch here for SATS. Right now, sending the stock, as you can tell here, pretty sharply to the downside. We've dropped almost $3 from when this backslide began. Back to you.
I remember this EchoStar company. Remember those huge satellite dishes from like the 90s, the big black ones that you put in your backyard that move?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that company, I remember we got that for like the ethnic channels, and my parents did anyway at their house. And like you had to move the dish from one satellite to the other. It was crazy. There was a company called EchoStar that like dominated all the satellites back when it was analog. So that's every time I hear that company, I just associate it with those times. But those were good times, Joseph. Those
were good times.
Could unscramble those channels like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was a good world.
IPTV these days.
IPTV, look, it's good, but it's subject to attacks.
Oh, attack.
Yeah. They're constantly under attack.
Oh, are they?
Because it's trademarked here, right?
Okay, there you go. So there you go.
The way it is there.
All right, I don't have IPTV then.
Yeah, you didn't say anything last week about getting IPTV. Nothing was said about that.
Guilty.
Hey, all right. Anything you got on your side, my man?
Yeah. We're still cooking up in this TQs here, guys. We don't have much left, really. We're out of NVDL. I mean, it kind of just grabbed me here. I should have waited a little bit longer, but I was just like, let me lock in. But it's still continuing to climb, so shout out to NVDA. But that's choppy. That's tough to sit through. Apple now through that 210 resistance that we were seeing earlier today, Sharif. So looking really good. Trading right around opening price here, guys. So that is Apple and NVDA. Bring it back to the TQs because that's what we're still sitting in. I think Katina Man's still long TQs as well. So let's cook up. I mean, it's been a solid. I shouldn't say that because I was really red on the day, but I did chip away at about over 90% of those losses. So we'll be patient, wait for another opportunity to arise, and maybe we can catch another momentum play. I think there's still going to be those opportunities in the day. You can see the volume profile starting to pick up here on Apple. That's a positive sign as we push through that 210 strike where we've seen the most amounts of liquidity. So heading into that pre-market lows, and I think the top of the shelf is going to be that next target around 211 here, guys. So there you go. Volume really starting to kick in as you run in through some key resistance levels, and that's exactly what you want to see. Sharif mentioned this wedge here, and we've now broken the top of it, so really, really good look. Let's see if we can continue to climb here in AAPL. We know that it was getting beaten to a pulp with the likes of Google as well. So here you go. You can see we're running into some key daily resistance zones, a big gap up. Just be cautious in case we do decide to fill up this downside gap. That's one thing I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, and it's unfortunate that I guess everybody, kind of the fear is starting to slowly decay out of the market. Let's pull up some Bitcoin, because I know people are starting to flock to that, but it doesn't seem to be the case today. It's not participating with the overall market. I mean, for the past 2 weeks, it's been on an absolute monster run, and this pullback is totally justifiable. It is gone borderline parabolic. I think this is what I was thinking about Sharif's and I's bet. If we close in the high teens, like 17, 18 by the end of the week, I think that you can hit that 125 by your birthday, but we have to close into the teens. I think that's just kind of the thesis I'm going with.
100% agree with
that.
Yeah, that's got to get above that double top.
Yeah, you got to get above that, right, and establish some new highs. So a pullback here is justifiable. I'm okay with it. A nice healthy breath, even if you go down 1 to 2%. Look for buyers to step back in and bring price higher, and I think that's going to be the move. Will it be by Sharif's birthday? I'm not too sure, but I think in the near future we are going to break those all-time highs. Sharif.
All right, guys, just quick review here. Polestar, a company that I've been invested in for a while. This is kind of like my hope for a 10-bagger. I'm long at 87 pennies. Where is it long? It's at $1.10. It's been holding $1, I'd say the better part of the last few months. On occasion, it drops below it. So they did report earnings. Still losing money, as a lot of these EVs are, but they did report an 84% jump in first quarter revenue from last year. So they narrowed their net loss down to 190 million. They lost about 276 million this time last year. Revenue did almost double, $330 million in revenue they made last year, about $608 million they minted this year. Retail sales also of its cars almost doubled as well. So they delivered about a little bit less than 7,000 cars last year, about 6,975. And this year on the quarter, they delivered 12,304. So still definitely a company that is very nascent, very new, not profitable, and still subject possibly to tariffs. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side is they've got a South Carolina plant where they plan on producing the majority of the cars that they sell in North America. And so that will obviously help skirt tariffs. Now we'll have to see if the auto parts that they use can also be tariff-free, because we know that's not going to be the case going forward with a lot of these other companies. Case in point, Tesla bringing a substantial amount of their parts both from Mexico and China. So they're obviously subject to some headwinds there. So Polestar, obviously, in case you don't know about Polestar, it's owned by Volvo, and then Volvo is owned by Geely in China. So technically, it's when you follow it all the way back to the root, it's a Chinese company. Polestar is owned by, it gets convoluted. It's a joint venture between Geely and Volvo, even though Geely owns Volvo, the majority of it anyway. So interesting look there. The reason I got involved with this company, not because I love the cars, I don't even actually like them. I just see a lot of these cars on the road, and I mean a lot. Second only to Tesla in Toronto. So my thinking was, if it picks up, here in a city where, we're very kind of American style, hustle and bustle, this, that, and the other, maybe it catches some steam. That was my thinking. I don't happen to like the car. The Polestar 2. Now they've got some other nice ones that are much more expensive. The one that, is kind of, I want to say, affordable to the masses is the 2. The 1 is a coupe, which is very expensive. The 3 is kind of like an SUV. Crossover, likewise with the 4. Those are prohibitively expensive, but over $100,000 if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, definitely need I mean, they already have an entry level, the Polestar 2, but that's what I meant there, guys, about the general mass adoption. Is going to have to be a bit of a cheaper car, obviously, so that there's more mass adoption of it. So Scott Tomlinson, my brother, loves this stock. I know VW get involved. Not sure how they are doing. Stopped following them. Yeah, I don't keep my eye on VW all that much. I know it's traded on the OTCs, but definitely not something I keep my eye on. I know Randy does, obviously, because he's got a Porsche, and they're obviously intertwined there. I don't like Polestar either, says DM Babeful. Yeah, it's okay. They've got some decent models. It's not my favorite. I personally wouldn't buy one. But there are people clearly who like. There's 3 people on my street that have them. They're all different colors too. David Jiang, who even buys a Polestar? Go to their demo room. Their recycled plastic leather seats get wrinkles and chips everywhere. Not durable at that price tag. Fair enough, man. Your opinion. I respect it. Let's see what else people are saying over here. Bob the Dog. I like how Polestar has only one car, but they're really not very good cars. That's not accurate, brother. They got 4 different cars. So there's the 1, 2, 3, and 4. The one that you'll see a lot is the 2, and that's the one that I see often as well. That is the more affordable sedan, and it's the more entry-level vehicle, but they've got plenty of other cars there. Is Polestar a Volvo Peyton skeleton? Yeah, technically it's owned by Volvo. I know a lot of design overlaps here, so I can see why you'd say that. There's a lot of similarities between both the Volvo EVs and the Polestar EVs, as there should be. They take advantage of economies of scale. Oh my God, he's in the chat.
No, he's not.
Big smile, Burdett, my man.
This guy is actually hilarious.
I love it. I met a few pole stars in my day. Well said. I think even Adara can appreciate that pun, right? Oh, someone hit the fail. Oh, baby.
It means mad. She left.
Jakob Mark, $2 super chat. Joe, I sent you a big trade on X Couch
Capital.
Special. Oh my God.
All right, let me see if we can find it. We're here. We're going overtime today. I want to see what this trade is for these guys. I didn't see it. You didn't message it to me or anything along those lines, so I don't
I think he sent it. Maybe it's in the junk or something. You have to check there, bro.
I don't know how to even do that.
All right,
guys,
boys
man.
and girls and ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:01:45, and it is now the big kahunas. As you can see, that handsome-looking gentleman on the left and the handsome-looking gentleman on the right, Sean Katina. They got their new logos right there, baby. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare who's been working overtime on this.
Guys, long the whole market. Let's go.
Killing it, bro. The Katina man is long. I love it. Yeah, the Katina man does his thing, baby. All right, Joseph, send him off, baby.
All right. I mean, a great day, guys. It's Monday. Love Mondays. Go outside and enjoy, especially if you had a solid session.
Take care, guys.
There we go.
Thank you, everybody. It just occurred. I didn't even realize you were wearing the IEX hoodie. I thought
Sponsored.
Well, I thought we were joking about the IEX was because
some makeup
of
on me.
the bolo or the cup that I was drinking out of. I had no idea you were.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're on the.
More sense now.
Yeah.
See, like, it's the little things. I'm apparently
What
not
makes
that.
more sense? Oh, like you're just noticing now. Oh,
Love to trade. Some people are still probably matriculating over from the other chat, but yeah, buying the dip and we're getting to VWAP. They're reporting after the bell today. I don't know if they can qubits it or D-wave it, but let's see what they can do. The market is back to the market is back to almost 4%, which is where we started things when we sat down this morning and brought you guys the morning show. And there was that dip early on, profit taking, whatever you want to call it, but the market has managed to recover, get back into some of those highs. So why not? The only things that aren't strong, volatility, gold, and believe it or not, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is looking a little bit weak. As a matter of fact, I just saw Mara break the low of the day just now, which is a wild one. It's like it's the complete antithesis of today's action. And I'm like, I should be shorting this thing. I was long and early above VWAP. It was working, and when it broke down, it should have been a short because it broke underneath the volume-weighted average price. I'm only in Rigetti right now. I'm out of the Apple long, out of the NVIDIA long, and yeah, this market, what an unbelievable, I guess, tariff relief day, I suppose we're going to call this, or whatever we're calling today, because the fact that it was bought up almost everywhere across the board, I think, is a very good sign. It's only one day. That's fair. But yeah, it's better than the alternative.
Yes, sir. What's up to everybody? What's up to my lovely wife as well? And look, we're still long Palantir, man. We ain't going to no clubs. It's $3 now. There it goes, man. Nice little bottom pick right there on that play. So we're pretty happy rolling with Palantir here, guys. And then hopefully we can get this just a little bit higher and get some outs. So we brought it all the way back into this level. We're also now long the futures as we took 65, then we took 65.50 right there. And now we go higher up on the futures. So we're still into that one. We're still in SMR, which has been sleepy, but this reports after hours as well. So that should be a good one coming through there. Palantir, we're already in that. We talked about that. And then NVIDIA. High a day, and we're long. There it goes, man. $2 winner for NVIDIA. So we come back to you guys. Neil's in Rigetti, but so he doesn't have, Rigetti's not going to be the same price as these stocks. But right now, Palantir, $3, NVIDIA $2, futures 40 cents, and SMR 8 cents. So far so good here. I'm really looking at the futures to keep going higher now. We're back to that 4% level. Let's see if we can continue that movement there as we get ready to rock and roll and bring you what's going to be, I mean, you know, how do we match that midday show? We'll find out if we can do that right here. Hopefully,
well, we're not showing any videos of dudes of knocking out other dudes.
No, we'll focus on
because we're not smart enough to actually get caught on camera knocking somebody out.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll show you some videos of some profitable trades. But yeah, we'll show you. I mean, I can show you lots of videos if you guys want to do that. All of my videos will probably be kid related. As well, unless we look back at. I feel like Al Bundy, you know, when you're married with children, you talk about Polk High. It's like, hey man, when I was playing football, I ran for like 4 touchdowns all in the same quarter. You know, that actually did happen, but yeah, that is.
But the sad part about it is we're old enough. There's nobody has video of all the crap when we were in high school.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Well,
like there's like the Hill to Leitner doesn't exist.
Oh well, that. Yeah.
There was one dude in our high school who
Neil
actually
passed one to me. We played basketball.
It was a game winner. It was the baseball pass. I am not making this up, but there's no video of it because it was a long time ago. It was a baseball pass right to the top of the key, drawn up. It was a catch, turnaround jump shot, just like Hill to Leitner.
Jimmy Good.
You know, hand to God.
You're good on that one.
It was a great play. But there was one dude in our high school who did have a video camera because that's cell phones back then.
Yeah, that's right. I say that to my kids all the time.
Dude, he had a bunch of. He had the dunk off on video. He had
just carried this around everywhere with him, man.
He had the pep rally where our good friend dressed. We had a pep rally. I don't remember.
What's this story? I don't know.
Okay, I don't remember why Bala was in a Santa Claus suit during the pep rally.
Okay.
But he was in a Santa suit, and he was a leaper, like he was a volleyball player.
And then he dunked in that suit, or he tried to?
Okay, so he tries to dunk. Now, this dude can dunk, but he tried to dunk in the Santa Claus suit.
He can dunk? I didn't know he could.
And I don't think he anticipated how difficult it was going to be to dunk in the suit. And he got rejected by the rim, and Santa Claus fell hard on his tailbone. To his credit, like he was hurt, but to his credit, he popped up and kind of went on with the whole thing. Shout out to you. Bala.
Yeah.
Not the name, whatever. It was pretty impressive. He could dunk.
Could he? Okay, I didn't know he could.
Like he was a good volleyball player.
Yeah. No. Hey, if he could dunk, I mean that's great.
He couldn't play.
But I do now I do remember that. I remember Hoondert and everything like that had some pretty funny things. Neil and I, of course, went to high school together, which we just graduated, I think 7 or 8 years ago. It's that's why the no video camera thing is surprising to me.
Well, hold on, you got to finish. So this dude Hoondert he's talking about. This dude rolls up to the dunk off in Chuck Taylor's, jorts,
and he still dunked on everybody.
And a dashiki.
Needless to say, he's the white guy.
With like with the long hair. I think I don't forget what he ended up doing, but good dude, man. I used to play baseball with him, but he was throwing down too. It was legit. He didn't. I thought he should have won. I didn't win, but I thought he should have won. And they gave it to Ivan, and that was kind of cheesy, but. Shout out to Ivan Robic, but
shout out to random people.
Shout out to random people in high school where there's no video.
Shout out to the guy that tried to hire Joe away from us from quantumtradingai.com or whatever.
Do you have the card still?
Of course he has it, man. The guy sent his resume in already. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying it's a little.
This guy's pushing billions.
It was a little bit shady. It was a little bit like when Joe told us the story. I was like, yeah, that dude was. I mean.
As soon as he sees me, he's like, I ran into this guy that was pushing QBTS. I was like, well, I was long at $8. I mean, and that was on screen. But I didn't have billions of shares like this guy did, and running the stock out of there. So nice watermark. Oh, you mean at the bottom? Yeah, so there is no place that you can follow the trades during the middle of the day, unfortunately.
Watermark?
We did, I don't know, someone said in the chat, nice watermark. I think you mean the thing on the bottom there. Yeah, we've changed it. I mean, that looks nicer now. I like it. I mean, we talked about the shininess on your head.
It's got ETH. So
what was that?
In the corner, Solana.
Whoever wrote that one, welcome to the new look, Fockles. Welcome, Fockles. Welcome, Fox.
Oops.
You see? Not only traders, but we'll also be a little bit of, quality insurance.
So which crypto does it do there? It's got
What's up, Fockless?
Where's Bitcoin?
There's a Solana's at the bottom now. We've got some PLTR.
I'm waiting for
just in my ear. That's how they spell folks in Chilean, apparently I'm hearing. Right now.
That's cool. We get to see what crypto's doing.
All right.
Let's go to...
Okay, without any further ado,
Sharif.
Let's go see what the big man with a plan is up too. Hey, sure, you can't steal my bit, man. The whole looking for tires, that was supposed to be my thing. Now this guy's looking for tires. I remember I was talking about making tires? But anyways, I only sent them because out of all the work that I did, and Sharif's great at Facebook Marketplace. I went there, I did all that kind of work as well. And I only sent them the quote from Costco because no matter all of the work that I did, no, seriously, all of the work, spending days and days doing it, Costco still had like the best prices. And I didn't wind up doing it because I needed to get it changed, so I got it somewhere else. Problem is, for special order, it takes like 3-4 days. I just didn't want to wait that long. You know, what, 3 or 4 days? Come on, time is money. But at the end of the day, they had great price. Yeah, best everything, man.
That's where I got the
unlimited all the repairs.
But I had to get somebody that had a Costco membership though.
Yeah. So I just wanted to send him the price so he could have a judgment there. I feel tires are kind of. I think you always want to buy good tires.
Yeah, it's one of those things worth spending on.
All right, 211 now.
Sorry, Sharif.
We can't keep Sharif waiting for too much longer over here. He's got to go make some tire purchases. All right, so it's what I guess you need new all seasons. Is that what it is? Summer tires? Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. He has a tire story. Don't we all have tire stories? Right now, I am not tired. We are ready to go. So let's get over to the screen with Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But only subscribers can vote, and only subscribers can engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. Obviously, very positive today on the back of the China tariff news. The NQ taking the cake, up 3.8%. A good day for the ES as well, up 3%. So they're both above that mark. Small caps continuing to benefit as well. The Russell 2000 about 3.4%, and the Dow, the worst of the 4 major averages, but still great nonetheless, up 2 2/3. Great look for all 4 major averages today. NVIDIA, the number 1 ticker as decided by you guys, right back up above $120 and up nice 5% of the day, trading near highs, obviously. Moving up on the temporary reduction and the suspension of these tariffs between China and the United States. NVIDIA obviously got exposure in a bit of a different way too, guys. They have those export restrictions that they need to concern themselves with.
Exporting, eh?
Yeah, there's some issues.
Yeah.
There's still some things that have to get ironed out, obviously. And these guys have to report. Like, that's the cool thing is we don't have NVIDIA reporting yet, and we get all this exuberance, and there's no fundamentals yet. But like everything else, like you gapped up. What was weird about NVIDIA is it was one of the smaller, you know what, let me pull up NVIDIA on daily chart on eSignal, because ours doesn't have like the split adjust. There you go. It looks a heck of a lot better, a little bit more clean on the daily chart. No, these guys were only up 4% early, so it was almost like they're playing a little bit of catch up. The only concern I have is here. You're at 123, which is the local high from March. So that March high is pretty much at the 123 zone. I played one trade. It was just I had one mean reversion in NVIDIA. I got some out of VWAP and then held some for it to test that high. But there's your 123. That's your resistance on the daily. Above that, I think you're in like stage 2 breakout. Otherwise, I'm waiting for the chance to get back into VWAP. I missed that opportunity on a reload because I wasn't at my desk, and obviously it would have been a good one. I think it could be a VWAP move back in here. For the afternoon. But that 123, big level on the daily chart, I think you can get a chance to maybe pull back off of it. And once it goes, bye-bye. I think you're breaking that and making a move before they eventually report. And it wasn't like they were the strongest chip name percentage-wise. They're like the strongest on the move right now, but they're not the biggest percent move up. There's a few names that are up 8-9%, like Lamb's up I think that much, and Micron's up that much, and maybe ARM or something like that. But yeah, they're playing some catch up there, NVIDIA.
Actually made not a mistake. It was actually a good thing today. I actually logged into the portfolio there and found out that we're getting pretty close, within a couple percentage points of highs on the account, which is we did dip by some stuff, and we're helped out by Palantir getting higher as well. But we're also being helped out by NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now, a really nice move, man. And those of you that watched the show, like we were in just, like I never know if the pre-market lows are going to hold. So I did take a shot right there and we wind up L right there early. So we take a shot in the first 5 or 6 minutes and look, it was good. Like only to have taken it all out there than not have worried about it dripping down. But anyways, out, take the L. Then we have one more out right there. And then we just bought again off of 120 because, and unfortunately we didn't reload there, which could have been something. We were watching out for Palantir, and we'll talk about that never because not on the list. But, we were waiting out for this. 120 looks like it wants to hold there, and it did hold today. So just another key level there for NVIDIA. Definitely something to have watched out for. We got right back to highs, got some out to 50, got some out to 50 again. So right now it's $1.80 in the money, sure, fine. We don't have the full load going on there, but we do have a decent amount. We do not have a decent amount left. We have about I'd have to go back and see. I've traded thousands of NVIDIA shares today, and I don't have even 100 shares left. So I'm going to say under 5% or so left of this position for NVIDIA, looking to put some more on. The most recent position for me is the TQQs. And that was a buy there on a 65, just pull back into VWAP. And then I was just like, enough is enough, 65.50, let's take it. And we've been rocking with that so far. So that's going to be my biggest position. And then Palantir, which we don't have on board here, which we'll talk about afterwards. This is my biggest position right now, share size wise, as we've just ticked up back into the high of the day. And again, I'm going to keep saying that, and I understand it's not the high. The high is when we opened, but that was such a dramatic move. These local highs right here, I'm kind of trading these as the highs. If we break these levels that we sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 touches on, and I know we're on NVIDIA, so we could do the same thing for that. It's the same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to break above here. The only thing about NVIDIA, which I really like, is we are already above some of those pre-market levels, right? And so NVIDIA really strong there today. Congratulations, everybody that bought this sub 100 or even close to $100. It's been a great rally back in this name as they climb back to, I think, number 3 market cap wise now. So there it goes up to $123. Great job for NVIDIA. We thought it was sort of, I remember punching long last week at 115 when that news came out, and then now we get higher up today, and it says you're always going to have memories of this name back down near that $100 mark. So I think NVIDIA continues to win. Along with this next name.
Do we see a sub 100 ever again?
Ever again? Yeah, when it splits, probably.
Oh, that's not fair. Yeah, well, you know what? Okay,
so
fine.
that means no.
Yeah. No, when it's
slow point saying no. But ever again, I don't know. So I think this Chinese stuff could be fugazi. Nothing's been, no pen to paper, no nothing, just Trump talking, which is fine, and that's fine. But, I just want to see it get down. 90-day pause, right? We're looking at, it was July 8th, I think. Adair and I, whatever that first 90 days, we were talking about it there on the recap show on Friday. So it's I just want to see, let's get through it all. There's apparently 28 more deals to be announced. There's a lot happening now. So I think we're still early days in this.
If the China thing holds, I think you have for the last time, but that's an if, which doesn't really count.
China could come out right now and say, nah, this is all whack. This is not true.
You know what's not?
I hope
not fugazi?
The Model S?
Well, I don't know. I've never.
I like the Model S, right, Sharif? The Model S?
I was going to say Tesla above 300. It's real and it's beautiful. Well above it.
It's real and it's spectacular, Neil. 318. I know what you were going for, my man. I got you. All right, guys, 6 2/3% today for Tesla. So shares of auto and auto parts are trading higher after the U.S. and China obviously agreed to a temporary reduction in most tariffs. This could obviously alleviate some of the supply chain uncertainty that Tesla has been suffering from. Separately, Elon took to X, guys, to show off the new full self-drive update. And guess where he actually took it? LAX, a notoriously busy and chaotic place. And this is what happened here. Joseph, cue it up, baby. So here is the FSD going through a whole bunch of different traffic. Let's see how it's able to park itself, offload the driver. Now there's a car blocking its way. Can it actually get out? We'll have to wait and see over here. Good look. So there's 2 lanes that it just crossed. This is all fully autonomous, guys. This is not a bad look at all. So a lot of people have been really praising the new FSD, especially the latest updates, obviously, as we get a lot closer to that robo-taxi launch. And you got to assume this is the platform that it's going to be on right now, guys. So Elon taken to his social media platform to pump his other company.
Look, that's impressive, and I love it. But what always grinds my gears, everybody, you have indicators for a reason. You know what I'm saying? People use your indicator. I never understand. Or the people that are like, they'll start to change lanes and then they want to use the indicator. It's like you're already pulling. It's supposed to tell someone what you're going to do, not what you're already doing, which I can see when you're cutting in front of me. No, I'm just like indicators.
In driving.
No, like driving. Like the signal indicators. I don't mean like the death cross. Those indicators are, I think, useful in a certain sense. But anyways, it's just one of my pet peeves because it bugs me to death. It's like, why are they on the vehicle for you not to use them in the most obvious scenarios? But, to each their own.
It's a bad time to tell you that I don't indicate that often.
Yeah, you do. Don't like.
I mean, if my wife can hop in the chat if she wants.
What, you don't? You're.
No, I mean, I'll use the indicators, like you said, when it's necessary. But generally speaking, I don't.
Look, if there's nobody around you and there's nobody, like you're not changing lanes, and there's nobody behind you, like whatever. But I'm talking about a situation.
Look what my wife said,
there.
or just be you and never use it. See, even before I said it, because she's on delay.
No, but like if you're at the airport where it's busy, like people are coming in and out, like that's a situation.
Lot,
like parking. Like you're gonna. Anyways, Tesla, absolute beast.
I want to get that
today, but only 6.5 when it was over 8 this morning. It's like, look, I didn't touch this one with a 10-foot pole because the dip buy for me was Apple. So you picked the one that you felt the best about that held, and it was not Tesla this morning. It ended up being Apple at 207. It could not hold on to 320. This is what I want to watch for the rest of the afternoon, the 320 level. If the buyers can get out and about, back above 320, you're going all the way to the February support, and that was $320. It cannot seem to hold above it. I think if you do that, then we get a second salvo to the upside, and things start to look a heck of a lot better. So I want to see it breaking above 320. Otherwise, I'm a little bit bearish on it. I think a breakout's possible this afternoon, but at 4% up on the NASDAQ, I'm a little skeptical. Might just have to wait a couple of days on this. Tesla, for all of its move, there's a long way to go to get back. Forget about highs. You still have a while to go to get to like that 370 resistance and then the 440. So it's just it's like one step up so far on Tesla. That next step, get above 320, then we can start thinking about that 360 level. And it didn't do it today, so I didn't touch it.
Yeah, 317 and change. Yeah, no, I mean, I use the blinkers all the time, but especially, I mean, highway driving is very important to do that. Some of those videos you see are pretty nuts. All right, so just coming into play here, looking over at Tesla. I mean, whatever, you can hear our opinions all you want. I mean, I'm just trying to look at, where the trade was possibly today. And yeah, the fall off early. I'm getting out of these futures, and we could talk about that, not now, but I was looking to see if we have NASDAQ on that list, but we don't. So it's just, I'm looking at this level right here again. Remember, I just talked about pre-market lows and highs and all that with NVIDIA, and then we showed you a little bit of Palantir as well right there. But this level right there that broke the short, and then whoops. So that's kind of a level that was just held right there again, 321. So Tesla looks to me like a short right there until we break higher. And I'd give it about $1 up to 322 and maybe even 323, these pre-market levels, and the ultimate high there of 324. But I'm not sure you want to sit in front of it as it's doing that. It's more just a comment on the fact that we broke below the pre-market low there, and then we got right back up to it and then dropped out again. So yeah, I mean, I really like Tesla. I don't think there's anything wrong with the stock. Right now, it's broken above. We talked about the base that it was having right here, and then the break higher. So this is like, CMT 101. You won't find me taking that course, but right into here, 280 to 290. There's the base, and there's the break. So I like it. It's above, and it's starting to get a little bit higher. So there goes Tesla trying to get to highs again, up 7%. We'll see if it can get there. To me, though, it's a short at 321 against 323. So we'll see if that happens. Market's just fooling around now, just short of 4%. We asked Perplexity if it can go. It said undetermined. But right now, we're long the future. So my bet is made, per se. Which hopefully it's made. I don't know. All right. Oh, how long I'm planning to hold? Okay, what's up? Love to trade. I'll just get over this because you've asked it a couple times here. I'm going to go long at the bottom. We wrote down here on the sticky note today, SMR, and I know $17.50 to $18. Well, that's like we wrote that when it was up here. That's exactly where it fell into, but it just never got going. So with earnings coming at the end of the day, I am still going to try this one more time. I'm going to try to get down here, 1780. If we can buy that, I'm dropping this at 1750. If it breaks below 1750, it's done nothing all day. day. We've only taken profits, so it's fine. But right now we have about 40% left of this trade. Looking to get more if we do make a bottom there at 1780. Then we'll hold it to 1750 and see if it works. But earnings coming out, and now we have another runner. It's Rigetti. Neil's into this one.
Also earnings after bell.
Exactly.
Yeah, took the words out of my mouth. This one will be reporting after the bell today. Fantastic look for some of these quantum names as microchips all move up. Not to be outdone, obviously, by some of these quantum names, just south of 9%, guys, but we were higher in the pre-market with a bit of a lower high look right now. We'll keep an eye out on this one as we wait for earnings after the bell. But very, very nascent still industry, guys. Don't expect profitability from these guys yet.
Heck no. Profitability? Talking about profits? We're not going to get any. We're not going to have profit. But you don't necessarily need anything
profits for
crazy.
you.
So just to remember, QBTS, that's D-Wave.
Yeah,
and
heard of that one.
Of course, on Blue, Blue Ocean's the first thing that comes up in the drop down on the markets, but obviously it's not a Blue Ocean where we want to look at it right now. That's the overnight market. So there we go. QBTS had a monster run because they had blowout revenues, and I think sort of shocked everybody with the growth that they had. It did stall out at the highs, but very, very big move there for QBTS. So that it gives you an idea of what Rigetti might do. And no, these are not the same thing. I'm not trying to pretend that they are, but notice how distinctly different this is. And what I like about it, and I want to try to play long into the earnings, which implied move on Rigetti, 15%, 14.9% is the implied move on Rigetti. SMRs is 13, by the way, so Rigetti, I guess, gets them by the nose. But you're right at a potential breakout level. These are all in the low 20s, I think high teens to low 20s in terms of their short float. So with that out of the way, there was an all-day from the morning trend break that happened when it took out 11.4. And then it consolidated above there for the first time in the 55 to 60 range. So I started in there, and I want to add in front of it. If it loses that trend line or underneath this like 35, I want to jump out. Idea being, I've seen these things try to go into the close, and if it wants to follow QBTS, fantastic. But if it loses that break of trend line and can't hold support, I'll just jump out of it. Clearly, I don't know what the earnings are going to be, but I do feel like when you have this little creeping up higher lows and that break a trend, that you can see maybe some of the shorts that clearly have been leaning on this and winning since that initial push up. I could see them maybe covering and getting something out in case they get D-waved, right? Because of the move that D-wave had. So I want to be in the long, but I'm not going to just sit there holding it past that first support level I just showed. And I might take another shot at it, anticipating maybe some run at the end of the day.
I love how we just make it like now it's called D-waving, you know, like we need to get to that upside there on that play. So
D-wave.
yeah, look, man, I mean, I like this Mom Spaghetti play. We had bought this name when it dipped down into $6 or something, got out at 9 the very next day. But the cat came back. You did think it was a goner, but it came back, and it's still going upside right now as Rigetti. So it's trying to break out. Neil just talked about it. I like the quantum plays. You play the short on this. I think that would be a problem. Always the risk on earnings, in my opinion, is to the short, especially when there is a short side and a short float. So I would just watch out for Rigetti here. Again, a really nice base in all the quantum names, and then a blast. Like, why didn't it go below this 750? Like, there was lots of opportunities to get there, right? A lot of the Mag 7 names and the market in general broke through the 50 period and the 200 period moving averages easily. This name doesn't even come close to the 200 period moving average. So yeah, I really like Rigetti up here, and I think that's probably foretelling maybe a nice bid. I don't know if any of these names are
it's really like 106 resistance. So we kind of tag that, and it makes and it's not ridiculous that you retest the support in the 90s. Of it, we always talk about sometimes the things that hold up the best while we're in trouble are the ones that we're hiding in them or feeling. But same area, 58.4 at me. I don't always remember exactly the should have been reverse. Absolutely no. Literally, it's exactly not the moment that I'm out, but the price. And it turned for the day. The first is looking for a bit of back play is down here at 7. Like is it's going to be 100.
We're starting just looking at the charts and just thinking like, if we look at sort of a cleaner chart, what could be signal here? 50 dealing. Fall back in. So I do want to be a little bump. It's on the market every afternoon. So I don't want to discount the fact that it could happen again. Handles away. And it will be don't want too there. This isn't. That's bought up there to the highs. Good getting out.